Ladies and gentlemen, as you may have just seen, a special presentation has just taken place in front of the pavilion involving Michael Powell, the former Glamorgan batter. I'm delighted to say that Sam Northeast has just been presented with his Glamorgan cap. Many congratulations, Sam. It's good morning, Beauregard, to our two match umpires, Paul Baldwin and Billy Taylor.
Very good morning from BBC Sport Live here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff for this County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Worcestershire, where the news is that Worcestershire have won the toss and will bat first. The game getting underway at 10:30, as will be the pattern in September because of fading light during these late summer evenings, and Glamorgan make 3 changes from their last game against Leicestershire in the Championship, with Colin Ingram and Michael Nisa now departed the squad, and for this season anyway. Andrew Salter missing out. In come Tim van der Hochten and the new pair of Shubman Gill and Ajaz Patel, of whom more in due course. Dave Bradley of BBC Hereford and Worcester is alongside me. Morning, Dave.
Borodar. Always good to be in Cardiff. Yeah, I think there was some conjecture as to who won the toss, but if they won the toss, what they were going to do. I don't think either captain particularly wanted to win the toss.
There was a discussion between the two, and neither was giving anything away, and Mr. D'Oliveira was not as pleased as you usually are in winning the toss.
Team news for Worcestershire, by the way. Azhar Ali is not fit, so Gareth Roderick comes into the team, and Ed Pollock and Jake Libby. No, it is Ed Pollock out there. That's all right. I thought I misheard the announcement from Dr. Hignell, but it is Ed Pollock, who's got a very short boundary on the leg side.
Ooh. And it is Michael Hogan. Enjoy him while you can for the final month in professional cricket. To bowl from the River Taff end to Pollock. And he defends the first ball out on the offside, and there is no run. Cloudy skies. The weather forecast for the match as a whole is not the best. And well, it may require collapses or a bit of ingenuity to engineer a positive finish between these two sides.
Yeah, and of course, points, well, Worcestershire need to win 3 of the last 4, I would have thought, to get in the chase, but very important for Glamorgan to pick up something from the game.
Hogan is in and bowls, and that's a long way outside off stump and allowed to go through by Pollock. Michael Hogan, who's been a regular for Southern Brave in the 100 franchise. Tim van der Hochten of Glamorgan picked up a winner's medal for the grand contribution of bowling 10 balls.
But they were good. I mean, it was quality bowling, that was. Yeah.
Here comes Hogan again. 3 slips. As there's a play and a miss, I think, from Pollock, although he holds the pose as if to suggest that he was playing deliberately inside the line of the ball.
I suspect he had a little dib at that one. Yeah, the replay tells us he did as well. Yes, he didn't get very close to it, so maybe he did play inside the line. But if he did play inside the line, he was playing down totally the wrong line, if you see what I mean.
So, Worcestershire, in the form of Pollock, facing up to Hogan, who plays that one out on the offside, and there is no run. Perhaps you'd like to run through the Worcestershire 11.
Yeah, Ed Pollock and Jake Libby out there at the moment. Gareth Roderick is in the side, may well bat at 3. Jack Haynes, Brett D'Oliveira, Taylor Cornell might come in at 3. Ed Barnard, Ben Cox, Joe Leach, Dylan Pennington, and Ben Gibbon. Glamorgan, as per the card.
As in comes Hogan again to bowl to Pollock, who drives at that one and misses. There's a bit of bounce and movement out there, as you might expect for a cloudy morning in September at 10:32. Glamorgan line up then David Lloyd, Eddie Byram, Shubman Gill may open, may well just slot in for Colin Ingram at 3, 22-year-old Indian player. Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson, Billy Root, Chris Cook, James Harris, Tim van der Hoogten, Ajaz Patel and Michael Hogan. Hogan bowls, and Pollock will get off the mark with an angled bat down to third man, where van der Hoogten does the fielding. Van der Hoogten is playing his first championship match since Durham in the first block. Was injured thereafter and then not selected for a couple. 1 for no wicket at the end of the first over, and reference Sam Northeast, the championship's top scorer, not surprisingly, has been awarded his county cap before the start of play today.
Yes, batted with some authority in the one-day game at New Road, clobbered it everywhere. Yeah, that was quite a special innings, I thought, because they lost a couple of early wickets, if my memory serves me well, Glamorgan, and he really picked up the rate, and then the last 10 overs smashed it absolutely everywhere.
James Harris for you.
Harris it is, from the Cathedral Road end into bowl to Pollock, who kept the strike, of course, who smashes that one through cover. In fact, it does go through cover. It goes through the hands of Billy Root. He got out. Well, he got a hand on it, but he couldn't prevent it going past him, and it trickles down towards third man for a single. So Pollock has 2, and Worcestershire have 2 as well. As Nick was saying, cloudy overhead, there's an odd patch of blue sky coming in from away over to the west, but it looks to me as if the flags are indicating that the cloud is coming from our right, so from the east, so kind of along the river, as it were. Here's the next ball, and this time completely fooled me. I'm looking through extra cover where Jake Libby's bat was aiming, and the ball squeezes away, and Root comes in from just in front of the square on the leg side to do the fielding. No run.
Yes, I'm not surprised you were baffled by that one. It could have gone absolutely anywhere.
Yeah, this is a used wicket, but it's got plenty of grass on it, it seems. I had a look this morning, and it would have been a difficult decision for either captain. Harris in bowls wide of the off stump, through it goes, smacks into the gloves of wicketkeeper Cook, and there is, you would be surprised to know, no run. Not a massive crowd in today, it has to be said. There's the usual who make their way to the River Taff end. There'll be a fair few down in front of us. Yeah, there's a few down there. A few green Worcestershire caps I can see down there, but there's room if you want to come along. Libby waits, and this ball from Harris hurries him, but he plays it comfortably away on the offside, and he just rolls off the cut strip. Again, no run. But the forecast today has changed overnight. We're told there might be some thunderstorms coming in later in the afternoon. The forecast for tomorrow, and it is of course a forecast, it's not necessarily what's going to happen, is not very good. Harris, right arm over to the right-handed Libby, and that's well wide of the off stump and allowed to continue on its way. 3 slips, cover point. There's a third man, yeah, there he is down there. Third man, cover point, extra cover, wide-ish mid-off, I'm going to call him. Mid-on, Root is almost square leg.
It's the usual sign of 2 players trying to do the jobs of 3 positions on both sides of the wicket.
Yeah.
Early doors.
Well, Carlson, who's pretty quick over the ground anyway, but he's wide-ish mid-off, I'm going to call him. Harris bowls once again well wide of the off stump, and a bit of swing there, a bit of movement for him, but nothing to trouble the batsman. 2 overs gone, and Worcestershire 2 without loss. Ed Pollock has both of those. Jake Libby yet to get off the mark, and each bowler, Hogan and Harris, has bowled an over and conceded a run.
Well, symmetrical from the bowling point of view then. It's Michael Hogan level with Michael Nisa on 37 wickets. But barring catastrophes for Hogan, he will end up as Glamorgan's top wicket taker yet again, as he prepares for life after professional cricket.
Does he have any plans, has he stated, or?
I think it's a question of going back to Australia and seeing what opportunities present themselves.
Yeah.
Hogan is in, bowls, and played into that gap on the offside by Pollock for another single. 3 without loss. His wife is preparing to resume her legal career, so there might be an element of daddy daycare in the future for Mr. Hogan.
Yes. Yeah. Although I believe the barristers are on strike for more money in this country, is that right? Actually, without sounding political, I've rather lost track of who is working and who is on strike.
We're working for the next 4 days anyway, as Libby is squared up by that one from Hogan and pushes it out on the offside.
Yeah, we're looking after your licence fee, folks. Making sure it's well spent.
Well, that's what we tell them anyway.
Yeah.
Just some North East, 1,127 championship runs, county record 410 not out, and a county one-day record of 177 not out. Hogan bowls, and Libby is off the mark with a pleasant flick through mid-wicket, which will run away for 4 runs fairly comfortably. And that is the first boundary of the morning. Worcestershire 7 without loss. Just to give you the geography, the pitch is towards the grandstand side, away to our right as we watch from the Cathedral Road end, and it is a country mile from the pavilion.
It's a long way for a first bowler, and quite a few steps to get there as well.
Here comes Hogan with the 3 slips, and Libby on the defensive pushes up to mid-on, and there is no run. Looks like Patel flicking the ball to himself in preparation of later bowling duties. Slow left armour, and Gill is the other numberless player. He's at 3rd slip. As Hogan is in to bowl, and Libby plays down into the gully, fielded by Root, and there is no run. Shubman Gill, 22-year-olds, and as you do when there's talk of a player being signed for a county, you go on his Twitter account. He's quite the fashionista, is Mr. Gill.
Oh, is he?
Oh, yes. Look him up, Shubman Gill, and you will see in recent days an interesting magazine shoot.
All right.
As that is defended back down the pitch to Hogan by Libby, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. A single and a boundary off it. 7 for naught. Worcestershire after 3.
Yeah, steady start. There was a couple that Pollock was struggling to get his or pick up the line of Hogan. But apart from that, Libby's been worried a couple of times. But difficult to say. We've only had 3 overs, but it looks. It's not going all over the place, I suppose, is what I'm trying to tell you. Harris, Cathedral Road end, right arm over, 3 slips. To the left-handed Pollock, who gets a ball that just angles in, probably pitching leg and coming back towards his middle stump. He just leans forward and pushes it away. Harris bowling in the 80s, I suppose, 80, lower 80s. But useful. I call him mean. What's a fast bowler these days? How fast do you have to bowl to be a fast bowler?
He is medium fast.
Yeah, 85, 86 if you're going to be fast. Pollock waits again, forward he comes, and this has gone down towards 3rd man. Not 100% sure it was where Ed Pollock was specifically aiming. He was looking more towards extra cover, it appeared to me, but he's picked up a single. Plenty of bat on it, and Worcestershire's total races to 8 without loss in the 4th over. 96 overs, of course, in the day. 10:30 start, and then lunch scheduled for 12:30 tea when there are 32 overs left in the day. Harris's next ball is to Libby, and Libby drives down through backward point. Hogan comes round from the third man position. No, that's Tim van der Houten down there, isn't it?
It is.
It is, and it's a tall man in white. That's all I know. And they pick up 2. There'll be more with a steer than a drive, I suppose. And Worcestershire go to 10 without loss. Lots of chatter on the field, which can be picked up clearly because there's no great crowd to sort of dampen the noise, as it were. Harris in bowls. Libby turns this away through the onside. This is definitely Hogan fielding on this occasion. As the ball virtually stops as it goes towards the mid-wicket boundary, and Hogan flings it back in. 12 without loss at Worcestershire.
Yeah, James Harris will be looking to improve his averages in the last month of the season. 17 wickets at 40. Not what he would have hoped for on his return to his first club, but conditions may be helpful this month.
He's in again to Libby, and this time Libby pushes away on the offside, thinks about a single, and then says no, although his partner Pollock was a few paces up the pitch before he realised that Libby wasn't coming. There would never have been a run there. It was just to the right of Eddie Byram, who is at cover point. The umpire, Lee Taylor, is stood at cover point as well. He's not bothered to swap over for the left and right-hander. Whether there's any reason for that, or we just can't be bothered.
It's late season.
Yeah. Harris bowls again, and this is driven away through the offside. Nice shot. That's going to race away for 4. A nice half volley presented there for Libby, and he's not going to miss out on those. Crunches it away, and the outfield it's very, very dewy. This first thing this morning, as you would expect in September. And it's quite lush, but it looks pretty quick as well. And if you can get it, if you drive across the square, of course, that's very bare, so you get full value, as they say. Worcestershire at the end of the over are 16 without loss. And the scoreboard tells us they lead by 16, which is good.
That's accurate.
Pollock on 4, Libby on 12.
If somewhat superfluous at this stage of proceedings. Hogan then will continue with the same field, 3 slips. He's interested Pollock outside off stump, and those 3 slips would be well advised to be on their mettle as Hogan is in towards us and bowls, and Pollock this time defends firmly to cover, and there is no run. If you want to contact us via the medium of Twitter, NickWeb 2017, Bradders at BBC. Ed Bevan Cricket will be joining us in around about 10 minutes. I think I might have told him 25 past. That was wrong. Yes, point him our way when you depart, Dave.
I will.
As Hogan is in to bowl and Pollock defends. 25 minutes into the game. 16 without loss. And you will have the dubious pleasure of our company on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan Worcestershire websites for the duration of this match. Should we manage to get a reasonable amount of cricket, well, whether or not we get a reasonable amount of cricket, you'll have our company. As Hogan is in to bowl and Pollock defends back to the bowler. There's a Glamorgan Members Forum scheduled for tomorrow lunchtime, which may provide interesting comments, we would hope, on the county's stance on the ECB review of the county schedule.
I think counties are always, the management of counties are always very clever when they say it'll be at lunchtime, because it can only last, 35 minutes at the most, and people want to go back and watch the cricket.
Hogan in, and this one squirted away by Pollock to Root at point. Byram at point, rather, 97 rather than 7. Root was in that position at the other end, but they're obviously dividing point duties between them in the absence of Andrew Salter, the regular inhabitant of that spot. Oh, there's several orange-clad workmen up at the top of the stand away to our right. We saw a lot of them early in the season. As Hogan bowls outside off stump and Pollock allows it to go through, 16 without loss. Hogan registering 74 miles an hour, but it's not the pace, it's the accuracy with Hogan that counts.
I would struggle to work on a cricket ground doing something other than watching the cricket.
Yes, quite.
How would you do that? How would you... doing a bit of painting up there, I think. Unless you were clever enough to do it in between watching bowl the ball and then dab a bit, come back and watch the next ball.
Hogan will deliver the next ball and Pollock will leave it to go through to Chris Cook outside off stump. 16 for naught at the end of a maiden over. There's some advertising hoardings gone up on the back of the stand, I think, since last time I noticed anyway. They may have gone up a few weeks ago, but I was only here for one of the 100 games and was in the crowd rather than in the media box on that occasion. I failed the age test for the media box by about 20 years, I think.
You got long trousers on, that's what gave it away, man. Here's Harris, Cathedral Road ended, and he bowls, and this is allowed to go through by Jake Libby. Libby, whose first two seasons at New Road, he was in tremendous form, but he struggled this time, averaging 27.4 from 17 innings. Just got one century. And Pollock's having an interesting season. He's got 200s. But only scored 493 runs in total, so neither of them would claim to that 2022 has been a golden summer. It may turn out to be. They've still got a few innings left. Harris in bowls, Libby covers up and plays away on the offside.
Yes, Worcestershire have already announced a few players being released, haven't they?
Yeah, Tom Fell, long serving, is leaving, top scorer in the Birmingham League this season, so I believe. Got a lot of runs for Wolverhampton again on Saturday, so he's leaving. Josh Dell, who's had quite a few injury problems, and Jack Banton, brother of, who's not really performed as Worcestershire would like, I think so. They are being released. Here's Harris in bowls. Libby plays up towards mid-on, thinks about a single. That would have been super suicidal. In fact, Hogan and Van der Houten have now changed positions, haven't they? Just to confuse me even more. Hogan's at third man, Van der Houten is now at mid-on.
Yeah, Glamorgan yet to announce their departures, so we'll keep you informed of that on the BBC Sport website as and when announcements are made.
Here's Harris. And this time Libby cuts but doesn't really time it, cuts it into the ground. More, I suppose, a back foot drive than a cut, but didn't get it from it didn't sound right coming off the bat, and it just bobbles away into the offside. And of course, counties aware of finances, and can't have massive squads these days, and so, like other sports, there will be players who will be released who will struggle to find full-time employment in cricket, I think.
Yeah, it's a cruel time of year.
It is. Harris's next ball is wide of the stumps, wide of the batsman, and wicket-keeper Cook is the only one really involved in the action. Paul Baldwin and Billy Taylor are our umpires for this one. Stephen Davis is the match referee because I bumped into him this morning. Literally bumped into him this morning. Went round the corner of the hotel and bumped into him. Oh, sorry, Steve. Australian, of course, but over here every summer for his match officialdom. Harris bowls, and that's right, the pad, that's gone. That looked pretty adjacent, to be honest. Jake Libby doesn't even bother to look at the umpire, and indeed starts to walk off towards the river. It's not that bad, Jake, honest. Plum LBW, it was not a difficult decision, I don't think, for umpire Baldwin. So he goes for 12, 16 for 1 Worcestershire.
Yeah, looking at the replay, I think it would have crashed into leg stump, possibly clipping middle as well. It certainly wasn't a great deal of bounce in it to suggest that it could have gone over the top, as Billy Root in the team huddle provides a little demonstration of what the shot was, playing across the line basically. As Glamorgan gets some drinks from the drinks cart with who's that? I think Tegid Phillips is doing a bit of 12th manning, if he's wearing the right shirts. As the long walk back to the dressing room for Jake Libby.
That's got it. Is that 100 yards? Yeah, got to be.
Yeah,
and then you got to go up the steps.
Plus the 39 steps.
Yeah.
Outside and a few inside as well.
Taylor Cornwall is indeed batting at 3 for Worcestershire, so one assumes Haynes 4, D'Oliveira 5, Roderick 6.
Bit of pressure on the young man who hasn't really fired in the championship this season, and of course was invalided out of the first match between these two sides, having been struck on the bonds.
Yeah, his first season in full-time county cricket. What's he had? 6 innings, scored 73 at 14. Batted very well in the win at Merchant Taylor's when Ed Pollock was smashing it everywhere at the other end, but got his head down. A very useful 31. Doesn't sound a lot, but in terms of the game as it was then, it was important. But as I say, not a lot of experience at this level. Played quite a bit in the Royal London Cup, and got a few runs in that as well. That was the end of Harris's over. 1 for 10 he has off 3.
So it's my turn to speak, and Michael Hogan's turn again to bowl to Pollock, who flails outside off stump, and well, if ever man wasn't in a position to play a shot, it was there, because Pollock was completely off balance, and the ball is actually jagging away a little bit off the pitch, isn't it? It's not the first time I've noticed that. It really jagged, as I say, off the pitch and away from the bat.
Not sure those are the balls he should be playing at.
Did a little bit too much for Michael Hogan, who had a big grin on his face nonetheless. And he comes bowled to Pollock, who defends back down the pitch to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, just got to replay that, blimey. I mean, it did go a long way, the one that beat Pollock all ends up after it had pitched, but it did start fairly wide and fairly short, so on length and width maybe it's one he could have left.
Next delivery from Hogan to Pollock is left outside off stump, and there's no run. 16 for 1. As we've had, I think, 15 balls without a run being scored, I believe. I think it was 16 for 0 after 4. No, 16 for 0 after 6.5 overs. Hogan runs towards us once more, bowls to Pollock, who will get a single down to fine leg. In comes James Harris, and that short quadrant of the ground away to our right towards the main entrance. And possibly a shame that the grandstand isn't in use today, because that would it's actually quite close to the playing arena.
Yeah, you could be fielding deep extra cover there. Could be in the game.
Hogan waits as new batter Cornwall, another left-hander, scratches away at the crease, so 2 left-handers at the moment will save us time on changeovers. As Hogan on this cloudy morning is into bowl, a shortish ball that's well played by Cornell, getting up on his toes, deflecting it between third slip and point, and he's off the mark with a single. Congratulations, by the way, to the Wales over 60s,
all right,
who won the first game that they played at the over 60s World Cup in Australia. Their first match against the hosts was washed out, but
all right.
They beat Sri Lanka by 2 wickets.
Very good, well done.
This is driven firmly by Pollock through mid-off. Carlson will chase, but in vain, as it'll race away to the ropes at wide long off. As Worcestershire progressed to 22 for 1. Nice shot from Ed Pollock.
Yes, competitive, the over 60s cricket. I didn't realise there was a World Cup.
Oh yes. Sri Lanka 177 for 5 in 45 overs. 3 wickets for Peter Doyle and 2 for Gareth Edwards in their 9 overs. And then Wales getting home off the last ball of their 45 overs with 37 from Gareth Edwards, 42 from Paul Bennett, the main contributors there.
Well done, well done. My old chum Martin Weston, formerly of Worcestershire, made his over 60s debut recently.
All right.
And dislocated his shoulder. He said 20 years playing professional cricket, never got an injury. Not one that bad anyway. Here's Harris in and bowls, and Cornell sees this one nice and early, wide of his off stump, and he allows it to continue its merry passage through to the wicketkeeper. I will have to depart very shortly too.
Yes, I nearly got a friendly in for Wales seniors the day after I saw you last at New Road, but sadly it rained at Billswells.
Did you lie about your age?
No, I was playing as a ringer.
I'll have to go and do something else, Nick. So.
Dave Bradley will go and inform the radio listeners of Hereford and Worcestershire as that ball from Harris beats the forward prod of Cornell, and through to keeper Cook as the Civic Centre clock chimes 11. Edward Bevan will be joining us shortly. .22 for 1. James Harris with that one. Be bowling the 23-year-old former Lancashire left-hander Taylor Cornell, who defends hard down into the pitch, bounces up, and Harris fields in his follow-through. Eighth over of the action here on BBC Sport Online. So well done to Wales over 60s. I'll been sent a lot of information about them, and I'll give you updates when they occur in the next couple of weeks, as that is allowed to go through by Cornell outside off stump, and there's no run. 22 for 1 under the cloudy skies of Cardiff. And very good morning to Edward Bevan.
Very good morning to you, Nick, and to everybody who's listening and watching, and how good it is to be back to 4-day championship cricket. I can't believe the last game was in Leicester, that momentous occasion.
Sam North East capped before play today as Harris bowls. I think that was a full toss outside off stump, and it's carved away by Cornell duly to the backward point boundary for 4 runs, racing away to the scoreboard, and Worcestershire progressed to 26 for 1. That certainly didn't come out right from Harris. A low full toss.
No, I think it's a slow wicket. I noticed that from the first over. Does that tell me that it's going to turn for Patel, Glamorgan's new signing? Who knows? And Kieran Carlson, who seems to have been bowling much more, albeit in the Royal London competition, but it'll be interesting to see.
Here comes Harris into Cornell again, and that is edged and it's gone down at slip. I think that one carried, and that looks like a chance. A life for Taylor Cornell on 5. As we wait for the video replay of that one. And it flew. Oh, well, it was between second and third, and with the new man in there, Shubman Gill, there wasn't quite the coordination.
Difficult catch. I think it went very, very quickly, and at least it stopped the ball from going for 4.
Yeah, I think it was probably exactly halfway between Northeast and Gill, and both went for it. Northeast might have got a hand for it, but with Gill coming across him. It was a drop chance, though.
Yes, we'll put it down to that. There's Hogan now, who is about to start his 5th over, just conceding 12 runs. Comes in and bowls to Cornell. He's on the back foot and tucks it away down towards fine leg, and is going to get 4 runs. It was well timed. Harris was rather square there, and whether things have changed this season, but fine leg always used to be, as the name implies, fine, on a good angle. But 4 more runs takes the score to 31 for 1. Still the 3 slips, even though it is a slow pitch. Left-handed Cornell waits. He's moved quickly on to 10 as Hogan bowls. Good delivery. Just left him at the last moment and went through to wicketkeeper Cook.
Speaking of wicket-keepers, pleased to report that Alex Horton is back in the England under-19 side. Played in the first game of the series against Sri Lanka, not in the second. He's back for, I believe it's the 3rd game, with Sri Lanka batting first at New Road, Worcester.
Here's Hogan from that river end, in and bowls to Cornell, who leaves at the last moment there. Good delivery again. As it went through to the wicketkeeper. Hogan getting some movement off this pitch. Lloyd is at first slip. Sam Northeast has second slip, and Shubman Gill is at 3rd slip. So it's the normal 6-3 field. There's a man down on the 3rd man boundary, Tim Van Houten, who we'll see bowling before long, as Hogan bowls. That's a little bit too wide outside the off stump, and just to make up that offside, we have a tall figure of Eddie Byram. So 6 on the offside, and then fine leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Ashok Patel, we'll see in action, no doubt, is at mid-on. You have some interesting statistics that you will tell us all about Tam van der Gooten in just a moment. As in comes Hogan, bowls, and again it's left. There's excessive ball to be left in this over.
10 balls, not for 14. That was the extent of Mr. Van der Houten's official workload in the last month as a victorious member of the Trent Rockets side that won the men's 100.
Who won it? Trent
Rockets.
Or Nottingham?
The skips, I think they were. The orange and yellow ones. Other crisps are available.
Didn't see it. Hogan in past the umpire now and bowls, and just got up a little bit, but although there was a boundary off that second ball of the over, 4 good balls to finish, and at the end of it, Worcestershire 31 for 1. So the good people of Worcestershire who are listening or watching, don't forget that there is a game on your ground today. The England under-19s playing against the visitors Sri Lanka. Nick has just given you the details, so if it turns out to be a nice afternoon.
Yep.
Apparently there will be some rain later. The weathermen couldn't tell us exactly when, but I looked last night and they said it'll be 2 o'clock, and then somebody else said, well, it'll be 6 o'clock. So who knows? Looking
to see if there's any other names we recognise from county cricket in that England under-19 side. As James Harris starts a new over, his 5th, bowling to Pollock, who defends back the bowler. So Horton of Glamorgan, Daniel Ibrahim, whom we've seen several times featuring for Sussex, a young all-rounder. Jamal Richards of Essex, seen in action. and Fatty Singh of Nottinghamshire, who played here last season in the One Day Cup. So there are players who are on the fringes of county teams. Sri Lanka is 7 without loss in the second over at Worcester. Harris bowls and Pollock leaves outside off stump. Elsewhere in the second division, leaders Nottinghamshire are batting first at home to Leicestershire. They've lost Hasib Hamid early on. They're 26 for 1 at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire really look as though they're going to
yes, they do, don't they?
Run away with the title. A battle between Middlesex, Glamorgan, who knows, possibly Worcestershire, possibly Derbyshire in the frame, as Harris bowls and Pollock leaves outside off stump. Derbyshire have lost a couple of early wickets at home to Durham. They are 30 for 2 in the 9th over, having been inserted with 1 apiece early on for Rushworth and Rain.
And Pollock, who we know is a free-scoring batsman, whether it's one-day cricket or four-day cricket, he likes to start playing his shots very early. He's reined himself in just a little.
Yeah, a couple of early whooshes outside off stump. Got him nowhere against Hogan. Harris bowls and Pollock defends. Surrey, the first division leaders, are not playing this week. Hampshire in second place are at home to Northants at Southampton, and Hampshire 20-1 having been inserted. And the Welsh news there is that our occasional commentary colleague Nyren Donald is keeping wicket because of various injuries and absences.
He's done a bit of that in the past, hasn't he?
Yes, he did a game, I think, against the Sri Lankan 11 earlier in the season.
Shot.
So that's driven through offside by Pollock to the short cover boundary for 4 runs. As Harris just giving too much width. He's got the wicket but hasn't been quite consistent enough, James Harris, in these early overs, but does have the breakthrough. 35 for 1. Last ball, the 10th over coming up.
Yeah, he rather floated that one up, didn't he? And just invited Pollock to drive.
3 slips still. I guess one of them might be withdrawn to plug the covers before too long. Not too bad a start for Worcestershire, who won the toss and somewhat uncertainly decided to bat first. Harris bowls, and that one was a Jaffa that Pollock flicked at and missed. Just moves his hand to suggest there was a bit of movement in there, and the replay suggests that it did move off the pitch. 35 for 1 of the end of 10.
Yes, and we are going to see the aforementioned Tim van der Gooten taking over from Michael Hogan. 5 overs for 16, not for 16. It'll be good to see Van der Gooten. We saw him briefly, didn't we, Nick, up at Derby in the Royal London game. Took 4 wickets there. And lo and behold, he was called in by some side to play in the 100.
The orange and yellow ones.
I don't know, Nick. I haven't seen them. As you say, he bowled how many?
10 balls in the month. But I was told that he did actually do quite a lot of red ball practice during the course of that period, so as not to be completely out of form, as Glamorgan had horrendous problems last year. If you remember, they lost the 3 games after the break.
Well, here he is then. Welcome home, welcome back to Van der Gooten, and he is bowling to Cornell, and Cornell is back on his stumps. Works it through the onside. This time there'll be a single there. As there are returns to Chris Cook. Yeah, we still got the 3 slips for the new bowler. As the lively Joe Root fields. I must tell you about the documentary I watched last night on Amazon. It was a wonderful program. If you get a chance, either of you, to watch it on Ben Stokes, it was excellent and very emotional at times. This the next ball, good length ball, which is pushed up to mid-on. Patel feels it is an hour and 40 minutes long. It is, well, you can say it is a feature film stroke and so impressive. And Sam Mendes, the noted and well-known film producer, he did the questions, and he's one of the best directors and producers in the world of films. I do, beg you to go and watch, if you can get that program. As in comes Van de Gooten and bowls, and this is tucked away again, and Root will feel it's short mid-wicket.
Yeah, sadly I don't have that particular streaming service. I'll have to.
You can get it.
Pop.
I've got no idea how to do it, but my grandsons did it for me. And
you can get it.
I
by
can't
paying,
work it, no problem.
By paying a reasonable amount of money, I guess.
Well, I'm better not say anything here because they might charge me.
And tell me afterwards.
Yeah. Van de Gooten from the tough end is in, bowls, and a stifled appeal for LBW, it must be said, as a ball jagged in and hit Pollock on the pad. So Van de Gooten starting with some useful bowling. It's a bit useful for swing bowling, the conditions. I drove up from West Wales this morning and it was glorious all the way into the outskirts of Cardiff, and we saw this cloud cover. So I suppose Glamorgan would say, yes, thanks for that. As I say, Van de Gooten bowls, and again it's a good length ball. Pollock has to just nudge it back down. Pollock 31 balls, as I say. So I'd like him for 13, and Cornell is not out. 11 from 14. And the wicket taker was Harris, but rather expensive, 19 runs off his 5 overs. And he comes, that's more like Pollock. He dragged from outside off stump and has hit it over mid-wicket for 6. It's not a big hit, it's no more than about 52 yards, but we thought we might see that coming. And I didn't really expect it against Van de Gooten, but he was banished for 6. First 6 of the innings. It's the first 6 of the match, and I suspect we might have a few more. That completes the over. So who's Glamorgan's fourth seamer? David Lloyd.
David Lloyd, I
suppose, and then it'll be Mr. Patel, possibly to bowl a longish spell. Whether he'll get any turn on this at the start of a 4-day match, who knows? And why not? Because Essex have been doing it for a season and a half, if not more. I always like to see the ball turning.
Yes, it'll be. I mean, looks a slightly used wicket, but it can't have been used that much.
Looks like a net wicket.
Yeah, it could be. Harris into Cornell, who leaves that one go through outside off stump, and no shot offered as it goes through fairly low. Chris Drew asked about an Aaron Donald playing wicketkeeper. As I say, he did it in a game against one of the touring sides for Hampshire earlier this season, and certainly has done it at age group levels, so it's not a new skill for him.
Lloyd keeping 3 slips there.
Yes, Harris needs to get it on the button, and that's defended on the offside by Cornell. Thinks about a single, not quite sure why he thought about it, because there was never there. Steve West says, great to return to proper cricket. No noisy music, Mexican waves, or queuing for the toilets. There we are. Oh yes, Paul Sussex has advice on watching subscription television. No, I can't go down that road, Paul, thank you very much.
No.
Don't think any of my family's got it. As that is driven on the leg side by Cornell, and they'll take a single as it's wide of Hogan at mid-on. 43 for 1 Worcestershire. A reasonably decent start considering the conditions, although I have to say that Worcestershire did win the toss.
Well, let's tell you too, I went down to watch my local football team play on Saturday. Swansea playing against QPR, and who was sitting, and I'll tell you.
Harris is into bowl, and that's defended. Back down the pitch by Pollock, no run. Presumably about 15,000 people were sitting there.
No, I haven't finished yet. On the halfway line, in a designated, very posh seat.
Oh, yeah.
M. Hogan.
All right.
I said, what on earth are you doing here? He said, watching the football. And he had a colleague, I don't know, a gentleman with him, but there he was on the halfway line. Thought, why didn't you go and watch? Oh, Cardiff were away, weren't they, last Saturday? There we are.
Here's Harris to Pollock. Short ball, and he ducks underneath. And through it goes to Cook, who flicks it to David Lloyd, who is, reminder, back as captain, having played 4 or 5 of the one-day cup games under Kieran Carlson, but David Lloyd sitting out the last 3. Excessive workload. 43 for 1. Harris to Pollock, who pulls, or well, it looked like it pulled, but it ended up squirting over point. It's just scooped back inside the point boundary.
Good bit of feeling
by Billy Root, and they're back for a couple of runs. Root just got his hand to it before the slide. I think that would have survived the inspection from a third umpire, which would no doubt followed in a one-day game. Worcestershire going reasonably nicely, 45 for 1 after 12 overs, having decided to bat first on this grey Cardiff morning. I said pulled because I thought he shaped as if to pull, but then
you never know with him, do you?
It ended up being flat batted over point. 45 for 1.
Worcestershire listeners and watchers wondering where Sir David Bradley is this morning. Well, he says sitting right behind us, and we'll be back with us when Nick takes his break. So fear not, as Van der Gooten bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, thuds into Chris Cook's gloves as he takes it in front of first slip, and Lloyd next to him is doing some vigorous exercises, suggests that he'll be bowling at this end. And well, just a little bit thin, because he does get wickets, David Lloyd, but you wouldn't call him a regular fourth seamer, would you? Especially when
he has been at various points in his career.
In comes Van der Gooten and bowls outside the off stump, and it's left by Cornell. He's on 12, 21 to Pollock, including that 1-6.
In terms of the hundreds, a nice story coming out of it on the weekend was the role of 17-year-old Sophia Smale, Welsh young spinner, who played right throughout for Oval Invincibles and did really well, having been a late call-up to the squad.
In comes Van der Gooten, bowls, and it's a nice-looking drive. They'll run away down to the long off boundary for 4. Very well timed, and doesn't it show what how good the drying qualities of this ground is now? Because we had some torrential rain back home last night. It really hammered it down for about 5 hours, and probably had the same rain up here overnight. Dave said when he arrived last night he was chucking it down, and then that ball then just pushed it, timed it nicely, and ran away for 4. It takes Worcestershire to 49 for 1. Van der Gooten bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty.
Ooh.
The corn all shaped outside the off stump, and it wasn't far off, or if it had hit the pad even.
I think the ball is doing quite a bit off the pitch at the moment, isn't it?
Helped with a bit of swing.
So yeah, there's a piece on the BBC Sport Wales website about Sophia Smale, because she was on BBC Radio Wales this morning, and you can read about what she said.
In comes Tim Van der Gooten, bowls, and that was very either excellent judgment or he misjudged. That was very, very close.
Was close to off stump. It was jagging back, and Chris Cook couldn't take it cleanly, and they went through for a bye. 50 for 1.
It was the old, the old shall I or shan't I? And in the end, he decided to leave very, very close.
50 up in the 13th, so decent going for the visitors.
Pollock, they had a buy off that. As Pollock waits, Van der Geeten bowls. Oh, that's a very good over. One blemish, and there's I think there's one ball to come. Yes. No, it is the over. The reason I said that, Billy Taylor, the umpire, just standing there. Now he decides he'd go for a little walk.
Yeah, slow off the mark. So that interview with Sophia Ismail is on the BBC Sport Wales website. After her appearance on BBC Radio Wales this morning, her grandfather, former committee member here, Malcolm Price, and her mother's on the board as well, Anna Ismail. Her brother plays for Gloucestershire Seconds at the moment, I believe.
Well, she lives in England, or?
No.
Well, how didn't she play for the Welsh Fire, I wonder?
She wasn't picked. She was a late injury. Someone dropped out of the Oval squad.
Oh, right. Oh.
And she was called in as a replacement, did well, you'll be able to read about it, did well in the warm-up match and played in all their games after that. Took 8 wickets across the 7 games, including some big international names. David Lloyd into the attack, and first is turned by Cornwall off bat and pad on the leg side, fielded by Byram, no run, including the star Indian opener Smriti Mandana in the final at Lords, so quite something for a 17-year-old cricketer to perform in front of. I think there are about 20,000 there for the women's match on Saturday afternoon.
So they tell you.
It looked pretty full.
Shubman Gill, talking about Indian cricketers, he's here today, and although he has an Indian name, Ashok Patel, he's playing for New Zealand.
As that's through outside off stump from Lloyd. No shot played by Cornwall. Yeah. So Ajaz Patel was born in Mumbai but emigrated with his family to New Zealand at the age of 8. Plays for Central Districts in New Zealand as Ajaz Patel, and is part of a very exclusive club. As David Lloyd bowls and Cornwall plays on the offside. The other 2 members being Jim Laker and Anil Kumble, meant to have taken all 10 wickets in a test innings, and his feat was against his native India in November last year. Having come fairly late to the international game. Here's Lloyd into Cornwall, and it's driven to mid-on. There's no run. We saw, I suppose, Zafar Goa take lots of wickets here in Gloucestershire against Glamorgan last year.
Yes.
So Glamorgan will be hoping for a similar effect. As Lloyd bowls through low outside off stump to Cook. No run.
Outfield here, although it's running perfectly, is green, not like some of the grounds we've seen over the hot spell during the last couple of weeks.
Those games at Leicester and Northampton in particular, really parched outfield. There's Lloyd bowls, pushed away on the offside by Cornwall. No run. Umpire Baldwin eventually ambles towards the stumps, gives David Lloyd his cap back, and a maiden to start with for the Glamorgan captain. 50 for 1 Worcestershire after 14 overs.
Yes.
Substitute fielder for Glamorgan, wearing shirt 23, is Teggett Phillips.
Might have heard that, Teggett Phillips, the young Welsh-speaking off-spinner on the field for Mr. Hogan, I would have thought. Is he lurking anywhere? No. But it's Van der Geeten comes in and bowls, and this is left by Pollock outside the off stump, and it goes through rather low down to the wicket keeper.
Chris Cook, I mean, there were a few that had plenty of pace and bounce and carry early on, weren't there? But there's a couple that have gone through on the second bounce to Chris Cook, so he might decide to risk standing a bit closer.
This is a good battle, this, because you could be very careful as you're leaving, as the next ball is left, but it is wide enough to leave. So he's plugging that off stump, Tim van der Gooten. Tay Bradley goes off to tell the good people of Worcestershire, Hereford, Worcester, and all parts east,
surrounding,
and west,
maybe even a few up in the northeast of Gwent, if the wind's in the right direction.
Yes, and he'll be back then in a couple of minutes. Tim van der Gooten then. He has got 3 slips and he's bowled pretty well here. He's coming in now and bowls, and this time he's just pushed away into the covers and getting into his groove now is van der Gooten.
Yeah, seeing Teggett Phillips on the field, he wasn't one of the 14 names in the squad, so I'll just check and see if the others are playing for the second 11. That may be the case.
Where are they today?
They're playing Sussex in Newport, so not far to go.
I suppose Andrew Salter will be the spinner there. Van der Gooten bowls. This time it's another good length ball as Pollock comes right forward, pushes it up to mid-on.
So Salter is playing, and so is Gorvin, but not on this occasion Tom Bevan.
He's still in college, Tom?
I'm
not sure. Might be
22 or 23.
Round the wicket comes van der Gooten and bowls, and this time it's Vade's gill at third slip, but he was nowhere near it really, but he did have a little dive as if he was pushing it round the post.
Yeah, I think he might have got a fingertip on it, just to slow it down a little bit.
Outstretched hands. They take a single as the score moves on to 52 for 1.
Actually, this is something that Dave might be able to tell us something about. A lad called, I believe, Zain Ul Hassan, who was on trial with Glamorgan seconds, did pretty well in their last match.
Van der Gooten bowls and brings the batsman forward. Go on, pushing it up to mid-off. There's no run.
He got 90 and 6 wickets in the last second 11 championship match, and he's claimed the first 2 wickets to fall in this one. So of the first team squad, Salter, Prem Sisodia, Andy Gorvin, Dan Douthwaite, Callum Taylor, who's captaining the side. A few youngsters, Callum Nichols, Harry Friend, Ben Kellaway. Henry Hurl is keeping wicket there. Will Moore, who I think is Academy seamer. As Lloyd is into bowl, and that's clubbed away emphatically through square leg by Pollock for 4 runs. That was very Ed Pollock, that shot, no doubt. Yeah. As to where the ball was going, whipped away very fast indeed, raced away to the ropes.
I remember whenever I watch it, Ed Pollock takes us back 5 years to Glamorgan's first game.
Don't.
In the finals of the T20 competition.
Don't.
Where he got a rapid 50. And
Lloyd bowls outside off stump. Pollock plays no shot on this occasion.
Well, Colin Ingram, do you remember, Nick, opened the bowling? Had a huge shout. The second ball of the innings, and umpire Alex Wharf gave it a not out, and there endeth the lesson.
Yes, Andrew Salter did a couple of 6s in the last over and then was caught on the boundary going for another one. Lloyd bowls and Pollock defends. So the second 11 game, Sussex 57 for 3 in Newport. Tom Haynes is playing in that one. Who is captaining Sussex seconds. Are you returned from your radio update, Dave? there we are. He has returned, so I'll vacate at the end of this over. Lloyd bowls. Pollock on 26 not out remains on that because he's defended that one out into the offside. Lloyd clocking in 74 miles an hour. A few Sussex names in that one. The young spinner Archie Lenham, Henry Crocombe, Sean Hunt, Carson, who impressed you here last year, Edward.
Oh, he's back playing. He's a nasty injury.
He's playing for Tuzo down the road in Newport.
6 overseas players this year, Sussex.
Lloyd is in to bowl. That's through low outside off stump. This is nasty keeping for Chris Cook, isn't it? Worcestershire seconds are 45 for 2 against Lancashire seconds, and that is at Kidderminster.
Deep mid-wicket has gone out, which is not surprising for Pollock, but will he be tempted and would he take the bait?
Just forward of the umpire. Lloyd bowls. Pollock plays into the offside. Fielded by a scampering Carlson, who's back in the covers, having passed the captaincy back to David Lloyd. 55 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. And Edward Bevan will be joined by Dave Bradley to continue commentary for the next half hour or so. Dave.
Thank you very much. I'm just about to trip Eddie up. It's all right. He'll love this. He's been watching Swansea, so he's used to seeing professional people being tripped up every now and then. Yes, Zain Ol-Hassan has. Now, Nick was on about playing for Glamorgan's seconds. Played for Worcestershire seconds. Plays for Herefordshire in the what they call the National Counties League these days.
It used to be the 3 counties, isn't it?
Minor counties it was, but it's National Counties League. He's done well. Here's Van der Houten continuing from the river and bowls him. Off stump goes clear out the ground. Taylor Cornell lifting his bat to leave it, as he thought, and just coming back in and hitting the top of his off stump. Spectacular dismissal, and Cornell, who'd begun to look relatively comfortable, a misjudgment from him, but a good delivery from Van der Houten, and he's gone. What did he get? 16.
Yeah, he's been flirting or leaving outside the off stump for a number of times. That must have jagged back. Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Out goes the off stump, and he did it in the last over. It was perilously close.
So Worcestershire's second wicket goes down with the total on 55. Jack Haynes, I would think, will bat at 4 for Worcestershire. It's funny, I was noticing when I was in the other room that we are so far over in terms of where the pitch is, and it's such a long distance from the pavilion down to the field that the Glamorgan 12th man has set himself up with a little camp on the boundary.
That often happens because
it's a long way out there.
Yeah, it's not far off the stipulated 2 minutes. Appeal for out, but of course they make.
They'll make a bit of leeway for it.
As you say, some leeway there because it's a heck of a long way. I can't think of anywhere else in the country.
No, it's a big square, isn't it? I suppose if they were playing on the one side at Leicester, it would be as big a ground. But of course, at Leicester, you come on from behind the bowler's arm, from the pavilion, not from the side on. So, from side on, it's a good old step across there.
Jack Haynes, most successful batsman this year for Worcester?
Jack Haynes is averaging 54. He has scored 714 runs. He went away and played in the 100. He got 3 centuries in proper cricket. Played in the 100. I think he might have played 2 games, but I'm not sure. I didn't keep all the stats from that. I think the 4 Worcestershire players between them played 7 games. And we were on about bowling 10 balls. I think Pat Brown bowled 5 in total. But there we are. 55 for 2 here. Very interesting first hour, I felt. And,
yeah, good cricket.
Yeah, Pollock restraining himself somewhat. He's whacked that one into the grandstand and got one away from square leg when the bowling was from the other end. But he's been relatively restrained this morning. Ball doing a bit.
Son of Gavin Haynes.
Yep.
Sure, our age, we brothers. We remember Gavin Haynes,
yeah.
all-rounder.
Yeah, was a good player. Yeah. More than useful. A lot of coaching these days. Does Mr. Haynes Senior. Here's Van der Houten in and bowls, and this is Haynes Junior lifting the bat and letting the ball go by outside the off stump. I did introduce him. We were at an event when Graham Hick did an evening with, and he was there, Gavin. I introduced him as Jack Haynes' dad.
Yeah. Didn't he have a car in the days of sponsored cars called Rent-A-Wreck?
Rent-A-Wreck, yeah.
Thought it was.
Yeah. Stuart Lampard had a Rent-A-Wreck car as well. Yeah, the Wilson brothers used to run Rent-A-Wreck. Back here at Cardiff, here's Van der Houten bowling to the right-handed Haynes. Once again, it's a shortish delivery, and he plays it on length as it goes through to the wicket-keeper. 3 slips, cover point. That position that's not mid-off and not extra cover, and then a mid-wicket-ish, and a fine leg down on the boundary. So pretty straightforward field here.
Yeah, they kept the 3 slips, which is a little surprising because it's not a huge amount of pace, but it's clever bowling at the moment by Van der Houten.
He's coming from the river end and bowls, and this time Haynes gets bat on it, and it's half stopped by the diving Shubman Gill at 3rd slip. So Haynes picks up the single to get off the mark. Worcestershire 56 for 2. Pollock 26 the men out. Libby LBW Harris for 12. Polperby LBW, I think we gave him out from here. And Cornell bowled Van der Houten for 16. Not a gap in the sky above it. It's very grey at the moment. Van der Houten in bowls, and
it did move. Yeah.
Did he play at it? Did he leave it?
I thought he left it.
I think he just going to replay it. So he may have just dropped. Not sure.
Give him the benefit of.
Not too sure about that. Yeah, it's very dark above. Our good friend Brian Holford once described it. The sky was as grey as a welder's flannel, which is a pretty decent description, I think. Coming in, sort of coming down the river, the wind, so the clouds coming that way as well. Or up the river, rather. Next ball is Pollock forward, pushes back down the pitch. Van der Houten himself does the fielding, and Worcestershire at the end of the over 56 for 2. I had a walk along the river this morning, around the back of the stadium.
Should be a fair amount of water in there now, as opposed to the last few weeks, and it was dry.
Yeah, it looked a bit murky, but there was plenty in there.
River Taff running at the back, or as we look out, at the back of this ground. Interesting and quite amusing to hear what happened at the toss this morning. Nick was out there, and he was relating the tale of when the coin went up, he shouted heads, and Paul Baldwin, the umpire, said heads it is. And an expletive which we cannot possibly use on this programme, family show, came out as if to say, well, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
From D'Oliveira, the captain.
Well, I think apparently neither captain wanted to win the toss.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Over to you, Claude. What are you going to do? Oh, we'll have a bat.
Yeah.
David Lloyd, then, to continue, is in and bowls, and don't quite know why there were the exclamations and the shouting then, because Haynes met it with the full face of the bat and played it back down the pitch.
I always think you need a good reason not to bat first.
What is the old saying? Have a think to win the toss, and if you think bat, field, and just go back to your original will bat.
Will bat.
Lloyd in at a little angle, bowls down the leg side, clipped away, and that will be 4 runs on that short boundary, just drifting down that leg side, and Haynes really making the most of it. Really was a half volley on way down the leg side.
Yeah,
easy fodder.
He'd have been very disappointed if he hadn't clubbed that one away. Some youngsters there helping with the fielding on the other side of the boundary. They're on a school project, are they?
Well, schools, as far as my two are concerned, don't start until tomorrow or Tuesday because of inset day. I think it's where the teachers go in and prepare if they haven't had enough time to prepare over 6 weeks for the new term. That's a better length ball from Lloyd, which is defended up to mid-on, and there's no run taken.
I know a very good friend of mine who's a school teacher and a cricket fan. You'd be amazed how many days he likes to take his class to cricket so that they can work out mathematics, geography, everything else goes into it.
Wonderful.
And he just sits there and watches the cricket.
Yeah.
He gets a bit racked off because he has to leave about 2:30.
Well, wasn't Frank in the old days?
No. He might have got away with it.
Lloyd bowls, and that's clipped away, but straight to Root, who fields at mid-wicket. The bane of Worcestershire, Billy Root, this year.
Oh, he has been, yeah.
Having got 99 not out to win a championship match where Glamorgan were chasing 330 odd, and then smashed that 130 the other day, a couple of weeks ago, as Glamorgan could well have lost that game despite Region 350. Reasons from which we will not go in at the moment, as in comes the next boy. Kenneth's leg stumper clipped away down towards fine leg. Harris will field and stops it from going for 4 as the score moves on to 62 for 2. A mammoth partnership with Sam Northeast, who not only break the Glamorgan 4-day record of getting 410 not out, or 400 whatever it was, and then decided that he'd break the record for the 1-day competition.
I think that's
scoring 177 as Lloyd bowls to Haynes, who again angles his bat this time, and Root will field just the single, 63 for 2.
Yeah, I think that championship game against Glamorgan, Worcestershire would feel, brilliant batting by Root to take them home. And Nisa came in and smashed a few, didn't he? Which really turned the tide. I think Worcestershire felt that was the one that got away, and maybe if they'd have batted better at the end of towards the end of their second innings and left another 50 runs for Glamorgan to chase, would have been a different story. But it was a great game of cricket.
132 behind Glamorgan, you should not lose from there. Worcester will be kicking themselves all. But Ingram got 100 as well, chasing. Yeah,
really good 4-day championship match. Van der Houten in bowls, dabbed down into the backward point area where the aforementioned Billy Root is the fielder. The light not great, but it's not bad.
And it's always because Nick doesn't clean the windows here.
You want a long ladder up here, wouldn't you?
I offered to put some scaffolding up for it. And it does by this time of the year get rather tainted.
Yeah. It's just a little dull, we'll call it. Van der Houten in bowls. Haynes lets this one go. So who's and ours? The ball does come back, but I got the impression it came back after it had passed the stumps. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, it did come back quite a bit. Went well over the top of off stump, left on length by Haynes. The bounce has been pretty good on this pitch. The sideways move, there's a fair bit of sideways movement, but the actual bounce has been pretty reliable, and that's what he relied on there too.
And it's a different tactic for bowler with the red ball, and for batsmen who are not swishing at every ball as in the other competition, the 100.
Next ball, and Haynes is going to get a run here down to third man. Not sure he got all the bat on that. He controlled it and he kept it down, but once again he's been doing a bit of diving around Shupman Gill at third slip. He just seems to get the end of his feet. He needs to be, if he's another foot taller, he'd have stopped a couple of those, but
yes, he flew in, I think it was on the weekend, as did Patel, who'd been here a few days before him. So they'll find it rather chilly.
Yeah.
After coming from India and New Zealand respectively, although it's springtime in New Zealand now.
Van der Houten to the left-handed Pollock, who just goes back and then comes forward as he plays the shot, turning it away on the onside, and there is no run. I always remember when Samaraware, the Sri Lankan, came to Worcester, played the whole season. A lovely man, Thilan Samaraware. And he told us that when he left Colombo it was 32, and when he got to Kidderminster for pre-season training it was 32. But one was Celsius and the other was Fahrenheit. A hell of a difference. I don't know if he'd ever seen snow before, but he certainly did then. Van der Houten to Pollock, and this time Pollock gets tucked up a little bit, but once again plays that shot when he's initially the weight's on the back foot, but then he comes forward and eases it away through the onside. Pollock has 26, Haynes has 9, 64 for 2 Worcestershire. And
I remember interviewing one of the overseas players years ago on the press day, and as he was answering my questions, he was shivering.
Yeah.
I said, "You all right?" I thought something worse. Very cold.
Very cold. Yeah. Coming round the wicket to change the angle into Pollock, and he's got inside edge onto the pad. The ball trickles away down into the gully area. Shubman Gill doesn't have to dive on this occasion, just picks the ball up.
Isn't he?
End of the over.
Yeah, good over from there, and I think he has been the best of the four bowlers. I nearly said trio. But the four bowlers who have bowled this morning, Hogan has been steady, hasn't given away many runs. James Harris sort of in between, a couple of boundaries off him, but he did get the first wicket, and now the Van der Houten has, although it was 6, on a normal boundary it probably would have been 4, but having said that, not since then. There was an off-driven 4 off him as well, but Van der Houten really has been on the button, as Glamorgan captain David Lloyd will continue. 2 slips. The slipper's disappeared. He's gone 2. Cover. So there's a mid-off that's wide, and it'll be David Lloyd to bowl to Joe Haynes. And he comes and bowls, and that's played defensively up towards mid-on. Started the season with a flurry of runs, if I remember correctly.
A bit of form, then he got an injury. Struggled a bit on comeback. But looks the part. Very well organised.
Yes, he is. Nice stance. Lloyd bowls, and again he's drifted down that leg side, and this time Lloyd for himself has put a Billy Root now, not by the umpire, but put him back on to the square leg boundary. But as I say that, for the other batsman, the left-handed Pollock, then he comes up to the ordinary cover position. 65 for 2, and the third man makes me growl, as Nick will tell you. Been taken away. As in comes the next ball, and that's short and missed there. I was looking towards the cover boundary, just kept a little bit low.
He took it low, didn't he?
Yeah.
Might have been a slower delivery. Yeah,
I'll be interested to see how the left arm spinner, Mr. Patel, will do. Lloyd in his 4th over. 3 overs and 3 balls, 0 for 12, just keeping it steady as he comes in and bowls, and that's driven up towards mid-off, intercepted there by Hogan, who's back on the field. Hogan, one more game here when Derbyshire come calling in a fortnight's time, and then he'll make his last appearance down at Sussex.
Oh, it's worse places to play last game.
Yes, and it'll be sad to see him leave. Lloyd turns in past the umpire, and now bowling, that's drifting down. He's drifted just a little bit down that leg side, and it's fielded and returned. Worcestershire, steady start, 66 for 2, having elected to bat first on this pitch, which looks all right. Might turn, who knows? If these people that go out and look at pitches, I've been doing this for many years, like you do.
What do you
I haven't
know?
got a clue, have you?
No.
Unless it's an absolute green top. You'll have a bowl. Lloyd bowls to Haynes, who drives elegantly past mid-off. There'll be runs here for him. It was beautifully timed. And I think it's going to beat the fielder. No, it isn't. It's dragged in. They'll get 3. Long run. Flicked inside by Carlson to the supporting fielder. And there's 3 runs in that, which takes Worcestershire at the end of that over to 69 for 2.
Yeah, I remember Trent Bridge one morning, first day of the game, went out into the middle. Groundsman was out there, head groundsman, and always a very nice, sociable chap. I said, "Oh, all right, mate, yeah. What's he going to do?" No idea. I said, "You prepare the pitch with their groundsman." He said, "Yeah." He said, "I could give you a bit of a clue." But he said, "I don't really know." And he said, "All these people come out with all their meters. Here's Van der Houten in and bowls, and that's driven nicely by
stylish, isn't he?
Yeah, but straight to mid-off, so he doesn't get a run." And he said, "No, they all come out here with their meters and stick the keys in the cracks and all that." He said, "To be honest, who knows?" And he said, "It could be a perfect bowling wicket, but if they don't bowl very well, it could be a perfect batting wicket, but if they don't bat very well." Everybody says, "Oh, 64 for 6 at lunch, it's going all over the place." No, it's not really. They just batted badly.
Yeah. I'll tell you a story about Trent Bridge in a moment.
Van der Houten in bowls, and this is turned away on the leg side. Not the full face of the bat, I didn't think that time, from Haynes, but the ever enthusiastic Carlson comes in from mid-wicket field. No runs, 69 for 2, Worcestershire.
Well, in my very early days in doing this job, we went up to Trent Bridge, and it was Rice and Hadley.
Oh.
And I walked out into the middle, and I think it was Malcolm Nash who was captain in Glamorgan, and said to the groundsman, "Can you tell me where the pitch is?" And it wasn't done in any sort of candour or anything like that.
No.
He said,
Van der Houten to Haynes. Lets this one go. Late decision from Haynes. Played again on length. Goes through to Cook, no run.
And he said, "It's that one there. Have you cut it?" "Yes, we have cut it, as you have to." And your 64 for 6 was spot on, because they lost the toss to Glamorgan, and predictably those two created the havoc, as they did for many years at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, I remember going there as a spectator, and you didn't know where they were playing until they put the stumps in. You were never quite sure. Haynes back here at Cardiff is fighting, and Van der Houten, and Haynes is forward defensively. Good tight bowling from Van der Houten. What's he got? This is his 6th over. He's taken 1 for 14.
Yeah, very steady, isn't he?
He's not given much away, it has to be said.
They also had a very good third seamer, Kevin Cooper. Remember him?
Yes, yeah.
And he got a stack of wickets.
Yeah.
And there's dear old Franklin Stevenson.
Yeah.
He of the slow ball variety.
Yeah. Last man to get 100 wickets. No, last man to do the double, wasn't he? Franklin Stevenson, I believe. Never be done again. Van der Houten in bowls. Haynes lets the ball go by outside the off stump. Yeah, Kevin Cooper played for Herefordshire after he retired from first-class cricket. He and Neil Radford opened the bowling for Herefordshire. It was a useful opening attack in that form of cricket.
Played against Neil Radford when he played for Swansea.
Oh, yeah?
In the leagues.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's still around the area, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I got a message from him the other day. He's running a golf day somewhere. I messaged him back. I said, "I haven't played golf for about 5 years, mate." And I didn't play very well then. 69 for 2, Worcestershire. Van der Houten in bowls, big appeal, and he's gone. Billy Taylor's left hand raises slowly into the sky, and Haynes has gone. Worcestershire lose their 3rd wicket. He's gone. LBW to Van der Houten, his 2nd wicket of the day, and Haynes goes for 13. Worcestershire 69 for 3.
Here's your replay coming, brothers.
He's comes back a long way.
Middle stump, I think.
Yeah.
He had a look afterwards, didn't he, to see where he was, and he was right in front of Van der Houten. Is as you said, come back and bowled extremely well. So that's Glamorgan's first bonus point, bowling bonus points, and 2 wickets out of 3 there. And you would say at the moment it's Glamorgan's morning, although it's very, very early days.
Well, yeah, one more before lunch. You get 4 before lunch, that's your morning, I always reckon.
Yes.
Well, unless the opposition have scored 150, but yeah.
Billy Taylor had a look, but in the end, I think we'll all agree with him.
Yeah, the only thing that would have saved him would have been maybe height, but difficult to tell from our angle where it hits him on the pad. But
the incoming batter for Worcestershire is Gareth Roderick.
Well, Gareth Roderick coming steady 5, so means that Brett D'Oliveira will be at 6. Right, I'm going to go off and do something else. My very good friend Mr. Nick Webb is going to, with dexterity that defies his age, make his way into my seat.
He's pup.
He tried to play for the over 60s the other day.
He's the Welsh international.
They told him he was too old.
Did you know that?
At what? Tiddlywinks?
No, cricket.
Oh. Is he?
Yes.
Oh, go on, tell me.
No, I've just told you. Oh no, he'll tell you later. Yeah, welcome back, Nick.
Thank you. Yeah, 69 for 3, just about advantage Glamorgan, but all the Worcester men so far have got in to some extent and then got out. So it's obviously...
Well, he's bowled beautifully, isn't he, really, Van der Gooten? And the ball is doing a bit, as brothers were saying, off the pitch, because 2 have been trapped and... well, 1 was leaving as David Lloyd starts a new over and bowls, and Pollock, who uncharacteristically has taken how many bowls for his 27? Well, put it this way, I'll tell you in a moment, but
56.
56, yeah. That it shows how well Glamorgan bowled, because he's been restricted to that equation, which is very unlike Pollock. He waits now as Lloyd comes in, bowls to him, and he's cut it away for 4. And
stung into action, Edwards.
Yeah, commentators curse. But he has been very watchful, because apart from perhaps Lloyd and the other 3 have all taken a wicket except for Hogan, as I'm trying to trip myself up and nothing but...
I thought you were trying to strangle me, Edward. That'd be a murder mystery. Death by strangulation.
At the end of the cricket season. Lloyd. Oh, and he's walked across there, stifled appeal. It's an odd-looking shot, ugly shot. He tried to half drag it away. As we watch the playback here. Yeah, he got it in front of it. You're just going down, but
it's interesting, isn't it, having a batsman of the style of Pollock playing in the Championship, because he plays it at times like a limited overs innings.
Yes, he does. Lloyd bowls, and that's exactly the same shot, but this time he does get a bat on him, and Patel has a run. And that was Patel, because we knew, because he hasn't got a number in his back, and he's threw it in left-handed.
He's also heavily bearded.
I wouldn't know about that.
You should read my previews, Edward. You'd see the picture of him.
Nick, I did not have time this morning, I'm sorry, to read your preview. And I was conscious of the fact that it was a 10:30, which I haven't always been over the years. I have turned up here at... where have you been? It's 10 minutes to go. Glamorgan mother toss their batting. Lloyd bowls. Roderick rather stretches for that as he pushes his way into the gully region. So 3 good scalps for Glamorgan, because Roderick, who is in now, will have a job which I think he thrives on. He likes to stay there, dig his side out of trouble. Not that they're in trouble at the moment, but a 4th wicket certainly would. As Lloyd turns at the end of his run and comes in to bowl to Roderick, and Roderick, not in full control, just dabs it up towards mid-on. 22nd over of the morning, and that is the end of it. Pollock's on 32, Roderick yet to score, 74 for 3. And the wickets to fall, Libby, LBW ball Harris for 12, walked right in front of his stumps, trying to whip it away to leg stump, to the leg side. Cornell, we'd misjudged Van der Gooten a couple of times, was eventually leaving yet another ball, but this time it nipped back and uprooted his off stump. He was out for 16, and a few minutes ago Joe Haynes, LBW to the impressive Van der Gooten for 13, and it will be Van der Gooten to continue.
Into his 7th over of this spell. And he comes to bowl to Pollock, who mistimes a drive slightly, hits it back to the bowler, looking to smash it through mid-off. So Van der Hoogten, 2 for 14 so far. 3 slips still for Van der Hoogten. As in he comes and bowls outside off stump. Pollock has nothing to do with that one. Matthew Cleave says, Sophia Smale, a wonderful local story due in no small part to Newport Cricket Club. She's probably back in action for Western Storm on Friday before going back to school on Monday. Otherwise she'll be in school at the end of the week. So good luck to her, and what could be a productive professional career, maybe. 74 for 3. Van der Hoogten into bowl, beats the outside edge of Pollock's defensive lunge as it goes through to Cook. Well, well, can Glamorgan get a 4th and maybe edge the morning session? It really is jagging a bit off the pitch at the moment.
It has, yeah.
Anyway, Edward will go and take his break and hopefully not eat all the luncheon. Edward will be back with us after lunch, and Dave Bradley is coming in alongside me as Van der Hoogten bowls. And that's played on the offside by Pollock, and there's no run.
Gone for a long lie down in a dark room.
Well, we should be fully charged after
no cricket.
10-day commentary break, or 12 days, or however long it was since last we were together at New Road.
That just seems like last year.
Van der Hoogten bouncing in round the wicket, bowls. Pollock smashes it away on the leg side. There's a sprawling attempt to stop it on the boundary by Hogan, but it's spun over the ropes for 4 as Hogan plunged full length, got something of it, but not enough to knock it back in field. And Pollock's aggressive shots, as aggressive as anything you'll see in the course of the championship, but certainly on the first morning of a game.
There's no doubt what he's attempting to do. Doesn't always work, but
he's moved to 36 off 64 balls, so he has defended a bit, mixed it up. And the Hoogten bowls. Pollock does defend that one back down the wicket. 78 for 3, and Van der Hoogten conceding the boundary in that over. That's the only scoring shot. 78 for 3 after 23. So how many are we going to get before lunch? Probably, well, the over 8's level at the moment. I suppose the umpires might be giving allowances during the course of proceedings for long walks out to the middle. And here is the first over in Glamorgan colours for Ajaz Patel, wearing number 24 on the back of his shirt. New Zealand international, 12 tests, 43 wickets at test level. He's also played international T20s. 33 years old, born in Mumbai but domiciled in New Zealand since the age of 8.
And, of course,
a 10-fer.
One of only 3 bowlers to take 10 wickets in a test innings. In Mumbai, I believe, where he was born. Is that right?
I didn't mark down the exact location. It was against India, in India. So yes, quite a moment for him. But can he do the business in Cardiff on a grey September morning?
Yeah, it's not Mumbai, that's for sure.
It's not even Taunton or Chelmsford.
It might be the Mumbles, more like the Mumbles than Mumbai.
Very good.
And he's going to be bowling to Gareth Roderick, who has yet to get off the mark in this innings. Left arm round and flourish of the arms. It's almost as if he's pulling his sleeve down when he bowls. And, Roderick comes forward, plays the ball back down the pitch, and he's ready to go again. Patel, and this time Roderick well forward, really leans into that one, plays it out on the onside. Just having a look at this, Gareth Roderick. Patel to Pollock might be an interesting little battle. Roderick waits again, and this time, well, it's deja vu all over again, Rodney, as he plays it back down the pitch, and Patel this time does his own fielding. One slip and a short leg under the helmet are the close catchers. Patel's next ball, and Roderick just turns this one away past the short leg and picks up a single. I think he got out. Eddie Byram actually got a hand on that. It would only have been a single if he hadn't, because there was a deep square leg posted out. Byram immediately changes over to t'other side, so short leg and slip again for the left-handed Pollock. Now right out on the deep square leg boundary for Ed Pollock. Patel ready to go, and this time it's a bit short, and it's neatly cut off the back foot by Pollock down to in front of square, no, just behind square on the leg side. Billy Root down there on the boundary. One more to the total, 80 for 3. Pollock goes to 37. Roderick has 1. Patel's next ball, once again leaning solidly forward. Neat enough from the spinner. 2 runs coming from his over. And at the end of Worcestershire, 80 for 3. The men out today: Libby, LBW to Harris for 12, Cornell bowled Van der Houten for 16, and Haynes LBW to Van der Houten for 13. Wickets falling on 16, 55 and 69. And, looks as if Mr. Hogan is back on. Indeed he is.
So the latest Met Office forecast for Cardiff is telling us there's a 60% chance of precipitation at 1300 hours.
That'll be near enough 1 o'clock.
And 30% chance of a shower at 1700 hours.
Okay.
Then it'll be checking it down for a while later on, but we needn't worry too much about that one, unless Mr. Bradley is out on the Raz in Cardiff City Centre.
Highly unlikely.
In which case, take your brolly.
No. I actually walked through the town last night. It was really busy. All the bars were full. Somebody tells me that the students are back.
Oh, right.
So
really?
Well, that's what I was told.
September.
Well, I mean, I'm only acting on information received.
Michael Hogan is back, but not quite yet, because he did half his run up and then put the brakes on. He's got a grin on his face. I think he's looking to make the most of this last month in professional cricket.
Sure he is.
Then he comes to bowl to Pollock, who's forward, nicking a cheeky single on the offside as he just stunned the ball towards cover. And since that was into a gap, he was able to gallop through for the single. 81 for 3.
I think Gareth Roderick was rather taken aback as well. You seem to be back on his heels a little bit as he was called to for the single.
As Hogan turns, Roderick isn't quite ready this time. Hogan wants to get at him. Roderick's taking his time to settle. 3 slips settled behind him as Hogan bowls and Roderick stretches forward. Experienced former Gloucestershire player. 173 runs in the championship for just the 4 times out, so averaging 43 this season. Has he taken the gloves at all this year?
He did for a couple of games when Ben Cox was away.
Hogan bowls and Roderick allows it to go through outside off stump.
I couldn't tell you how
Oh
many.
yes,
yes, because
he might have done it
Ben
against
Cox
Glamorgan,
was
actually.
away with what he said, what he came out to say, quite bravely, was he had mental problems. So Roderick took the gloves on quite a few occasions.
Yeah, including the match between these two sides. I ought to have remembered that one.
Yeah. And kept very well.
81 for 3. It's the bat that Gareth Roderick is looking to employ at the moment as he pushes forward slightly uncertainly, but plays the ball firmly enough on the onside. I think, looking at the Met Office predictions, if they are correct, we will have rather less cricket tomorrow than today.
I think, looking at the Met Office predictions, we'll be looking to see any cricket tomorrow. But as I say, it's only a forecast, isn't it? It could well be wrong.
And it does dry fairly quickly here.
It dries remarkably quickly. Most county grounds now are very good.
Hogan bounces in, bowls. Roderick back on his stumps, defends to point, no run. Hogan in his second spell. Just a single off the first 5 balls thereof. Just a reminder that we are coming up to a 12:30 lunch break, and play will resume at 1:40. 1:10 rather, 1:10 instead of 1:40 if it's not raining at the time. But we've been playing under cloudy skies all morning, so Worcestershire's 81 for 3 is respectable, not too bad, as Roderick drives back to Hogan, and there's no run. And the over, 81 for 3, 25 overs gone, so well, with Patel bowling I suppose we might squeeze in 30 before the lunch interval. News of the second 11s. Worcestershire second 11, 85 for 3 at Kidderminster, as my page buffers away and refuses to give me any details. Here we go. Cox and Cullen are currently the men at the wicket. Ed Valath for 16, Dell for 20 and Curtis for 36, the men out.
Yeah, Ollie Cox that would be.
Yeah.
And young Cullen, who had a taste of first team cricket in the Royal London. Here's Patel bowling from the Cathedral Road end, driven sweetly but straight to the fielder by Pollock. Patel looks as if he is better to make a field change, but then doesn't. Instead he comes in, he walks in, you can't call that a run, and whipped away on the onside, no run. If anybody remembers Bomber Wells, Gloucestershire and Notts, Patel goes a little further than him, but Bomber Wells used to just sort of stand there and take one stride and bowl. He goes 1, 2, 3, 4, very short steps, and then he bowls. Pushed away on the offside. It is said that Bomber Wells bowled an over at Gloucester on the Wagon Works ground while the cathedral clock struck 12. I'm not quite sure of the validity of that, but it's a good story. In again comes Patel, and this time leaning well forward. They've determined to get forward. The only ball he's dropped short was the one that Pollock took a single of in the last over. But he's ready to go again. And this time, he's whacked that one, a slog, a sweep out over deep mid-wicket. He's going to get away with it. Didn't really get hold of it. And it's Skill who comes in from longish on. I say longish on, he's about a third of the way back, halfway back. But Ed Pollock's eye is lit up there, and he was a bit fortunate to get away with that one. Didn't really get hold of it. But he's gone on to 39, Roderick 182 for 3, Worcestershire. Patel this time to Roderick, who's flicked the ball away through the onside. Should only be one. It is only one. Sam Northeast, the fielder. 83 for 3, Worcestershire. Pollock 39, Roderick 2. And we have officially 13 minutes until the luncheon interval.
Second 11 game at Newport. Sussex progressing on to 91 for 3 against Glamorgan seconds. 2 wickets for Ul Hassan, and whom we were discussing earlier. and one for Douthwaite. Interesting time of year to look at second 11s and see who's playing, who's not, and who's on trial from other counties. A few people floating around, and Hogan is in to bowl. Roderick drives nicely, but straight at mid-off. Would have got 4 runs with a metre to either side, but it's fielded by Patel.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on those lads as well, trialling and some playing for contracts next season. It's tough times.
At New Road, I'll give you after this delivery. Hogan in to bowl to Roderick, who forces off the back foot this time, but straight to Patel once more. Sri Lanka 82 for 3. This is the under-19 international at New Road. Sri Lanka 82 for 3 in the 18th over, and all 3 wickets have fallen to Fatty Singh of Notts.
Oh, right. I was rung up last week as Hogan comes in and bowls. This is pushed away. Hogan flicks the ball with his right foot to his adjacent fielder.
You were rung up last week, so Mr. Bradley, it's about time you paid that money, you know, or we'll send the boys round.
I just get letters. To say, was I available for the game at New Road to do some work there? And I thought, the Sri Lankan under-19 cricket team, I'm not sure I could pronounce any of their names. So I decided, no. I'd been booked to come here.
Hogan in bowls, and that's nudged down towards slip by Roderick, and there's no run, stopped by Shubman Gill.
Yes, there were some very long names, those Sri Lankan boys.
Well, one of their openers is interesting. A lot of wow, a lot of letters in that name.
Yeah, I remember Chaminda Vas, who played at New Road for a while. I think in his full name, he had 59 letters in it or something daft.
Hogan bowls and flicked away off his legs by Roderick. He'll get 4 runs, in fact, down to backward square. Use the pace of the ball there. Hogan straying slightly towards leg stick, and well, maybe actually do Hogan a disservice there, because it looked reasonably accurate on the replay, but Roderick flicking it away for his first boundary. 87 for 3 Worcestershire on this evenly fought morning. At least you didn't have to pronounce Mr. Lianarachichi. Who appears to have the letter CH twice in succession. Down leg sides from Hogan. Fine one-handed take by Chris Cook earns the applause of the Sophia Gardens crowd. 87 for 3, 27 overs gone. Pollock has 39, Roderick has 6.
Yes, it's like French rugby teams. I've read theirs out a few times, and I'm sure they would not have recognised their own names.
Yes, I remember one of our commentary group in Italy was actually asked to come on the PA and read out, I think it was the Cardiff side, because the Italian announcer was not happy with it. And indeed our broadcast engineer by the name of Dave Godin a few years back ended up at a football international somewhere in Eastern Europe, ended up doing the English language announcements. And did them very politely. Said something like, "May the better team win."
Best to get a local to do it. Here is Patel, and the first ball of his third over, played very cautiously forward, pushing away on the offside.
We haven't had a Patel bowling spin for Glamorgan since Summit on loan a few years back.
Oh, right, that's right. Yes, he did, didn't he? Yeah. Here's the next ball, which is driven very solidly, but straight to Hogan at mid-off. That's right. He played at Worcester, didn't he, for Glamorgan?
I think he popped up to commentary for a few minutes as well.
Here's Patel creeping in. He doesn't run in, he creeps in. outside the off stump, through to the wicket keeper. 87 for 3, Worcestershire.
Apparently started his career bowling seam.
I read that, yeah. He's in again. He's bowling some very accurate left arm spin at this stage. Push back down the pitch to the bowler.
Is that beard weighing him down?
And a last ball of the over, and this is driven once again straight to Hogan at mid-off. I've miscounted. There's one ball left in this over.
Won't take long.
It won't. Lots of pointing from the bowler. What does he want here? Oh, lots of pointing. I don't think anybody moved, but there was lots of pointing. Jogs in again, and this time played away down to mid-on. Picks up a single. Comfortable single in the end. Pollock has 40. It's taken him 78 balls to get there. Roderick has 6. Worcestershire are 88 for 3. We have 7 minutes to lunch, so probably a couple of overs.
Colin Ingram is getting a day off in the Caribbean Premier League because the match between his team Guyana Amazon Warriors away to St Kitts and Nevis Patriots has been abandoned.
Oh, right.
Without a ball bowled, so Colin Ingram will have his feet up.
Great names. Travelling the world playing white ball cricket.
Well, he's playing a lot of red ball this year, Colin Ingram.
Yeah.
Hogan bowls and beats the outside edge of Pollock's bat through to Cook. It's been something of a surprise, really, that he's played so much and has taken up as if he didn't have a 4-year gap where he played virtually no red ball cricket. So it'll be interesting to see his contractual situation for next season. He was hoping, he said when he left us after the second game at Neath, to have something fixed in the next couple of weeks, as that one is driven by Pollock back to the bowler. Might be something that will be raised at tomorrow's members forum.
Members forums. Ooh.
Should any member can decide to ask about that, whether Glamorgan, I suppose, can afford to have 3 overseas players on their books and one not playing at any given time. Nice is already contracted for next year. Hogan bowls and Pollock gets in a very odd stance but plays it perfectly competently to mid-on. Interesting watching Ed Pollock bat. I've not seen him bat as patiently as this. We saw very little of him in the first match between these two counties because he got a first baller.
He did.
First ball of the matcher and was out for 5 in the second innings, but he's doing well here as Hogan bowls to him and he blocks it to mid-on. Again, there is no run. Just looking to see how many overs we'll get in before lunch. 2 balls of this over and 4 minutes on the clock, so Patel might whip through it quickly and we might get up to 31 overs if we are lucky. Hogan in bowls and Pollock again blocks to mid-on. It's Matthew Maynard back in charge, having been on Welsh fire duty during the 100. Somewhat chastening experience for Welsh fire, it must be said, with 1 win between the 2 teams, going to the female half of the equation. 88 for 3 here are Worcestershire as Hogan bowls and Pollock plays it into the offside, thinks about a single, but then Carlson scampers round from point and dissuades him. End of the over.
I shall have to pop off and do another. Oh, do you know, just noticed there's quite a cluster of spectators at the far end, majority of whom are wearing shorts.
Well, I'm somewhat surprised. I'm in long trousers today.
They're the Members of the Cardiff Optimists Society, I think. Right, I've got to nip off and do something else, Nick. So.
Thank you, Dave. He'll be back after luncheon. Other scores in the County Championship Division 2. Leaders Nottinghamshire are 77 for 2 in the 28th over against Leicestershire. 2 wickets for the veteran Chris Wright. And the youngster Matt Montgomery is on 30 not out. It would take a sensational collapse for Nottinghamshire over the last month to not win the second division, I think. Derbyshire in 4th place at the start. They're 81 for 4 at home to Durham. 2 apiece to Rain and Rushworth. Ajaz Patel to bowl his 4th over, 0 for 5 so far. Steered on the leg side by Roderick. They think about a single but decide otherwise. 20 overs gone at Worcester. Sri Lanka under-19s are 103 for 3 against England. Patel bowls. Roderick is forward. Patel had a brief spell in county cricket a couple of years back with Yorkshire, with 2 games played and didn't take the field in one of them because of bad weather, and got a bit stuck in the other. 88 for 3. Patel floats it up. Roderick plays it away gently on the leg side. No run. 12:29. I think we're going to have to settle for the 30 overs. Next delivery. From Patel is taking a while. Here it comes. Roderick defends. Glamorgan with a slip and a short leg posted for Patel. Bowls the 5th ball of this over. Back on his stumps goes Roderick. There's a bit of a howl from the middle, but sound as though there might have been a bit of bat involved. In any case, it was sliding down leg side. The clock on the digital scoreboard hitting 12:30. This will be the last ball of the morning's play, being bowled by Ajaz Patel to Gareth Roderick on 6 not out. Ed Pollock watches on 40 not out, and Roderick is back on his stumps, defending with an ooh and an ah from the infield. Worcestershire take lunch on 88 for 3. Pollock 40 not out. Roderick has 6. The men out. Jake Libby on 12 for 12. Taylor Cornell for 16 and Jack Haynes for 13. 1 wicket to James Harris, 2 then to Tim van der Hoogten. Worcestershire at lunch are 88 for 3, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Commentary resumes on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Worcestershire County websites with the video stream at 1:10, weather permitting.
Pollock goes to 45 and Worcestershire go to 93 for 3. And Pollock's 45 off 87 balls. The ball's gone beyond the cover, so it has to be rescued. Had a tweet at lunchtime from a guy who he says, "My name's Derek," and then he says, "It's not really my name, and I can't tell you where I am."
Good heavens.
Okay, so he said, "But I'm thoroughly enjoying listening to the cricket." So, Derek or whoever you are, wherever you are, I've got an idea. I think I might know where he is, but he obviously doesn't want to reveal it.
Is he working, do you think?
I think he's working in a foreign land.
Okay.
Here's Harris comes in again and bowls, and this is played a little flat-footed by Pollock out on the offside, but he picks up a single. Looks as if he was going to come forward, and he went back and just eased the ball away on the offside. Pollock has 46, Roderick has 6, and Worcestershire are 94 for 3.
That's all very mysterious.
It is. I've got an idea. I know who it is and where he is, but I'm not going to give his secret away.
Yeah. Don't want to get our listeners the sack, even if they are working from bed or whatever.
Here's Harris's next ball, this time to Roderick, who steps across as the bowler is into his stride and flicks that one away nicely. I surmise he may have flicked that one off the middle stump. Let's have a look at the replay of that. Here he goes, steps across. No, it was more leg side, so it was one that should have been plonked down there, not one that was whipped off middle stump. So 98 for 3 Worcestershire. Roderick has 10 and Pollock has 46. Harris in his 7th over, 1 for 31 so far. In again to Roderick, who this time flicks the ball a little more in front of square. A little straighter, I suppose, was the word that I was struggling for. And it goes straight to Billy Root, who is at that position that you could call square leg, but he ain't quite. He's if you got a protractor used to get to work out the angles. He wouldn't be at an angle of 45 degrees, maybe 42.
Wouldn't that be 90 square leg?
Well, probably, mate. I never knew what it did anyway. Here's the next one, which is pushed back up the pitch. The bowler on his follow-through does the fielding. Oh, I will bow to your greater mathematical knowledge. I never knew what a protractor did anyway. I had one, but I never knew what it did.
Well, we talk about 45 being fine leg, don't we? Sort of equidistant between straight and square.
I will give you that.
So if that's 45, then
so
square 90, leg is, or point is 90.
You're quite right. He is 90. Well, 87, I reckon. We'll split the difference. Anyway, welcome to Mathematics Today on BBC Radio Wales and on Radio 4. You learn something new every day.
98 for 3 Worcestershire. In the afternoon session after the early times, which apply throughout September, and Pollock defends Van der Hoogten on the offside. And there's no run. If you want to tweet us, Nick Webb 2017, Bradders at BBC. That's at AT rather than a second at symbol in the middle. Bevan Cricket.
Yeah, if you're not Derek and you're not working in foreign climes and you're not listening to us, send us a tweet.
Van der Hoogten bouncing in to bowl to Pollock, who is again on the defensive, on the back foot, pushing to the hirsute Ajaz Patel at mid-on, and there's no run.
We keep talking about rain maybe on the way, but it's not cold today, is it? It's good. All these people sat in their shorts at the far end, and there's people sat there in front of us in shirt sleeves.
Somewhat surprising, but that's the way it is. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Pollock drops and runs on the offside, and he's placed that very nicely indeed to pinch a single, as Kieran Carlson could do nothing about it. Well, it looks as though we might have missed the lunchtime shower. As the Met Office chance of precipitation is now down to 10% for the next few hours 30% then at 5, which is more likely to stay dry than not. So who knows? We might battle through to the end before it hammers down sometime tonight.
Good. It's good cricket, this.
Van der Horten to Roderick. Leaves outside off stump through to Cook. Well, given the forecast for the next couple of days, I suspect the more time on the field in which the teams can battle for bonus points today, the better, because this match may be sawn off, which probably will annoy Worcestershire more than Glamorgan.
Well, yeah.
It'll annoy both sides to some extent.
Yeah, so I think they would have to win 3 of the last 4.
Van der Horten to Roderick. Leaves through to Cook again. Glamorgan starting today 5 points behind Middlesex, who do not play in this round of matches. So if Glamorgan were to get the draw points, the 8 points out of it, plus a few bonus points, they'd establish a little gap on Middlesex, with the 2 teams due to meet next week.
Be a good game, that. A 6-pointer, as they say in the world of association football.
As Van der Horten bowls and Roderick drives, and it's well stopped by Patel, diving to his right at mid-off, and no run. Well, if football has a 6-pointer for a game in which allocates 3 points to the victors,
I know where you're going with this.
Is this a 48-pointer between Glamorgan and Middlesex next week?
And if it was rugby, is it an 8-pointer, or if you get a bonus point, is it a 9-pointer? Yeah, it's all too complicated.
At New Road, Sri Lanka, under-19s are 152 for 5 in the 33rd over against England under-19s. Fatty Singh 3 for 27. Top scorer, Mr. Daniel, Chevon Daniel, a Sri Lankan name I can say.
Good lad. Harris is the bowler, and inside edge onto the pad, methinks, on this occasion. Let's see what umpire Baldwin thinks. He thinks there was some bat involved. So the run goes against the name of Ed Pollock.
Umpire Baldwin, our local Welsh-based umpire. Well, localish, down on the West Wales coast he lives these days.
Oh, well, he's not driving up every day.
100 up.
He's in the same hotel as me.
Oh, there we are. Well, it's I think he's on the Ceredigion coast somewhere.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Is the next ball from Harris, flicked away for 4. Straight onto the leg stump there. And Roderick very quickly onto that one. A nice leg stump half volley. Boom, away it goes. And meat and drink for Roderick there. He goes to 14. Worcestershire 104 for 3. But he's not Welsh, is he, Paul Baldwin?
No.
Only by adoption.
Absolutely. Like Alex Wharf.
Yeah. Actually, I don't think Glamorgan have got a bald-headed pace. They haven't got a bald-headed pace bowler in this game, Glamorgan. Here's the next ball, which is dabbed away, square on the leg side. It won't be a run, because for years they've had at least 2. And then Mr. Whale, or Wheel, whichever you wish to call him, is a bald-headed Glamorgan pace bowler. They haven't got one in this game.
And Jamie McElroy hasn't got an awful lot on top. It's more on the chin.
Bad selection, this. It should be brought up at the members' forum tomorrow. Why haven't we got a bald-headed pace bowler in the side? Here's Harris with a full head of hair, racing in, and this time Roderick is flicking this one away again, but this time a little finer, down to fine leg. Patel just waits for the ball to come to him. No great hurry. It's only going to be a single. Not a great throw back to Chris Cook, who doesn't take it cleanly. 105 for 3. Roderick on 15. Ed Pollock on 48.
Nottinghamshire against Leicestershire. That's the leaders. Are 92 for 3 at Trent Bridge.
Harris. Cathedral Road End. Bowls, and there's a big shout for this one. That must have been pretty close, I would have thought. I think Ed Pollock was Well, he was trying to get to his 100 by whipping that ball away through the leg side, that favourite whip shot of his. But it was a very confident shout. We've got a replay, and it probably just pitches outside, I would have thought.
Yeah, looks as though it would have hit leg. But if it pitches outside leg, you can't give it.
Yeah. What was the one I was watching the other week when it was reviewed? Oh, the South Africa-England test. And nobody in the whole ground could believe that the ball had pitched outside the leg stump. Here's the next ball. Harris bowls, pushed away on the offside. Might get a single because there's a slight misfield on this occasion. And they will go through for the single. 49 to Pollock, 15 to Roderick. It looked absolutely plumb, reviewed, and everybody just stood there, mouths open, when it was proved that the ball pitched outside the leg stump, because it didn't look as it did for a minute, but there we are. That's the end of the over. Harris has bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. Van der Houten 2 for 20 off 9. Those are the only 2 bowlers since lunch. Pollock has 49, Roderick has 15. I better go and do something important. not that this isn't important.
Quite. 106 for 3, and the something important is not rounding up the spare sausages that were left over. Van der Houten to bowl to Pollock on 49, and defends that to mid-off to remain on 49. Other match in Division 2, Derbyshire against Durham. Derbyshire also potentially in contention in 4th place. They're 99 for 4 against Durham, with well-known Welsh fireman Laius deployed, 31 not out. Two slips, familiar sight of Lloyd and North East crouched as Van der Houten bowls, and Pollock plays a peculiar square cut. It's fielded by Carlson at point, and there's no run. Kieran Carlson of the ever-changing hairstyles appears to be pretty cropped at the sides from what we can see underneath his county cap. So coming into this game, the table looked as follows. Van der Houten bowls to Pollock, and that one jags back and beats him, is well taken by Cook going down leg side. Excellent delivery from Van der Houten, and it passed just outside the edge of Pollock's bat. Nottinghamshire played 11, 195 points, so well clear. Middlesex played 11, 165. Glamorgan played 10, 160, so 5 points behind and playing this game in hand. Derbyshire played 11, 155. Worcestershire played 10, 130. Van der Houten bowls, and Pollock fiddles at that one outside off stump, and it's blocked by Chris Cook with his pads. It goes through rather low and scruffily. Durham played 10, 125 points. I suppose mathematically just about in it. Sussex played 11, 105, and Leicestershire, again the whipping boys, 72 points from 10 games. Van der Houten bowls, Pollock defends, taking his time to reach his half century as a helicopter travels overhead, vaguely in the direction of Pontypridd up the A470. Pollock 49, Roderick on 15. Van der Houten with 2 wickets on his return to the side. It's into ball to Pollock, who will reach his 50 as he pushes firmly through the covers and will pick up a couple of runs here. And he moves on to 51 not out off exactly 100 deliveries. It's been a well-judged innings by and large from Ed Pollock. He's got 2 centuries and now 2 50s in first-class cricket this season.
100 balls with 6 fours and 1 6.
The boundary details announced by Dr. Hignell. 6 fours and a 6. 108 for 3. It's James Harris having a chat with Kieran Carlson and David Lloyd, captain and vice-captain. David Lloyd back with the captaincy. Kieran Carlson coming over for a word. Umpire Baldwin joining in. Is it a protest at the state of the ball, maybe? No. Not quite yet. We haven't had a ball change so far, thankfully, but we thankfully do have Edward Bevan back with us.
Yeah, I think James Harris has been struck 3 or 4 times through that mid-wicket area, and he's got to find a better line, I think, because he's going at 5 and over. Perhaps he should be better employed going round the wicket, but the man has been put on the boundary now, on that mid-wicket boundary. And Harris will be bowling from this end, the Cathedral Road end. He's bowling at Roderick. Bowls to him now. Again, he's playing on the onside, but there is no run this time. 108 for 2. 51 to Pollock, and Roderick is on 15. These two came together with a score on 60. It doesn't really show, does it, when the last wicket fell? I think it's 67.
69.
69.
Our partner, you have to work it backwards on the board. It gives you the partnership.
Oh, we're not used to those things. Harris in and bowls, and this time it's outside the off stump, and it's left by the batsman as it goes through to the wicket-keeper. 2 slips, and another fielder has gone out from third slip out into cover. So 2 slips, a third man, a cover, and a mid-off.
There's a rain delay over the water at Taunton, where Gloucestershire are 130 for 1 against Somerset in Division 1 in the West Country Derby.
Fortunate here. Harris in, bowls, and this time he just prods forward as Roderick. There was some rain also down at the Southampton, wasn't there?
Yep. Yeah, they're still off there. Gloucestershire 56 for Ben Charlesworth and 55 not out for Marcus Harris there. Hampshire 31 for 1 against Northants. They've played just 15 overs.
Halfway through, Harris's 9th over, 1 for 38 rather. And that's the best ball that Harris has bowled for some time. It beats the forward lunge from Roderick. It's still doing just enough there, but you've got to put it in the right place, and I think you will be rewarded if you just get that right. Harris has got a wicket though. He dismissed Libby, LBW, who rather walked across his wickets, and he was palpably LBW. He went for 12.
He almost walked before the umpire's finger.
Yes, he did walk behind his stumps. Harris bowls to Roderick. Roderick gets a ball that's pitched up and driven up towards mid-off where Carlson fields. And a better over this so far anyhow from James Harris.
Yeah, you can't afford any latitude on leg side, can you, with that ultra short boundary towards the grandstand. It's probably the minimum. Doesn't really look 55 yards even, does it?
Yeah, it's got to be the minimum, I suppose. It's just 55. In past the umpire comes Harris and bowls, and again that's on the leg stump, but it's played up to short mid-on, and that's better over from Harris. It's 108 for 3, so they're going around just about on 3 runs and over after electing to bat. Yeah, the forecast was mixed. I suppose you can't really predict where the showers are going to be, but West Wales, I'm told, a few minutes ago, down there, it's a perfectly fine day. So it's coming from the west, so let's hope it stays away. Tim van der Houten will continue. Pick of the Glamorgan bowlers, 10 overs, 2 for 22.
He's obviously used his time well in the last month when he has been carrying the drinks in the 100, because was told he was doing a lot of red ball practice in between his 100 commitments, and it's obviously paying off as he bowls now to Pollock. There's a quick single is called for, and wow, that really was snappy from Roderick. The ball went no more than a couple of metres off the pad of Pollock, pushing forward, and Gill couldn't dash in from mid-wicket in time. Leg bye signalled by umpire Taylor.
3 slips for Roderick, interesting.
Yes, he's only hit a couple of confident shots so far, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Roderick leaves outside off stump. Was possibly not going to play in this match. Certainly he wasn't on the scorecard, which was a best estimate really of the teams, but Azhar Ali did some of the warm-up, but wasn't quite fit to play after hamstring trouble, despite the optimistic noises made by the Worcestershire coaches last week. Hopefully he'll be back for the remaining 3 for the visitors. Van der Hoogten bowls. Roderick edges to third slip. Gill has a little shy at the stumps just in case he's wandering, but it's a dot ball. So Worcestershire's remaining games away to Sussex next week, home to Nottinghamshire, and then home to Middlesex.
Glamorgan, of course, have gained a point. Now they're 4 points behind Middlesex, playing their game in hand over the London County. And the big game up there starts next Monday, of course, at Lord's.
Here is Van der Hoogten bowls. Roderick leaves outside off stump. He's left a lot, hasn't he, Gareth Roderick?
Yes, you better be careful, because we know what happened to Cornell earlier on when he left a few times perilously close, and then he did get one that jagged back and hit his off stump. Still a little bit of movement in this pitch. Tom Helm will be absent from the Glamorgan game with Middlesex next Monday at Lord's.
As Van der Hoogten bowls to Roderick, who clips it down towards fine leg, may get 4. No, it's a sliding stop by Ed Byram, and it's just a single in the end.
A good bit of fielding, wasn't it? Just the single in the end.
On the charge, stopped this about 5 metres inside the ropes, and a bit of soft turf on top after the overnight rain, because you can see the mark where he slid. 110 for 3. Worcestershire doing pretty well with this partnership now worth 41 for the 4th wicket, and starting to build a firmish base as Pollock clips another one away on the leg side. That's trickled down to Harris at fine leg. Bit of pad. Single to Pollock. 111 for 3. Pollock moves to 52 not out.
I wonder, the statistics will show how much runs or how many runs Pollock has got from that sort of stepping away and flicking down on the leg side, and how many times he's been out, because he's banking on the ball, pitching outside leg stump and drifting away. But you've got to be careful that perhaps it pitches straight and then might clip his leg stump. But he's confident of playing it. He's been playing it for some years now, since we've been watching him anyhow. As he'll face James Harris, who will start his 10th over, 1 for 38. And he's coming in now, past umpire Baldwin, and bowls, and this time it's on a length but pushed into the vacant gap there. Billy Root was feeling rather deep, and they go through for a single. 112 for 3.
Second 11 news. Worcestershire 114 for 4 against Lancashire at Kidderminster. Curtis with 36, the top scorer so far. Interesting to see that Pat Brown, who was listed in the squad for this game, is featuring at Kidderminster. So if Azhar's injured, Worcestershire will have to get a 12th man down at some point.
He'll probably want a bowl, doesn't he, Pat Brown? I haven't seen him all year. Here's Harris in. Down that leg side it goes, and this is going to be field adjust. Billy Root on that boundary. Go through for a single.
At Newport, Sussex seconds 129 for 4 against Glamorgan seconds. Tom Clark is 62 not out in a quite powerful Sussex selection there, so they don't have a first team game. 2 wickets for Zain Ul Hassan, the trialist, 1 apiece for Douthwaite and Gorvin.
James Harris to the left-handed Ed Pollock. He's been there since the start. He's faced 103 balls. That's hit 1 big 6. And that favourite shot of his over square leg as Harris comes in, bowls and down the leg side, and a quite brilliant take by Cook then. He dived, well, it was exactly like a goalkeeper diving away to try and punch it around the post or over the top. Took it one-handed. You would have been proud of that, Nick.
I'd have been proud of getting a finger to it, let alone catching it cleanly.
That's a poor ball, wasn't it? Yards outside the leg stump. Harris turns again, runs away from us. The light has improved, and bowls again. That he thought of just pushing at it, but decided not to then and let it go through. 113 for 3, where I'm told by Nick that the Worcestershire captain, David Oliveira, uttered a little expletive and said, "What am I going to do? I won the toss."
They were, Brett Oliveira and David Lloyd were, what are you before the toss, what are you going to do? I don't know, what were you going to do?
Oh, very friendly. Harris bowls, and this time he comes right forward and pushes it up towards mid-on.
I bet they probably wouldn't have told the truth to each other anyway. Emir Evans says he's looking forward to a trip to Cardiff on Wednesday from West Wales. It'll be his last time of seeing the legend Michael Hogan in person. Game well balanced so far, and no, I'm not getting a lift from Lampeter from umpire Baldwin.
Ask him. In comes Harris and bowls. There's that shot again. The ball drifts down the leg side, and he gets a single.
Yes, umpire Baldwin is duelling over the breakfast sausages with commentator Bradley, I'm told. Well, actually, I made up the bit about the Special K, absolutely. Made up the bit about the breakfast, but they are staying in the same hotel.
Yeah, I asked him, God Lord, I said 6 months of travelling from Lampeter to all the English grounds and sometimes Cardiff. He said, well, 6 months at home. We couldn't argue with that. Van der Gooten is preparing to bowl as the sun is trying its best. The sun's having a fight with the clouds to get through here. It's quite bright now, quite pleasant outside.
Van der Hoogten it is then to bowl to Pollock on 54, driving but not timing to mid-on, no run. So Worcester's just starting to build some sort of base. You'd have thought that the pitch doing a bit, 300 would be a pretty respectable total.
Yes, it
looks, what we've seen so far. Looks
a perfectly good pitch.
Bit of movement early on, as you'd expect, given the early start. Well, we're not quite making the most of conditions, maybe. Van der Hoogten looks to change that as forward comes Pollock to defend to mid-on.
Nick, it'll be interesting to see Glamorgan's opening attack or their seamers full stop for next season.
Yeah, we'll wait to see who'll be on the staff among the current contingent. But obviously no Hogan. Big shoes to fill. As Van der Hoogten in, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Pollock. Van der Hoogten missed a block in the middle of the season because of injury. He's had a respectable season. James Harris will look to improve his figures in the final month of the season. Being an experienced player, he'll need to take a bit more on his shoulders next season once Hogan is gone.
Yeah.
And Glamorgan will be desperately hoping that Michael Neeser's not in the Ashes.
Absolutely.
Otherwise they'll have to get another paceman for June and July, as Pollock blocks one on the leg side.
No test matches next year either in the month of August.
No, indeed.
There's a helicopter hovers ahead. Been there some time. There's Bradley. Out on parole.
It's all right, Dave. We won't give you away. Raining in Worcester, is it? Oh, there we are.
You can stay there.
Well, the under-19s internationals being played at New Road. Van der Horten bowls and Pollock leaves outside off stump. So it might be interesting to see Glamorgan's plans in that department for next season, but
there's no doubt that they'll have to sign a seamer. Absolutely none, is there, Nick?
You wouldn't have thought so.
When you think of injuries as well, and
next delivery from Van der Horten to Pollock is an edge through to the keeper. Chris Cook takes a diving catch. Pollock flirting outside off stump once too often. There was a defensive prod on this occasion, and Pollock has gone for 54. Tim van der Horten has his third wicket.
yes, and he's played pretty well as Pollock, and unlike Pollock innings really, as everybody in here has said, because we were used to see him playing shots and keeping on playing shots throughout his innings, but he's played very responsibly here for his 54. But he's been up against Van der Gooten, who Nick says has taken his third wicket, who's bowled consistently well throughout. But a good innings there from Pollock, and the balance just switches again. 114 for 4. So a useful partnership.
But some in-form guys to come with D'Oliveira and Barnard, both averaging around 65.
Remember Brett D'Oliveira getting a double 100 here. Was it last year or the year before?
Sometime that.
Oh, right.
Yes, I've left me Playfair at the back there, so I presume that's his highest score. Thank you, Mr. Bradley. He's got a load of wickets here as well, I believe, Mr. D'Oliveira.
Leg spin, yeah. Barnard, I think it is.
D'Oliveira's 202 not out here was in 2016.
Oh my word.
And he took 7 for 92 here in 2019.
I thought it was a happy ground for him. Yeah, it's a great cricketing family of Worcester. The wonderful Basil D'Oliveira, and then his son, who captained and coached, I think I'm right in saying, Worcestershire, Damien, and this is the third.
With the same initials as his grandfather, BL.
BL. Oh, his grandfather, yeah.
Grandfather, sorry.
What a terrific cricketer he was. But it's Ed Barnard now walking to the wicket, and he'll join Gareth Roderick, who's been very watchful for his 17. But Glamorgan striking there, and glad to get that wicket and get a new batsman in. Barnard, of course, who has had a very good season, and sadly for Worcestershire will be leaving for pastures new. Well, not really.
Pastures lucrative.
And pastures just up the road, where he will be going to join Warwickshire.
Yes, the disputed moves from pairs to bears.
There's talk about perhaps something in the lines of, can you believe it, soccer transfers next season in county cricket. Every day brings something different, doesn't it? That was the last ball of the over, and it's James Harris now bowling to Barnard, and he just nudges the short ball away to get off the mark. Very talented cricketer, Barnard. And they'll need a good score from him now in the middle of the order. But it's a strong-looking Worcestershire batting lineup, and you've got D'Oliveira, Joe Leach, who played a hard-hitting innings in the Royal London the other day, where Worcestershire got close to Glamorgan, chasing 350. But some very odd tactics towards the end of that innings, it must be said. I think they could have won it.
Ben Cox didn't really score fast enough, but he'll be useful at 8 here. Probably 8 ahead of Leach at 9.
Yeah, good batting order.
Bit of sunshine. I think we can declare this the official first sunshine of the day.
He's come through, won the battle. Bernard waits. In comes... and he nearly edged that to Slip's hands. It was short of Gill, but Bernard just poked at that from Harris. It was his first ball. Previous ball, Roderick had taken a single. James Harris has taken 1, and the other 3 by Van de Gooten. Here is Harris, and he's in and bowls, and that's a short ball which sails over the head of Ballard, who must be about 6'2", 6'3". Useful catch by Cook. I haven't recalled Cook dropping a catch this season, and you find that with wicket keepers, they're masters of their craft, aren't they?
Well, Glamorgan got some talent on the books, haven't they, with Alex Horton playing for the under-19s today.
James Harris in again. Bowls to Barnard, who drives, didn't quite in control of that shot. He was about to drive through the offside, and just in the last moment. He's now ostensibly James Harris swing bowler, don't you think? He's slowish through the air, nothing like he was when we had that start some 10, 12 years ago. He was a nip off wicket. He had everything then, but here he is sharing the new ball. Well, it's not so new now, and bowls to Ballard, beaten outside the off stump as he again goes nibbling. There's no need to play that really. So settling into a useful spell now after taking some time to get into this.
Although he's in his 16th season in first-class cricket, James Harris, he's still quite fit in physical terms, isn't he? He's a bit of a fitness fanatic, I think.
Yes.
I think he missed 1 game through illness, but he's been available for everything this summer and has played quite a lot for the seconds when he hasn't been in the first team.
And he bowls 2 good balls. There's a 3rd slip has been summoned as he bowls again, and as he calls the 3rd slip, this next ball is a half volley which is driven away for 4 runs. Consistency he lacks at the moment, James, by the looks of it. And of course he took 4 or 5, didn't he, against Middlesex, his old county, very early on in the season.
Certainly be hoping to do that again
next week. So Glamorgan, as it stands, are 4 points behind Middlesex, just to remind you, who they play next week at Lord's. And somehow something tells me, I think I said this to you last night, I can't see in it being a Turner at Lord's. I haven't seen the last time Glamorgan were there, but 3 or 4 years ago. I think 15 wickets fell, and we didn't play the whole day.
No, it was a fairly miserable occasion. Glamorgan's last championship visit to Lord's, as we had lots of inaction. Roderick faces up to Van der Horten, who sees the first ball defended back to him, and there's no run. The temperature rises within the commentary box. Mr. Bevan sheds a sweater to give it to the umpire. 119 for 4. 3 slips for Van der Horten as well. Roderick has played fairly cautiously. He's left quite a lot. He's faced 51 deliveries for his 18, and this strikes him on the top of the pad as he looks to play towards mid-on. No run.
I'm going to ask you, how was Greece? Hot?
Very hot, very pleasant. Thank you, Edward. Yes.
Good.
Had the pleasure of a week overseas and the gap in county fixtures. Although they were prepping replacements for a potential quarter-final, but it didn't quite happen in the Royal London.
Yeah.
As Roderick leaves another ball that comes back from Van der Horten and wasn't too far away from off stump. Maybe fifth stump that would have trimmed there.
I watched some of the Greece ladies against the Welsh ladies last Friday night, and Simon Davis, our colleague, was commentating and said it was drizzling out there in Greece.
All right.
Well, it's at least a fairly big island, so I thought.
Well, it's I think that was on the mainland, as far as I know.
Yes, it probably would have been.
As Van der Horten bowls, and Roderick again leaves again through to Chris Cook. You know, I was not watching but following the progress of that match while waiting for a flight home in Rhodes Airport on Friday night.
Big match here tomorrow night. Slovenia, isn't it?
Yes, the Wales women.
10,000 tickets already gone.
Need just a point to go through. Coverage of that, BBC Television and Radio, tomorrow evening at the Cardiff City Stadium. A point to go through to the playoffs, so they don't.
It's very confusing.
Go through to the World Cup directly if they get second place. As forward comes Roderick to defend back to Van der Horten. France winning the group by a mile.
I'll tell you, even if it's against our profession, and Gareth Roderick, when he joined Worcestershire, was asked a question by a journalist at the end of the first day's play where either he'd taken 5 catches or he'd got a big score.
He's facing up now to Van der Horten is Gareth Roderick. Past umpire Taylor, and another leave through to Cook.
And the question was, Gareth, well played, and how do you find playing in England different to South Africa where you were born? To which the answer came, well, I did play for Gloucestershire for 9 years. I don't know if Brothers had heard that one.
Imagine who asked the question.
Are you going to work in the next compartment, Brothers? You got a report?
Mr. Bradley's off on the top of the hour, so
he'll be back.
He'll be back after that. Just over 45 minutes played since lunch, and Worcestershire have progressed from 88 for 3 to 119 for 4.
Kieran Carlson giving Harris a little bit of advice. Instead of 3 slips, he bowled a good over the last one to Barnard, and here he'll bowl to the same batsman now. First ball, and it's drifted down the leg side, and it's tucked away for a single. Billy Root was such a good outfielder. Returns just a single. Roderick gave me the impression today, I think, that he is just going to defend and pick the odd bad ball or the half volley and try and hit it. Nothing dashing about Roderick. He wants to stay there. Why not? Because he's got 4 days, 4 days to try and get a good score. As Harris bowls, and this time he comes right forward and just blocks it back. So run rate at the moment, we've had 41 overs and just a smidgen short of 3 runs and over. Good attritional cricket, good bowling by Van der Horten especially, and some defensive batting, except for one huge 6 struck by Pollock. And here is Harris, bowls to Barnard. Barnard plays watchfully there, very watchfully. Might have been a slower ball, but just stays down there with his head over the ball. He gives the impression then he's just sort of as if he's bowling an outswinger to tell Roderick at the other end. There's a bit of swing in the air, and it is quite warm and oppressive. Well, not so much oppressive. And there's been a bit of movement most of the day. 120 for 4 then, Worcestershire. As in comes Harris, over the wicket he bowls, and that's clipped away down the leg side. And that again is just a single. Michael Hogan's at mid-on doing his, well, I don't know, exercise I suppose. just bringing his arm over, then brings another over. And they won't score many off him. He just plugs away. He hasn't taken a wicket in this innings, but he's been very economical. Third slip goes in for Barnard, who's on 5. Roderick is on 19. Here's Harris, bowls. That's a good looking shot, but straight to Carlson at mid-off. And there 8 any runs.
It's been closely fought all the way through this. Toss of a coin decision whether to bat or bowl, with neither captain appearing entirely convinced, as Kieran Carlson gives the ball to umpire Baldwin and says we're not entirely happy with that. Umpire Baldwin goes over to consult umpire Billy Taylor.
Put it through the hoop. Is out of.
And looks like we've got a ball change coming up, so I'll give you the scores from the other games around the country. In the County Championship Division 2, Nottinghamshire struggling rather now at 115 for 5 against Leicestershire. 3 wickets to Wright and 2 to Barnes. Top scorer so far Montgomery with 43, but with a 30-point lead in the table. You can't, well, I suppose it's possible, can't really see Nottinghamshire not getting first place.
Well, I see Mr. Mulder, who's a good all-rounder, has been picked for the South African squad for the last test at the Oval this week.
Yeah, did well against
he's got runs and wickets, yeah.
At Derby, Derbyshire 129 for 4 against Durham. Derbyshire in 4th, Durham in 6th before the start of this. Laius Deploy is 46 not out. Not missing any action because we're still in the process of the ball change. At New Road, Worcester, Sri Lanka are 208 for 5 with 8 overs of their innings left against England under 19. 2 well set batters going into the closing stages there. Mr. Bradley opted for this employment ahead of the delights of pronouncing Sri Lankan names at New Road over the public address.
Nothing like it. Little change away from your own venue, I suppose.
They're due to restart at 2:15 at Southampton. Hampshire 31 for 1 against Northants. Hampshire second place behind Surrey, who are not playing this week.
James Harris is, and he's running into bowl now and bowls, and this time he's nudged away from Barnard up into the covers. He's bowling a better line now, much better line. He had been drifting a lot down that leg side. That completes his 12th over, and his figures are 1 for 48, 2 of which have been maidens, so exactly 4 and over he is going for. And let's have a look. Is Mr. Hogan going to have a trundle, or? Yes, he is. Takes his cap, gives it to umpire Billy Taylor. Have I told you what Billy Taylor's other job is? Yes, I have. Have a guess. He used to bowl quick.
Former fast bowler, so not likely to have been a minor because he's not that old.
He's tree surgeon.
All right.
Whether he does it, I don't know.
Gloucestershire 157 for 1 against Somerset. They're back underway at Taunton. Harris 66 not out.
Let me remind you, Nick, before you start the over, there is a members forum meeting tomorrow at 12:30 in the pavilion, so any of you members will be here tomorrow but not here today. I'm said to do come along.
Hogan bowls down leg side. Roderick flicks at it. Cook with a fine tumbling stop away to his left.
And I'm told that the discussion mainly will be about this Andrew Strauss-led review on how to make county cricket better, or first-class cricket. Well, they haven't done badly England this summer, have they?
Well, it's bemusing, really. that Hogan is in to bowl and Roderick leaves outside off stump, because the review was called upon when England had gone through about 18 months barely winning a test match, and it's all the fault of county cricket.
Oh, absolutely.
Then England stormed back to beat New Zealand and India and a good competition against South Africa. Does county cricket now get the credit for that renaissance?
And didn't play any first-class cricket leading up to the first game that they lost against South Africa. Take the bones out of that.
121 for 4 as Hogan is into bowl, and Roderick tries to force on the offside, doesn't quite time it, trickles to northeast.
It's about the 25th review I've experienced since doing this job, I think.
Well, we've already had 4 different formats in 4 years, admittedly because of COVID. A bit of stability wouldn't go amiss in the county game once they do get things right.
Before Rallis comes back, I'll make 1 point, which somebody pointed out to me, actually.
As this one's squeezed away by Roderick, but straight to point, and there's no run.
Another suggestion from this review is that they'll try and play first-class county championship cricket alongside the 100. So what you're saying is Leicester topped the Northern Division this year because they didn't have many players in the 100. So if another county does well, shall we say hypothetically, Leicester could be county champions next year if they win their games.
121 for 4. Hogan to Roderick.
Am I missing something?
Probably. One of the things that I've seen floated is that there's yet another competition played with red balls, specifically in August, that there are more regional matches, mini regional trophies. As if 4 competitions for the summer isn't enough. Hey ho, here's Hogan. I'll get out after this ball, honestly. Stop grumbling. As Hogan bowls and Roderick defends. 121 for 4, Barnard 5, Roderick is on 19, and we'll have a little change round, and Bradders will join Edward for the next 20 minutes or so.
There we go. 121 for 4 then, and Barnard 5. Roderick is on 19, playing very, very watchfully. And he's never been a dashing player as Gareth Roderick, but he's, he wasn't in the original 11 until the overseas player failed a fitness test. And we're going to have Patel back to bowl his little left arm spin now, and that is always a nice change, David Bradley.
It is.
See a bit of twirl.
Yeah, he bowled tidy, didn't he? Didn't appear to be doing a great deal. Treated with great respect by the Worcestershire batsman this morning.
Pollock was dying to have a crack at him, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. And he did have one big wahoo, and he was quite lucky with a slog sweep that he didn't quite get. That landed between a couple of fielders. Yeah. But what did he bowl? 4 overs for 5 runs this morning. It's good. It's good. I'm all for overseas players when they are good overseas players coming into county cricket. As I was saying earlier, some of the Colpack players that came into county cricket, they were not a great addition to the game, I didn't feel. But
Mr. Pujara has been rather useful for Sussex.
Well, yeah, and Mansur at Derby, they're good players. Good players.
Glamorgan played Derby here in a fortnight's time, and no Mansour today in the...
No. I presume he's back with Pakistan in this 2020 thing. This is a sweep shot played here by Ed Barnard that's gone away down towards fine leg. There was much shouting and a lot of diving, and in the end it's runs off the bat. He didn't really get the shot, to be honest, but he got 2 runs for it. So Barnard now has 7, and Worcestershire 123 for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 on the scoreboard. Scorers get quite excited by things like that, you know. If a wicket fell now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they would be ecstatic. Here's Patel for very short. It's not a run, it's a walk. He plays that sweep shot again. This time he's got it away a little bit finer. He's not going to get 4 for it though. He's going to get a couple more. Has Ed Barnard, who seems to have made his mind up that he's going to sweep the left arm spinner.
But they were in fact out. You saw Chris Cook, the wicketkeeper, going with him because he must have been going down that leg side, so hasn't quite found his line yet, Patel.
Short leg and slip. The close catches, although extra cover and mid-wicket are about 20 yards from the bat, I suppose. But they are walking in fielders. In fact, they're both crouching fielders. No, they're not. They're walking in. Here's Barnard off the back foot, cuts that one away. Oh, a brilliant piece of fielding. That is super fielding. Who's that? Is that a 12th man out there?
No, that...
it's Gill. Shipman Gill, yeah, who has been at slip all day, which confused me while he was out there. That ball was racing across the used pitches. He got down to his left, saved 3 runs. Brilliant.
Yeah, so we've had 2 down the leg side and 1 very short delivery. What can he dish up now?
126 for 4. Barnard with that single goes to 10. Roderick with a very patient 19 of 66 balls faces the next one. It'll be 19 of 67 balls as he plays the ball back down the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding, bowling in his with his headband. No, it's his sunglasses, isn't it? Yeah, white topped sunglasses, makes it look like a headband. Bowls again, and this is pushed away towards mid wicket. No run. The drone of an aircraft above, though we can't see it. The helicopter that was circling round for a long time has disappeared. Here's Patel to finish the over, and forward again comes Roderick. Gets a really big stride in and pushes the ball away on the offside. There is no run. It's the end of the over, and Worcestershire 126 for 4. The men out today: Libby, LBW Harris 12, Cornell bowled Van der Houten 16, Haynes LBW to Van der Houten for 13, and Pollock caught Cook bowled Van der Houten for 54.
Yeah, he's back again.
He is.
No wonder you're wearing a cap, Mr. Brother. Yeah.
It's this disguise I'm wearing. Is it the police one? I don't know.
If it's red, I suspect it is the police. You know, you never know. It could be the hospital. There's just a minute or so to our left.
If they go over our house, it's either the police, the air ambulance, or the SAS, who do not have a camp just outside Hereford, of course.
Yes, they do.
It's not there. It's not on the map.
Right, here's Hogan to continue then, and he is bowling to Ed Barnard. In he comes, bowls to him, and Barnard... just, well, he was nonplussed by that, wasn't he, really? Didn't know what to do. He pushed and thought, no, I better leave it the last moment. And he throws his hand up as if to tell all and sundry. It's doing a bit, you know.
There's always been, it's good pitch, this.
I was just going to say, good pitch.
Yeah, if you get in, as Pollock did, well, most of Worcestershire, they've all got into double figures, so they kind of got in, but there's still a bit in it. Van der Houten, I think, bowled very well on it, used the pitch to great effect.
Hogan from the river end bowls to Barnard, and the Paris LBW shout, not out, says umpire Billy Taylor. Pretty confident shout, as we'll see what we think in the commentary box.
He got a good stride in, didn't he?
Yes, I suppose.
Probably going over.
He's a tall man, isn't he?
Yeah.
Billy Taylor thought, yeah, perhaps so, perhaps not. Anyway, I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman. 2 good balls though. Hogan in, bowls again, and it's just pushed away onto the offside. It's really good county cricket, attritional cricket.
Do you know, this season I've seen
a breath of fresh air.
Really good county cricket this season.
So we.
Yeah, and it's been hard, gritty at times, but it's what makes Test cricketers. Makes Test cricketers playing county cricket and getting in there and batting all day or bowling 20 odd overs in a day. That's what makes cricketers.
Hogan turns, comes in, bowls to Barnard, and he leaves, and it goes through rather low down to Chris Cook. See, we played a wonderful game. Glamorgan 132 behind on first innings, won the game chasing 330, and the previous game or two was up at Derby, where a similar total. Glamorgan only the 2 sessions, and they ended up at 300 odd for 8 before they pulled in. To me, as good as a win for anybody, and an excellent advert for county cricket. Here comes Hogan, bowls. That's driven nicely and into the covers.
I think we've seen some good pitches as well.
Yeah,
not favouring the bowler or the batsman too much?
This is a good pitch.
Yeah, you got to earn your corner.
Bit on the slow side early on, and yet it's doing just enough. Tall right-hander Barnard waits now as Hogan in, bowls to him. This time he is studiously forward, and that is the end of a very good over from Hogan. No runs off it. So Hogan's gone 10 overs, 0 for 21. It'll be Patel who's bowled 5 overs for 10 to continue. And Roderick is taking absolutely no chances with Patel. He's more or less blocked every ball as Mr. Bradley now disrobes. I've discarded his sweaters with Mr. Bradley.
I checked the temperature a few minutes ago. I think it's about 66 out there, which is 19
23,
or 20.
24 was the forecast.
Oh, I got one of those gizmos. Let's see what it says. It says it is 68. So that's what? 2021. Very pleasant afternoon. Those who've come in their shorts at the far end got it spot on. And the
hottest part of the ground, Dave.
Yeah, because the sun comes all the way over the top of this stand, doesn't it? So
yep.
You're in the sun all day. Here is Patel to continue bowling a left arm from the left arm around from the cathedral end, pushed gently into the offside by Roderick. No run. 44 miles an hour apparently Patel is bowling. He's given it a chance. He's given it a chance. If there's anything there, he'll get it out the pitch. And Roderick plays out to mid-on. They're going to go for a quick single here. Hogan shies at the stumps at the bowlers, at the strikers then rather. He did have to put his skates on. He
was a bit late going.
Yeah, he's maybe.
Or was it Roderick a bit late calling?
With all due respect to Michael Hogan, who's far fitter than I will ever be, he maybe picked his fielder a little bit there. It's a long way down for Hogan to get down to pick the ball up.
At 41.
At 41, yeah. That single takes Roderick to 20. Barnard has 10, 127 for 4. Patel's next ball is played off the back foot, but straight to the man in the covers who made a superb stop in the last over. Shubman Gill doesn't have to dive on this occasion.
I don't think Patel's going to tire himself out with his run-up, do you?
No. I was saying earlier, and next ball, there might have been a bit of pad in that. There's half an appeal. No run. You would remember Bomber Wells, who sort of stood there and bowled, didn't he?
Bowled in under a minute once.
Yeah.
The famous story, was that the Worcestershire Cathedral?
It was Gloucester
Cathedral, the old Gloucester ground, yes.
Well, the clock struck 12. I'm not sure about the validity of that.
It is, apparently. Well, one of his mates at mid-off said, "Tell you what, Bomber, I bet you can't bowl this in under the minute."
Well, they must have played every ball back to him.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Patel. That's a nice shot from Barnard, giving himself room, moving across the crease and getting it between extra cover and a slightly backward point for 4. Best shot that Ed Barnard's played since he's come in. He's gone to 14, 131 for 4. But he used to bowl, it was one step, wasn't it?
One step and over. Give me the ball.
Yeah.
One step and over. Played for Nottinghamshire before that.
He did, yeah.
Bomber.
Great. Next ball sees Barnard pushing away on the offside. He had what you used to call bottom glasses. They were just really thick glasses he used to wear. Yeah. Anyway, here at Cardiff, it's 131 for 4. Barnard has 14. Roderick has 20. And we've had, we're now halfway through the overs in the day. We have had 46.
Pleasant day, no?
50 left. Yeah, it's all right.
Of course, at the other end at times with dear old Sam Cook. Remember Sam left arm slow?
Yeah.
For Gloucester.
Yeah.
He'd have bowled his 70 overs in tea time.
Yeah.
The Tetbury Twirler, for those of you who know that area, that's what they used to call Sam. One of the nicest men you could wish to meet.
He became an umpire.
He did, yeah. But not a very good one. He said he was bored by umpiring. I just sort of remember him at the start of my career here. Michael Hogan is going to bowl, and bowls now, and that's played by Roderick out towards mid-on rather, and there's no run. There's some great old characters in the game. And then there was Bill Alley, a abrasive Australian who became a test umpire. He wasn't the best, apparently. If you played a dreadful shot or a sweep, he used to say, dreadful shot, you're out.
You're out. Get off.
In comes Hogan, bowls, and that's ducking back into him, and Roderick just nudges it up to Gill now, who is feeling at a wideish mid-on, or a straightish mid-wicket. Yeah, I think it's a wide, in between anyhow. 131 for 4, steady if slow progress here. It's going under 3, but they know that they've lost 4 good wickets. As Hogan, as he's done so many times, turns, comes in, bowls, and looking to drive his Roderick up towards mid-off, but it ends up at mid-on. Again, there is no run.
It's I noticed this morning when I went for a bit of a stroll round, and also around our way, how the leaves have gone really early.
They have, because of the, you know the reason why? Because of the sunshine they've had.
Yeah, they've just not had the moisture. No. Particularly the horse chestnut trees, the conker trees, there's some absolutely bare.
In comes Hogan. Bowls, that's played off the back foot to mid-off, there's no run. I went blackberry picking last week, not for long, 20 minutes one morning, 20 minutes the next, in the same area, and there were hordes of them there. And again, they're a bit early this year.
They're a bit smaller, aren't they? There's lots around, but...
Not the ones I picked.
Oh, right. Oh, I'll have to come down your way and pick them then.
No, I don't tell anybody where they are, year after year. In comes Hogan again. No runs off this over. Bowls, and again, very studious by Roderick. Of course, he wasn't chosen for this game. Perhaps he wants to show us all what he should be being picked first. But the overseas player.
What's he faced? 76 balls.
Azhar Ali, is it?
Yeah, Azhar Ali
did go out there and had a knockabout, but felt that, physio thought perhaps he wasn't quite fit.
He's had a bit of a tight hamstring of late, but he's been good value for Worcestershire this season.
Hogan bowls. This is going to be 2 runs chipped up. It's going to be 4 runs, in fact. I couldn't see the ball going over the old wickets there, so gets 4 off the last ball of the over, which won't particularly please Hogan, who bowled a good over before. And it's 135 for 4. Has he got any runs this season, or Roderick, or has he played much? Well, Cox, of course, was absent, wasn't he?
Yeah, Cox was absent, so he came in and kept wicket, but he had a dreadful season last season with the bat, Gareth Roderick. I think he... without giving anything away, I think there was 1 or 2 off-field things that didn't go well for him. Yeah. But he's coming. He's played some really. He's got stuck in.
Gutsy innings. Yeah. When you need him, that's the sort of player.
Yeah. Okay, he's got 24 today, but he's been out there. When did he come in? He came in at 3, didn't he? 4. So he's been out there for 26 overs, I reckon, and. He's doing a job for his team. Patel to continue when he's had a chat and decided who's going to go where, what, why and when.
Don't forget it's 5:30 finish tonight, and the way that Patel is bowling, we might well just be there.
Oh yeah, that'll be exciting. Finish on time, tea on time, finish on time. Never heard of. Patel bowls. This was a little bit shorter, and Ed Barnard goes back and
didn't quite read him then.
He didn't. He got some bat on it in the end, but could have gone almost anywhere. That one. First time they've been getting forward to him, Worcestershire. And Barnard certainly started off by trying to sweep him a fair bit. Let's see where this one goes.
Good battle.
Patel in again. This one he's given plenty of air to, and Barnard comes forward. Doesn't appear to be any real turn on this occasion.
Get the impression that Barnard said, come on, pitch it up, I'll hit you over the top, because mid-off and mid-on are up.
Bowls again. Barnard drives away through the offside. There's a sweeper fielder out there, but they'll come back for a couple. Harris, I think it is,
Yes.
out there. Decent throw coming in, but in the end it was a comfortable 2 if both batsmen were of a mind. Worcestershire 137 for 4, Barnard 16, Roderick on to 24. Barnard's had a probably he's had his best season with the bat for Worcestershire.
Ironically, isn't it?
Pushes this one away on the offside. Well, he said a couple of seasons ago, I want to bat higher, so he was given the opportunity, and he's taken it. He's scored 780 runs at 65 this season.
Got a good 100 against Glamorgan in that match that must have lost, if you remember.
Yeah, he's done very well.
But he will be off.
He'll be off elsewhere, but I think Worcestershire will wish him well. Next ball, Roderick plays back down the pitch. This is the last ball of Patel's over, at which point I will depart to spread my talents on other radio stations.
All right. Lunch tea at 3:20 then.
Next ball is short, goes onto the back foot, doesn't really time it. End of the over, and Worcestershire are 138 for 4.
Yes, Nick has gone absent without leave, or leave without absence, or whatever you like to call it. But I'll keep him informed. 138 for 4. Barnard is on 70. Another useful partnership developing here. Roderick is on 24, and they came together when the score was 114, so they put on 24 for this 5th wicket. A bit of a meeting, a powwow between the bowler, wicketkeeper and captain as Hogan prepares to bowl his 12th over. 0 for 25, so just going at 2 runs in over is Michael Hogan, and he will bowl to 2 slips. Wicketkeeper standing back, and will be bowling to Barnard on 17. Sun has just nipped in behind the clouds, but there's lots of blue sky, delighted to say. Here he comes in. First ball of the over. In comes Hogan, and bowls, and that's played nicely past mid-on. This is going to run away for 4, up towards the long-on boundary. Hogan just drifting down that leg side, and it was nicely clipped away by Barnard, who timed that perfectly and gets 4 runs. He moves to 21. The score to 142 for 4. Hogan in his 12th over. And Nick returns, having also discarded a quote. Hogan, wicketless in this innings, comes in and bowls to Barnard again and nearly gets through, but Barnard defends at the last moment up towards short extra cover.
Yeah, you've got a feeling that it's coming from Hogan, don't you? He's bowling pretty tightly.
Yes, just so accurate, and you get a little impatient against him. There's not a breath of fresh air. The trees opposite beginning to turn colour. As Hogan is in past umpire Taylor and bowled, and that's clipped away, and that could be the second boundary in the over. Yeah, the substitute fielder there feeling on the boundary, says everything's fine, I'll field this, and immediately that man at mid-wicket is banished to the outfield, stop, and another boundary.
Yeah, Hogan maybe just bowling himself back into rhythm. I'm sure he's done plenty in the nets and so on, but won't have bowled anything like his usual volume over the last month.
Here he is coming in, bowls, and this time it's played not convincingly and ends up at mid-on. He was looking to drive straight. Useful little partnership here. 32 for the 5th wicket. Barnard is on 25. Past Roderick was on 24.
Despite coming in 18 overs later.
Yep. Hogan turns in front of that sight screen at the far end and bowls, and this is clipped away. up towards mid-wicket. They run a single and they won't attempt another one because Carlson very fast over the outfield, picks up and returns. 147 for 4. It's all very even at the moment, rather on the slow side, under 3 and over at Worcestershire. Morgan taking 4 wickets, so both sides will be fairly happy. Hovering helicopter still with us. As in comes Hogan. Bowls to Roderick this time, and Roderick has pulled that down to fine leg where it'll be fielded by Harris. That's the end of the over. Hogan's gone 12 overs now and is 0 for 36.
Yeah.
Not for 35.
10 off a Hogan over, that's unusual.
It is.
Worcestershire just starting to again establish a bit of a platform after the loss of their 4th wicket on 114. As Ed's 32 added for this one. It's one of these really nip and tuck days.
Yeah, you get some runs, you think there's a big partnership here, and a wicket goes, and then another little partnership, and then wicket falls. So Patel, I was just saying, Nick, will be on time tonight if he keeps bowling at this pace.
Patel then from the Cathedral Road end to start a new over to Gareth Roderick on 25 not out with a slip and a short leg, and Patel forces that one to northeast at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah,
knowing how Patel is bowling now and knowing how Roderick loves to play down the leg side, there are 3 men fairly close in to try and block that shot. So whether he's bowling leg stump, we'll see now.
Patel to Roderick, who stretches forward and defends. So as well as the backward square leg on the boundary, there's a short leg, a mid-wicket, well, 2 mid-wickets really, one of whom is shorter and straighter, and a mid-on. Patel bowls and Roderick is forward defending, so we could see a bit of a stalemate here if Roderick continues to defend effectively and Patel continues to bowl to his field. Another ball is blocked back down the pitch. Harris wanders in from cover and does the fielding.
Yes, all left arm spinners or leg spinners like a little bit of bounce, don't they? Nothing much in this.
As this one is turned to short leg. Was that a chance? Byram went down. We'll have a look on the replay. Patel to Roderick, who didn't quite get on top of it. Yeah, that's hit Byram flush on the shin.
Yeah, very difficult, wasn't it? Very difficult chance.
Don't know if he got a hand on it. Patel to Roderick, who drives into the offside. It cannons off Harris towards the bowler, and they dash through for a quick single. Roderick saying, "Get me off here.
Yes.
Don't want to face at that end, thank you." But I suppose that has to go down as a drop chance, doesn't it, when Roderick on 25?
Well, I suppose, they stick, don't they, those? You just thrust out a hand and, well caught. Your reflexes have to be very, very, very good to hold on to those. Only the best short legs. And you don't see, unfortunately, many short legs as you used to in the old days with turning pitches. Well, you probably heard that. It's David Lloyd to bowl his medium pace at the far end. About 5 overs, 0 for 21. And it'll be Roderick having stolen a quick single there. The Boatsman's batsman now on 26 to face Harris, who has a knack of picking up wickets because he doesn't bowl the same ball twice, if you know what I mean. It's one's an in-swinger, an out-swinger, one held back, slow ball. There's plenty of variation in his bowling. So Harris then, from the river end, had his opening 5 at this end. And he is going to be bowling to Roderick, and in he comes for his first ball, and it's played quite firmly. And there's a misfield there.
It's gone through Van der
Horton at mid-on, and is going to get, I suppose you can put it down as a fortuitous 4 runs.
Yes, he slid a fraction too late there, Van der Horton. Probably
might have been a bit slippery.
Should have got something behind it and didn't appear to interrupt the progress of the ball, so David Lloyd's spell opens with a boundary. Skipper won't be happy.
No, he seemed to go down. All of a sudden, slipped. The ball went through him for 4. So Roderick moves on to 30.
Lloyd just 9 first-class wickets this season.
And he comes, bowls again, and this is just nudged and kicked then to cover, fielded by Patel. Roderick thought of a run, and at the end of it all, they stayed where he was.
Yeah, Lloyd fielding with his boot, but got a bit too much boot on that at the Wrexham midfielder.
Yes. I'll just do this one over, and then Bradders is back. The next ball is pushed up towards extra cover, and there's no run. 153 for 4.
Yeah, David Lloyd started the season operating as a 5th seamer. He's been the 4th seamer in most games since, but has only picked up a couple of wickets in each match, really. Not quite into the rhythm of the job, I guess.
Well, he's coming in again and bowls, and that's pulled fiercely past mid-wicket, out up mid-wicket boundaries. A long chase for Carlson, who stopped it and swooped. Great bit of fielding there by Carlson, who had a race of about 50-60 yards, picked up, great throw, and at the end of all that, it's only 2 runs and 6 now off the over.
Had to watch his feet there to keep his feet inside the boundary rope as he picked up and threw really cleanly on the turn.
2 balls to go before the end of the over. He bowls this one. Oh, and he has a waft of that outside the off stump. Very unlike Roderick, who's been very patient, very careful. And that's the thing I was saying at the start of his over. You don't know quite what's coming with David Lloyd. He nearly picked up a wicket there. Words of encouragement coming from James Harris down at 3rd man. Last ball of the over. Lloyd is in and bowls to Roderick. Roderick is carefully and watchfully. No ball though called by the umpire. So that's an extra 2 runs and an extra delivery.
As I say, David Lloyd hasn't really got into the rhythm of bowling consistently in this competition this season, because he was operating as a 5th seamer for the first 4 games, then didn't bowl much in the one-day cap.
He bowls again. It's left by Roderick and through to the wicket-keeper. There might be an opportunity for Carlson to bowl his off-spin, because he bowled quite a lot in the 50-over games, but I will leave that to you and to Dave Bradley, who is crouching behind me.
Crouching Tiger Dave Bradley will spring to the microphone. Kieran Carlson, just the 1 wicket in first-class cricket, but he did get a 4-fer at his favourite ground, Northampton, in the one-day cup, when he took the only 4 wickets that were claimed by Glamorgan bowlers against the host county on that occasion, which was one of those scorching days during the heat wave, and a not hugely pleasant experience for Glamorgan.
Much nicer today.
Indeed.
Spectator-wise, I think.
Ajaz Patel then from the Cathedral Road end. A hop, skip and a jump, and back on his stumps goes Barnard and chops it onto the offside. No run. Barnard 26, Roderick 32, the partnership with 43 so far. As Patel bowls, square cut from Barnard, but straight to backward point Gilfield's no run.
It's interesting that Roderick, when he's facing the spinner Patel, looks determined just to stay there, doesn't he? Mm-hmm. Whereas Barnard looks as if he wants to get after the bowler.
Yeah, mid-on and mid-off are quite deep, sort of halfway back to the boundary. at this Cathedral Road end. Short boundary on the leg side if Barnard fancies opening his shoulders in that direction. Not on this occasion. A forward defensive trickles out on the offside, no run. What do we got? 12.5 overs till tea, which theoretically is at 110 at this time of year. As a forward stretches Barnard to defend.
Yeah, 310, isn't it? Yeah.
But it will be probably 325-ish, I guess. As Patel looking for his first Glamorgan wicket. Almost gets it. There's it's edged past slip for 4 runs by Ed Barnard. Don't think I'm doing him a disservice to describe that as an edge. The replay shows that it was almost within reach of David Lloyd at slip. But
it wasn't a genuine late cut.
A thickish edge, I think. 4 runs, 161 for 4. Barnard to 30. With D'Oliveira, Cox and Leach to come. Worcestershire in a fairly strong position at the moment, as that one's noodled round the corner by Barnard for a single down to square leg.
Yeah, if these two are still batting at tea, Nick, I think they would feel they're in a decent slot.
162 for 4 at the end of the Patel over. He's 0 for 24 off 9. Glamorgan searching for the breakthrough as the partnership is just 2 short of the half century.
Still grey skies above, but is it my imagination? There's a patch of blue coming from somewhere, not much. Or it might be a lighter grey colour. My wife says I have no perception of colour anyway. I'll say, oh, there's a green door. It's not green, it's blue. But certainly lighter skies, and the weather that we have forecast has basically not turned up. Here's Lloyd from the river end. Bowls and forward comes Barnard, pushes away on the offside and immediately raises his bat and shouts no to his teammate.
Met Office telling us 40% chance of a shower at 3 o'clock, 30% at 5 o'clock, 60% at 6 o'clock, by which time we might be dead and dusted anyway.
6 o'clock we won't mind too much, as long as we get a full day in. Lloyd's next ball, and Barnard smashes that away on the offside. He really laced into that one, but it was straight to Billy Root at backward point, who got hands on it and parried it down in front of him. That looked 4 all the way, and I suppose a couple of metres either side of Root, and it might well have been, but very good fielder in that position, and managed to stop that one. I'm sure when Ed Barnard hit that, he thought that's 4 penn'orth. He waits again, and this time he's going to get one off the pad, or has he got any bat into that? I think he got some bat into that. Bat onto pad, inside edge onto pad. One more to Ed Barnard, who goes to 32. Gareth Roderick has exactly the same, 32. And Worcestershire 163 for 4. Couple of slips. There must be a third man down the sum. There isn't. Cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And it's the deep mid-wicket who's called into action here. One more to the total.
50 stand.
50 partnership, yep. Greeted by the Worcestershire balcony with some enthusiasm. And a fair few of the crowd who've worked out what's going on. 12th man for Glamorgan, still stationed on the boundary. Needs a little television there or something. Well, no doubt he's got his phone to keep him occupied. The other side of the boundary, of course. And this time Edward Barnard drives into the offside, but again, not going to get anything for his efforts. Patel, the extra cover, does the fielding. Yeah, he's sat, because we're such a long way across, there's probably, I don't know, it's probably about 30 yards from the boundary rope to the bottom of the pavilion steps. So 12th man for Glamorgan has pulled out a chair He's got an esky, as they call him in Australia, a cool bin bag, call it what you like, sat with his feet on it. He looks very relaxed, having a fine day. Back in the middle, Lloyd to Barnard. Barnard drives down there to ground. Good stop there by Lloyd. Almost deflects it onto the stumps. Might have been an interesting decision there for umpire Billy Taylor if the ball had hit the stumps. I think Gareth Roderick had sort of dived back into his ground. But good stop by Lloyd. If he'd gone past him, that probably would have raced away for 4. Lloyd's bowled 7 overs, no wicket for 31. Barnard has 32. Roderick has 33. Worcestershire 164 for 4. Roderick's 33 has occupied 94 balls, and Barnard's 32 has occupied 41 balls. So a good deal quicker.
12th man Teggett Phillips is on the field at mid-on-ish at the moment, so that's a 13th man, presumably with his feet up on the boundary. And not quite sure who it is at this distance. As Glamorgan seconds are playing as well today, unless Tom Bevan isn't involved in that match, so might be him. Andrew Gorvin and Andrew Salter have gone off to play for the twos in Newport. 164 for 4. Patel still looking for his first Glamorgan wicket to bowl to Gareth Roderick. Floated up, defended by Roderick. There was a semblance of a chance with Roderick on 25 when he pushed Patel firmly straight into Eddie Byram's shin pads at short leg, couldn't get a hand to it. Patel bowls slightly quicker, sliding through, no shot played by Gareth Roderick. Just the 1 wicket so far in the afternoon session, and Worcestershire have added a further 72 runs since lunch. Patel bowls very flighted indeed, driven firmly by Roderick to Van der Hoogten at mid-off. There's no run. Patel bowls on leg stump, turned defensively past short leg to the short mid-wicket. There are 2 mid-wickets, as well as the short leg, the mid-on and the deep backward square on the boundary. Shaft of sunlight illuminates Sophia Gardens. Patel bowls, again turned off his legs by Roderick, again to northeast at the square of the 2 mid-wickets. 164 for 4. Worcestershire just starting to get their noses in front in terms of the context of the game, as it's flighted by Patel and defended by Roderick, who flicks it back towards the stumps just in case Barnard was wandering.
Gareth Roderick's 100
balls.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a very patient, stubborn, obdurate, use all those words if you like.
Yeah, probably wasn't expecting to be playing. Was the late withdrawal of Azhar Ali from the Worcestershire side, but he's certainly blocked up one end, even with a score rate of 33 per 100.
Lloyd it will be to continue from the River Taff end. I know this is not my imagination, so Lloyd in bowls, Barnard forward, pushes, extra cover, no run. From a vantage point, you used to be able to see into the park. They had an ice cream stand or something there, but obviously the trees have grown up, so you can't see anything into Butte Park anymore.
There's a cafe thing building just the other side of the river.
Yeah, you used to be able to see it clearly. But over the hundreds of years, here's the next ball wide of the off stump. Lloyd just trying to tempt Barnard outside the line a little bit, but Barnard having nothing to do with it.
Not quite hundreds of years, because this Coventry position's only, what, about 15 years or less?
Yeah. Well, that's right. I don't know, it could be going back 10 years.
So we used to commentate from the far end.
Did, yeah. You know, I was trying to remember what the ground looked like before all the development when I came in this morning. Here's Lloyd in again. This time Barnard does drive, and he's going to get 4 runs as it goes backward a square. I'm not 100% sure that Ed Barnard was aiming it there. I think he was going through extra cover, and it's gone away, slid away down to third man. Maybe I'm doing him a disservice. He did open the face of the bat a fair bit, so whatever. It's 4 runs, and he goes to 36. Roderick 33. Yeah, we did indeed. We used to commentate from the other end. The pavilion was
where the grandstand is now. That's at Square Leg.
Yeah,
members stand at the Sophia Garden at the river end, and large rickety temporary permanent stands up this end.
Yeah. The memory plays tricks. Lloyd bowls, Barnard comes forward, pushes into the offside, but Talented extra cover does the fielding. I remember the one, I think just after as they were developing the ground here, there was big problems with the drains.
Yeah.
And we came here for 4 days and didn't bowl a ball. And it didn't rain. There was huge puddles on the outfield.
Yeah, it was when they redeveloped the ground and stuck in all the new foundations.
Next ball, Lloyd bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Barnard once again. Lloyd just giving him a nice half volley on or about off stump, and Barnard crunches it away through the covers for 4. So Barnard goes to 40 out of Worcestershire's 172 for 4.
Fielded by Maynard, dashing round the cover ropes.
Yeah.
Who played a couple of games for Wales over 50s earlier this year.
Oh, right. Wouldn't fancy turning up when you were bowling, seeing him playing against you. Here's the next ball, which is turned away by Barnard. On the leg side, might look for 2. No, changes his mind. Harris comes in from fine leg to field. And a loud shout of no. Worcestershire, 12th man, not sure who that might be, bringing some liquid refreshment on for the 2 batsmen. 173 for 4 Worcestershire. We have 9 overs till tea. And Barnard's got 41 and Roderick 33. Came together on 114, these two, so put on 59.
Well, it doesn't look like Outer Alley from this distance, and Pat Brown's playing for the seconds. I've got a pair of binoculars, but they're under the seat of my car.
Well, that's which gives you a great view of the pedals.
There's not a lot of use in this case, Mr. Bradley.
He looks a bit like Ben Gibbon, but he's actually playing in the game. But maybe he's been told to.
Yeah.
I'm sure they can whistle up somebody from somewhere.
Yes, I suppose you don't need a 12th man really batting necessarily. As Patel will start his 11th over, bowling to Barnard, who allows it to go through outside off stump. So this one is 3 matches in Division 2 of the Championship, as that's slapped away by Barnard, but well fielded at backward point by Shubman Gill, who looks quite lively in the field.
A couple of really good stops today.
As in comes Patel, forward goes Barnard, defending. 173 for 4. It remains. Pollock 54, the main scorer before this partnership. Patel bowls. Barnard drives into the offside and ambles through for a single. 174 for 4. Field changing round reasonably significantly between batters, even though they're both right-handers. Bit more leg side concentration for Gareth Roderick. As this one's driven back to the bowler. Fields in his follow through, and there is no run. Next delivery from Patel after his hop, skip and jump, and Roderick defends. No run. 174 for 4. Steve West on Twitter asks, how many former Glamorgan players currently umpiring? I believe it's just Mr. Wolf.
Yeah.
So we did have Yorkshire lad Ismail Darwood.
He was on for a short while.
On the list at one point.
There used to be the Somerset or Worcestershire ex-players. There's a couple of Worcestershire at the moment. Jack Shantry.
Yeah.
And Richard Illingworth.
Yeah. And Glamorgan did have, some claim to Nigel Cowlier. Played one season here at the end of his career. He was on the list for a fair few years, wasn't he?
He's on the golf course now, I think, most of the time.
Good luck to him.
It's going to be Lloyd to continue. Talking of, that's gone off a pad for a single, just trickles away. One more to the total, which goes to 174 for 4. Do you remember many years ago Worcestershire played Nottinghamshire? Worcestershire hadn't got a 12th man, 175 for 4 rather. And Carlton Forbes was there with Nottinghamshire, and he fielded 12th man for Worcestershire. That's a long time ago. But all sorts of people turn up and field as 12th man. And Cheltenham will know Alan Richardson's nephew was 12th man. Not sure what his cricketing pedigree was. Next ball pushed up to, pushed up towards mid-on, but it's intercepted by Eddie Byram coming from mid-wicket.
Yes, it's always a tricky experience fielding 12th man against your own side.
Oh, yeah. I used to, on a couple of occasions, here's Lloyd in again. Played back down the pitch.
You just pray that no catches will come your way.
Yeah. Well, a couple of tour games, the opposition have come up and said, we've only got 10, and I always say, I'll play. I took 4 wickets in one game against Airlock. that was sort of July, and it was a long end of the season for our boys. Yeah. I took 4 wickets against you lot. That's how good you are. Lloyd, the bowler, driven by Roderick out through the offside. There's a chase for Billy Root round the boundary. You'll cut it off, and they will come back for 2.
Yes, among my obscure cricketing claims, played one game for Melksham once.
Oh, right.
When they
the mighty Melksham
turned up at 10 with 10 at our university side. And I also played one game for the Theological College at Llandaff.
By Jove. That was an unlikely replacement. Lloyd bowls again and driven again by Roderick, but straight to mid-off.
And you know, going according to scripture, he who's last shall be first, etc., etc. They were so nice, they got me to open both the batting and the bowling, even though I didn't really bowl. I did actually get a wicket for them. No, you go, my son.
Thank you, sir.
Blessed are the meek.
Last over of Lloyd's, last ball of Lloyd's over, not the last over of Lloyd's ball. That's pushed out on the offside. I've got to go and the good people of Herefordshire, Worcestershire 177 for 4, Worcestershire Barnard 42, Roderick 35.
Thank you, Dave. So it is gradually moving Worcestershire's way this first day of this championship match, with Barnard progressing fairly quickly, and Roderick progressing fairly steadily. At New Road, there's a rain delay, with Sri Lanka 248 for 9 in 48 of their 50 overs. 3 wickets for Fatih Singh, 3 for 49, 2 apiece for Dan Ibrahim of Sussex and Tom Aspinwall for England under-19s. Other games in Division 2, Notts are struggling. 168 for 7 are the leaders against bottom-placed Leicestershire at Trent Bridge, and Derbyshire have recovered from a poor start. 58 for 4 they were, 191 for 4 they are against Durham. Patel bowls, and Barnard allows it to go past the off stump, so Derbyshire's revival from Laius Deploy, who's 78 not out, and Harry Kame is 49 not out. Driven into the offside, this one by Barnard, through the offside, and it will race away for 4 runs to the extra cover boundary towards the cricket school, away to our left. A rare boundary off Patel, but it was there for the drive, and Barnard tucked into it, so it's a good day for the Eds. Ed Pollock 54, Ed Barnard 46 not out, have exactly 100 runs between them to date. Short leg moves to backward short leg just behind square as forward prods Barnard, fielded by Patel.
I don't know whether you noticed Nick, Tim van der Gooten then walking off with. I just followed him.
There's Patel bowls, cut away on the offside, well fielded by Gill at point, no run.
He just clutched his hamstring.
Ah.
And he just didn't stay there, he's walked up the steps and gone in. Which I thought, I
would put Glamorgan in considerable trouble in terms of their attack in this game, as Patel bowls a bit quicker and Barnard defends on the offside. It's been the pick of Glamorgan's attack so far today. Missed a lot of cricket in the middle block of the season, so that's clipped away, glanced away by Barnard. This could go all the way for 4 runs for his half-century. It has. That is Ed Barnard's half-century then. It's come off just 58 deliveries, and that is his 9th boundary. So Barnard getting Worcestershire on the front foot, scoring at the best part of a runner ball. 185 for 4, 58 overs gone. What have we got? 6 to go till tea, so tea will be round about 20 past. Barnard's 50, Roderick 35. Worcestershire in the driving seat, but not irrevocably so. Lloyd's first delivery driven to mid-on, no run. Hogan with the fielding. Yes, I thought Tegan Phillips had been on for rather a long time. I think it was a calf injury that Van der Hoogten had earlier in the season.
I think this has been coming back. I didn't like to alarm you. I just saw him clutching it.
Here is Lloyd to Roderick. Defends back down the pitch to the Glamorgan captain. Yes, perhaps he's had a bit of freeze spray and rub down, and just doing a few exercises maybe. Crawling around on the boundary for some particular reason. Lloyd into Roderick, leaves outside off stump. Chris Cook's standing up now, and it's well taken by the former Glamorgan skipper.
Roderick and Cook, both wicket keepers, both South African born. Probably know each other. Yeah, one's having a little word with, all very friendly.
Lloyd then has got Gill at slip, some distance behind Cook, and Roderick is stretching forward and defending once more.
Talking to the lads next door, we were talking about points and all that. It's 8 points for a draw now, you see, so Glamorgan get a draw, they'll push Worcestershire back further, and will then go 3 points ahead of Middlesex going into that big game next week. So I think Worcestershire have to get, perhaps they will get a little bit more positive after tea, where the bowlers tend to tire.
Lloyd bustling in from the River Taff end, bowls, and Roderick gets horribly squared up. The ball trickled out on the offside. It sounded a little bit woody from this distance, but there was an inquiry of umpire Taylor, of which he is having nothing. Roderick did get completely squared up by that one. Whether there was inside edge, I'm not sure. Lloyd, last ball of his 10th over, not for 42 at the moment. As forward comes Roderick, defends as if playing in the proverbial timeless test. Up to mid-off, no run. 185 for 4 at the end of the over. Barnard 50. Roderick has 35 on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, this partnership now progressing. It's they put on 71. By far more stroke player has been Barnard. He's on 50, coming in 18 overs after Roderick, and he's on 35. It's been a painstaking innings by Roderick, and he'll just want to hang around and let the others, because you've got attacking players coming in. Joe Leach for one, as they try and accelerate. Patel to continue. We're not far from tea, and at this rate won't be doing much overtime tonight. 35 overs to go. I've been there or thereabouts with Patel. Closing one end up, and he starts a new over and bowls to Barnard, who goes off the back foot and cuts him down towards deep extra cover. Harris fields, and they amble through for a single.
Former Glamorgan bowler Roman Walker has picked up a couple of wickets for Leicestershire, Notts 170 for 8 at Trent Bridge.
It's interesting. Could it? Would it?
Could Notts be dragged back into the mix from their 30 points clear? Not unless they lose a couple more.
Here's the next delivery, and it's played, and they go for a quick single and get there quite easily as Van der Gooten picks up, threatens to throw, and then doesn't bother. 187 for 4. Just under, marginally under 3 and over, so it's been pretty slow going, but as long as they don't lose wickets, they'll be quite happy. Sun shines brightly as round the wicket goes Patel, and forward comes Barnard. Yeah, they'll miss Barnard next year. Very valuable player. Patel, leg slip and a slip, takes his 2 steps and pushed away onto the offside. Mid-on has gone back just a shade of deep extra cover and a deep backward square. Those are the boundary fielders. Patel, 1, 2, 3 little steps and his arm is over. Driven wide this time by Hogan, does a good stop, dives to his left, and they just go through for a single. Can somebody tell me why Ed Barnard wasn't in the 100? Good bowler, good batsman.
Yeah. No. I think he was last year.
Dave will tell us, I'm sure. Patel bowls outside the off stump. Roderick leaves And that's the end of another over. Just 4 overs left before tea. And we'll be having tea just 5 minutes late by my...
You think so?
20 past 3 tea?
No, 10 past.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh. We are a little bit behind, but the scoring rate is +1.
Yeah, well,
I often wonder that if you're +1 or +2 and you're not when you come lunch tea or time, how did that work out?
well, it's a couple of minutes for each wicket.
Half an hour to walk down from the pavilion.
Yeah, maybe 2.5, 3 minutes for each wicket. In the current circumstances, there's been one ball change that took a couple of minutes, and I suppose with Patel bowling 13 overs now, that's helped the over rate at least. David Lloyd needs to help the wickets column as far as his team is concerned, as he bowls to Barnard, who takes a single through the offside out to the cover sweeper.
I think it's shown today that once you get past the pre-lunch period, batting comes relatively easy now, because we haven't seen many balls since lunch really misbehaving, and the wicket quite easy pace. So Glamorgan, as I say, will be happy for a draw here, because it'll nudge Worcestershire further away and catch up Middlesex, if that makes sense to you.
As Lloyd bowls, and forward comes Roderick to defend to mid-off, no run. Yes, Worcestershire needing 3 wins and might not have much of a chance of forcing one if the weather forecast is correct, unless Glamorgan either collapse badly or decide to play ball on an agreed run chase.
I can't see that.
Lloyd bowls, Roderick digs it out and plays it gently through the offside for a single, 190 for 4. Fortunes of the second 11s. Worcestershire are struggling somewhat at Kidderminster against Lancashire. They're 144 for 6. Curtis 36, Cullen 31 not out. And Glamorgan's seconds bowlers doing reasonably well at Newport against Sussex, who are 210 for 7. This is a powerful Sussex side, as Barnard plays back to Lloyd. No run. With plenty of first team players, Tom Clark is made 62 before being one of 2 wickets for Andy Gorvin. Archie Lenham, the youngster's 50 not out. Andrew Salters just picked up a couple of wickets, 2 as well for Gorvin and 2 for trialist Zain ul Hassan, formerly in the Worcestershire setup. Lloyd bowls, Barnard drives. I was looking to see where that one was going there, because he was aiming straight. It ended up at mid-off.
Talking about Archie Lenham, saw a picture of his dad on social media watching Eastbourne FC playing on Saturday. On his side was one T.A. Cockty, Tony Cockty.
Oh, right.
Watching Eastbourne.
Next delivery is defended by Barnard out on the offside. Lloyd finding a better line in his 11th over. 0 for 44, 190 for 4, just the 2 singles in that over. But Worcestershire building promisingly, and Glamorgan in need of a wicket before tea.
Yes, and I'm just looking back at what's happened in the match last year between these 2 sides, and this year rather. Just looking through my books, and remember, of course, as I said earlier on, 100 there for the man who shortly be joining Warwickshire, Ed Barnard, and he got 131 batting at number 6 against Glamorgan, as Patel starts in the over to Roderick and bowls to him now, and Roderick comes forward. Roderick made 46 in that. They had a good partnership. Here he comes again, the left arm spinner from New Zealand, and bowls. And, he shovels that up. It wasn't a very attractive shot to mid-on where they go through for a single. Patel in his 14th over, 0 for 37. So economy-wise, he's doing all right, but no wickets as yet. In comes Patel, goes rather wide to the crease and bowls, and nothing in the pitch at all there, just plays it gently back. Weather-wise, I should be very surprised, Nick, if we play in 4 days here. But there, it said there's going to be heavy showers today, and we haven't seen a drop. Perhaps we'll dodge them. Barnard again comes forward, not trusting to play any attacking shots, because you have got two men sort of halfway or 3/4 way back, mid-off and mid-on. Bowls again. This time it's nudged for a single down towards fine leg.
Yeah, the good thing about this ground is that after the initial problems that Dave alluded to earlier on with a match between these two sides being washed out even though it didn't rain during the daytimes, certainly the draining has improved out of all recognition.
Roderick is forward on 38, and that is the end of another over. 192 for 4.
Just 2 overs to go until the tea interval then here on BBC Sport Online. BBC forecast says 40 to 45% chance of a shower 4 to 5 o'clock. Thundery showers, but Met Office suggesting that it's likely to be slightly later than that, so pays your money and you take your choice. Kieran Carlson into his first over of the game, having done well in the one-day cup.
Tea time over.
Yeah, over off spin before tea from Kieran Carlson, who had just looking to see if he took any wickets against Worcestershire in the one-day cup. He did. Right. Dismissed Jake Libby in that match at New Road, and that was his 8th wicket of the one-day cup,
pretty well,
somewhat surprisingly, having hardly bowled really for last few years. At one point he gave up spin and resorted to some slow medium nonsense. He's gone back to spin and floats one up, and Barnard is forward having a look at it, defending to Byram on the leg side. Byram's still got his shin pads on for short leg duties to Patel at the other end. Next delivery from Carlson is a bit quicker, smashed away on the offside by Barnard, single though out to the cover sweeper. 193 for 4. Barnard to 55 not out, so he's now the highest scorer of the day. He's overtaken his fellow Ed, Mr. Pollock. Carlson bowls, Gareth Roderick defends, and they say 2 Eds are better than 1. 193 for 4. Penultimate over before tea. Lloyd crouches at slip. Carlson bowls. Roderick turns it through the leg side. Will pick up a single as it's retrieved by Byram.
Glamorgan top order batting was quite strong, doesn't it?
Well, Byram's in decent nick in the championship. Gill, obviously the hot batting signing from India. Got 130 in a one-day international in Zimbabwe in his most recent innings, as Carlson bowls and Barnard defends. Sam North East averaging 75, championship's top run scorer. Lloyd and Carlson averages in the 20s will need to drive those up in the final month of the season. Carlson bowls. Barnard defends. Not willing to try anything fancy in these closing moments before the tea interval. 15:19 is the time on the scoreboard. 1 over to go before the 20-minute interval.
And it'll be bowled by Patel, who was bowled tidily enough and hasn't threatened really on a pitch which is taking no spin. But he's going at, let's have a look, 20 under threes, so he's been quite economical, which Glamorgan wanted. No, there's a bit of dark cloud encroaching.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning for the benefit of Worcestershire listeners primarily that unfortunately we don't have the use of floodlights for championship games here at Sophia Gardens.
Last over before tea is Patel comes in and bowls, and this time it's driven by Roderick to a mid-on. Seems to be in the 30s for an eternity. He's faced 123 balls. And his partner is racing away from him. He's moved on to 55. As Patel, he's gone over the wicket now, just changed his line. Again, it's pushed out there for no runs. Playing for the tea interval now, Roderick. Here he comes again, Patel. Doesn't take much energy at all as they go for a single up to mid-off, who's rather deep. 3 balls to go before before tea. And then we will have the last session. How much of it will we get? We should remain to see. But I think we've been very fortunate to get a full day, because very, very depressing weather forecast for the next 4 days. Over the wicket he remains. Barnard waits, he's on 55. In comes Patel. Bowls over the wicket and just blocking every ball now. No run there. Two balls to go here. Penultimate ball is blocked again. Last ball before tea, and it doesn't look as if Patel is going to overstep. If you know ball, with this little run, there's something wrong. Here it is. And he's left that. That's the end of the over. Worcestershire 195 for 4. Barnard's on 55. Roderick is on 40. We will go off and have a cup of tea and something else to eat, and we'll be back approximately 21 minutes time.
got some latest scores from around the country. We'll start once again at Spitty Park in Newport, the opening day of the second London Championship match between Glamorgan and Sussex. The visitors, Sussex, won the toss, elected to bat to the team. They're 214 for 7. Now there's a fair bit of rain around the country, so I'll just run through where play has and hasn't been possible so far today. There have been several interruptions, first of all at the Aegis Bowl, where Hampshire have moved on to 84 for 2, that's against Northants. It's been raining as well at Taunton, but they are in play at the moment with Gloucestershire, 217 for 1, that's against Somerset. At Derby, they're approaching the tea interval at the Worcestershire County grounds, with Derbyshire currently 204 for 5, that's against Durham. At Trent Bridge, Notts are 180 for 9, that's against Leicestershire. The Roses match at Old Trafford, Lancashire have moved on to 181 for 1, that's against Yorkshire. And at Canterbury, Essex are 188 for 3, that's against Kent. A reminder that if you're seeking a scorecard or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure or a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan yearbook, all are available for purchase via electronic means from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Alternatively, you can buy these items and plenty of other things in the Glamorgan Club shop on Missouri Sports. It's situated opposite Gate 2. The shop is open until just the turn of 5 o'clock this evening. And as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items with a Glamorgan theme. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk or the mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And a reminder that members of Glamorgan and Worcestershire can also obtain tea and coffee in the Lewis Lounge until 4 o'clock this afternoon, and again tomorrow morning between 9:30 and 10:30. And drinks and snacks can also be purchased by using the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. It will be closing shortly after the tea interval. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. Finally, a reminder that the last members' forum of the summer will be taking place during the lunch interval tomorrow. That's starting at approximately 12:30. The meeting will be held in the Pyramid Hygiene Suite, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. The host will be Phil Speed of BBC Wales. The panel will include Glamorgan Chairman Gareth Williams, plus humorist Dan Cherry and Mark Wallace.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for the third and final session of day one between Glamorgan and Worcestershire, with the visitors handily placed at 195 for 4. Ed Barnard is on 55 not out. Gareth Roderick is on a studied and cautious 40 not out. 3 wickets to Tim van der Horten, who has been by some way the pick of the Glamorgan bowlers. And van der Horten it is who will open up in this evening's session. Now 64 overs gone, 16 to go till the new ball, which van der Horten didn't take this morning. Hogan and Harris opened up, but you would have thought that van der Horten would probably bowl a short spell now and be back for the new ball. Dave Bradley.
Yes, yeah, sounds like a cunning plan to me. And the danger is, of course, that if the spinner stays on, we could finish at 5:30 on time, which is unheard of in cricket. There will be an inquiry. A committee will be formed to look into it. But yeah, bowled very well. Pre-lunch, found he bowled well after lunch, but didn't have too much luck. But he's resuming his battle with Gareth Roderick.
In comes Van der Horten then from the River Taff end and bowls, and Roderick prods it out on the offside, and there is no run.
Didn't time that at all, did he? It looked as if it was a bit of a loosener from the bowler and a loosener from the batsman as well. Neither of them were particularly in tune, shall we say.
Cricket was not maybe the winner.
No.
195 for 4. Ed Pollock 54, Jake Libby 12, Taylor Cornell 16, Jack Haynes 13, the men out, 3 for Van der Horten, 1 wicket for James Harris. Van der Horten into bowl, allowed to go through by Gareth Roderick, who has left a great many of the 127 deliveries that he has faced.
He's left it well.
Left well alone.
I've just been invited to take part in a quiz later tonight.
All right.
I have a previous engagement. I've got something I need to do. But, yeah, it would have been fun.
What, here or on Zoom?
No, we're some of the Glamorgan backroom boys are taking part in a. So they said, come along.
Van der Horten bowls, Roderick defends.
Which was very kind of them. Actually, I'm when one goes away to, particularly to Cardiff, one looks to see what might be going on during the week, especially as we got earlier finishes. I got very excited when I saw that Aberavon had got a midweek game.
All right.
Playing Swansea, and I was a bit of a fan of the Wizards. Unfortunately, it's on Thursday.
Right.
And I'll be heading back home. But if it had been Wednesday night, I would have been very excited about that one.
In comes Van der Horten, and Roderick plays through the offside for a single. 196 for 4. Where does your love of Aberavon come from? Any particular?
Some friends of ours have got a lodge on Treco Bay.
All right.
And last winter, the winter before, we were there and noted that Aberavon were at home, so went and had a splendid afternoon. Proper rugby, really good fun. Excellent abuse of the officials, and thoroughly enjoyed it. So
Van der Horten bowls, Barnard defends.
I've now got a cap and indeed a shirt for the Wizards. And
Red and black.
Yeah, twice since, and thoroughly, it's great. It was great fun. Parked outside the ground.
Yeah.
Tended to get in, sit or stand anywhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The pies were hot. It was thoroughly enjoyable afternoon.
Important part of the proceedings. As Van der Horten to finish this over, and Barnard leaves a wideish ball outside off stump. 196 for 4. Yeah, that would be because I believe S4C are televising some of the Premiership games, and that's sort of a game switched from the weekend rather than a midweek fixture as such.
Right. I can watch that on the telly then.
I think it's on the telly as opposed to just on, because they do some of their stuff just online or on Facebook, but I believe that one's on the telly.
Your BBC Wales colleague Phil Steele was there on that occasion.
Oh, right.
Phil, we've met a few times before.
Yeah. Phil's chairing the forum here tomorrow.
Is he? All right, keeping it all under control. Here's Patel to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Very tidy figures, 15 overs, no wicket for 39. He's in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and that gets exactly what it deserved. It's whipped away by Barnard. Well backward of square, down to fine leg. It was one of those. It was that shot that years ago. Yeah, it is. Colin Cowdrey used to play that shot brilliantly. It's almost as if the ball's gone past him before he plays the shot, before he hits it. But that deserved to go for 4, and did. And Barnard goes to 55. The 200 up for Worcestershire, they have a batting bonus point. As Patel bowls again, Barnard forward, pushes away on the offside. And the conclusion to my research was I can't find anything. But did you hear that Wales women are playing football tomorrow night?
They are in Cardiff City Stadium.
Oh, right. Might attend that. Next ball, forward comes Barnard, plays the ball back up the pitch. Sorry, Roderick, facing. I do apologise. Patel again, and this time Roderick once again. Not for the first time today. Takes a big stride forward, pushes the ball away.
Yes, I believe they're expecting 11,000 crowd, which would be the biggest they've had for a women's international.
Oh, right. Patel bowls again, and this is driven down the ground. Hogan will field at mid-off. No run on this occasion. They'd been tempted to pinch a single to mid-off or mid-on, but that was struck too firmly. This time flicked away off the pads by Roderick. Just backward a square on the leg side. He's going to pick up a single and keep the strike. Roderick has 46, Barl on 55. Worcestershire 201 for 4.
1 all on the bonus points.
Yeah.
Which I suspect will be what this game is played for. Should the weather forecast be in any way accurate over the next few days. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to get a ticket for Wales women if you feel that way inclined. Well, just across town.
Just like to watch a bit of live sport. Doesn't really matter too much what it is. Ice hockey, the Cardiff Devils, do they still play?
Yeah, they're still going down in the bay.
All right.
As Van der Horten bowls, and it's allowed to go through by Roderick outside off stump. Roderick approaching very gently his half century.
Yes, it is gently. What's he? 136 balls so far.
It's probably one of the slower half centuries, if not the slowest that we've seen here this season. 201 for 4. Van der Horten looking to prevent Roderick from getting to that milestone. As he's hit that firmly off the back foot, Roderick, and that is his half century. That one of his more powerful shots to reach the milestone of 137 deliveries, and he becomes the 3rd Worcestershire batsman to get to 50 in this innings. 7 boundaries.
But a good effort from Roderick. He's been in much better form this season than he was last season, but he just not had too many opportunities. But he's taken this one. My sheet with averages on is on my left hand.
Van der Horten bowls. Roderick prods one straight to Carlson at cover, no run.
6 innings before this one. He'd been averaging 43 with a 53 not out in that, so he'll be chuffed to get his second 50 of the summer. Did okay in the Royal London, but as I was saying to he really struggled after his arrival from Gloucester. 1 or 2 things I believe off the field didn't help his cause.
Van der Horten to bowl to Roderick, leaves outside off stump through to the keeper. So, I mean, if we do get a full day's play, Worcestershire will be approaching the 300 mark, there or thereabouts.
Oh dear, excuse me.
Glamorgan in serious need of wickets in this evening's session.
New ball could be interesting.
New ball, 13.2 overs away. Van der Horten bowls, Roderick leaves. We'll need to get there. Line of attack a bit straighter, really. There's been too much that's been able to be left during the course of the day's play so far.
Weather-wise, best part of the day.
BBC forecast says there's a 41% chance of rain at 4 o'clock.
41%, that's pretty accurate.
And Roderick drives again straight for 4 more. Well, he's recovered some timing in this over, has Gareth Roderick. Tim Van der Horten over pitching on a couple of occasions, and that sent pretty much straight back where it came from. I think Roderick was aiming virtually straight back, but it went through mid-on. It included 7 fours. He's since added another one. He moves to 54 not out, and having been 15 runs nearly 20 runs behind Ed Barnard at one stage. He's now got back to within one of his partner. 209 for 4, 67 overs gone.
I've been sat here since the start trying to work out the partnership figures, and it's on the board, isn't it?
Yeah. 95.
Yeah, it's been good for my brain, working a bit of mathematics out. Patel will carry on. Cathedral Road End. No great turn, it would appear, from where we are, for him so far. But he's using a bit of guile and a bit of float and a bit of change of speed. Down the leg side there's a half an appeal from the wicket keeper Cook, but nothing at all from the bowler, and nothing from the umpire, which is the most important thing. Patel to Barnard, drives back down to the bowler. Got a slip and a short leg are the close fielders. Extra cover and a mid wicket, and not too deep there for the mistimed drive. And this time Barnard goes back and cracks the ball away, back with a square on the offside, but straight to Shivman Gill, and no run. There goes the bowler. This time Barnard will get a single. James Harris is the patroller of the extra cover boundary, and whirls it back in to keeper Cook. So Barnard moves on to 56. Roderick has 54. 96 the partnership between these two, came when Ed Pollock was out for 54. Patel this time down the leg side, and Roderick is annoyed that he's missed out on that. There's no fine leg, so anything that he gets away off his pads backward a square on the leg side is going to be runs. Here's Patel's next delivery. Roderick forward, reaching for this one, almost as if he got there a bit too early, but more flight on that one I suspect from the bowler. Reached into it a bit too much bottom hand, I would have thought, for the batsman's liking, but he's managed to play it back along the ground straight to the bowler. So I think that pavilion clock is a little bit faster than my
15:56 according to my device.
Yeah, that's what I got. Pavilion clock says nigh on 4 o'clock.
15:57 now. Yeah, it's something you notice when they're due to start at 11 o'clock here. Quite often you've got 3 or 4 balls bowled by the time the Civic Hall clock chimes in the distance. Tim van der Horten then playing his 6th match of the championship season, having been ruled out by injury and then not able to force his way back in straight away, but very much part of this Glamorgan attack for the last month of the season after the departure of Michael Neser. Van der Horten into bowl, and Barnard off an inside edge gets a run. Thinks about a second. They will take a second as Harris comes in from fine leg, but had a long way to run. Ed Byram had a long way to run backwards from mid wicket, and the second run was a fair call. Van der Horten 11 wickets at 33.8 before today. That figure will be slightly better, having taken 3 for 35 at the moment. 212 for 4. Barnard moves on to 58 not out as he noodles one into a gap on the offside, and they'll go through for a single. Been quite good at that today, Worcestershire, just placing the ball in the gaps between fielders to keep the board ticking along. 213 for 4. 3 half centuries on the board for the visitors from their first 6 batters, Barnard and Roderick, with power to add. Roderick, a couple of nice straight drives in the last over from Van der Horten, defends this one back down the wicket, trickles ever so gently up towards Hogan at mid-on, who doesn't stop it at the first attempt cleanly and then bends down as if to say, well, it's a long way down from 6'5". Lloyd and North East are still in the slips as Van der Hoogten in the evening sunshine is in to bowl outside off stump, allowed to go through. No shot played by Roderick. Glamorgan's over rate, pleasingly, is +2. And with Patel bowling, it's likely to remain positive, but that doesn't mean we'll finish before 5:30, because I don't think we will. 27 overs remain, more like 5:40, 5:45. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Roderick again shoulders arms, comes back in a little bit. Through to Cook. Useful batting to come at 7, 8, 9. D'Oliveira, Cox and Leach. So breaking this partnership is not going to be any sort of real way through into the lower order, with D'Oliveira averaging 65 this season, but the captain putting himself down at 7. Then Cox averaging 27 and Leach 22. So Worcestershire well sat now for a total in excess of 300, if not today. 213 for 4 after 20 with 27 overs remaining of proceedings. Patel wheeling away and yeah, really to get anything more than respect out of the batsman. Van der Hoogten the last over between 75 and 79 miles an hour. Patel looks somewhat dubiously at the ball, hands his sweat at the umpire. .213 for 4. Patel from the Cathedral Road end. With now a backward short leg. No, leg slip Byram becomes, as well as the conventional slip on the back foot. Barnard defends into the covers and there's no run.
Pitch seems to have got slower throughout the day, whether it's the ball getting older.
Driven through the offside by Barnard, single out to the cover sweeper.
100 partnership.
100 stand between these two. Barnard has 60, Roderick has 54. So Barnard coming in at 6 has got 60 out of exactly 100. They came together in the 39th over, we're now in the 70th. So 31 overs give or take. 3.2, 3.3 give or take. Roderick defends. Byram wanders out from leg slip. Now he's gone back to forward short leg. Patel bowls to Roderick, back on his stumps, prodding it to short mid-wicket. Gone back to this packed leg side field for Gareth Roderick. Backward square leg on the boundary, short leg, 2 mid-wickets and a mid-on. Patel bowls, driven back to him by Roderick. Bowler fields in his follow-through. Ajaz Patel, optimistically bowling in shades. Now we do get a bit of sunshine. Patel bowls, Roderick defends. Worcestershire are building a healthy total. They're 214 for 4, and they've had the better of play since the lunch interval. Tim van der Hoogten with 3 wickets for Glamorgan. James Harris with 1 early on, but since then the Glamorgan attack has struggled for breakthroughs, and 2 well-set batsmen at the moment. Ed Barnard is 60 not out, and Gareth Roderick a painstaking 54 not out. Earlier Ed Pollock also made 54. Glamorgan looking for vital bonus points with a poor weather forecast later in the week, but Worcestershire going well, 214 for 4. That update, in case you're wondering, was for the benefit of BBC Radio Wales listeners. Tim van der Hoogten to bowl, Edward Bevan to commentate.
And the sun comes shining out. Tim van der Hoogten then from the river end comes in and bowls, and Barnard pushes it back to the bowler. Yes, I think you can describe, as you rightly did, Roderick's innings is painstaking. He's rather limited in his stroke play. He's just accumulates, hits the bad ball for 4 and goes quietly on his way. And he has faced 151 balls. Because we talk about pushing the game on. As he bowls now, and this is driven up towards and past mid-on. Oh no, it stopped. I think it was stopped by Patel, who's done plenty of bowling, but he stopped it quite well. Morgan's hopes now will lie, of course, with the new ball, which will be due in just over 9 overs time. And with the pitch playing so placidly, it's difficult to know how you're going to get wickets now. Whether it will remain like this, we shall see. As in comes Van der Hoogten, bowls, and that's clipped away by Roderick down towards fine leg. Nicely fielded by Harris, and they go through for 2.
Yeah, the attack is looking a little bit short of punch at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hogan and Van der Hoogten got a few zipping round in the morning session, but
it's flattened out, and what's the old adage? Yeah, play out the morning session on the first day, and then you should be all right. And it's proved to be spot on. Van der Hoogten in again, and bowls, and Roderick just nudges it back, and there's no run.
And Dave will join Edward shortly.
I suppose we can ask Dave the question now when he gets back. 217 for 4 is the score. More cloud. Is that sort of day? Cloud, bright sunshine, cloud. Forecast for the rest of the week, I'm afraid, is not too good. As Tim van der Hoogten turns and bowls, and this is played to mid-off. I was just going to ask, Barras, about Worcestershire out of the race, do you think, or do they need to go?
Well, if there is no conclusion, well, there'll be a conclusion to this game if it's a draw. If there's, then I would think they would need to win, well, 2 of the last 3, or all 3 of the last 3. I would think. Too many games where they've been in the ascendancy and
given it away,
haven't won. Yeah,
that's right. Van der Hoogten is in again, bowled, and this is pushed away, and there's a shy of the stumps, and had that hit, the silly run taken there, and Roderick throws his head in the air. Barnard throws his head in the air. I think, what on earth are you trying to do? You'd have been run out by 3 yards.
Well, he'd given up, hadn't he?
Yeah.
He wasn't even attempting the dive. Yeah, poor call by Gareth Roderick.
If you were a cynic, you'd be saying, yeah, 6 ball of the over.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's a good counter or not. You and I will have played club cricket with people who could count up to 6.
Really?
Nick the strike. Patel to continue. He's having a good old bowl on his debut for Glamorgan.
Pretty well with no turn. He just kept it down, hasn't he? Because it's a very placid pitch at the moment. I did say it. Look, I haven't seen a ball turn in Glamorgan since 1965. So in that in uncovered pictures.
Here's Patel, left arm around to the right-handed Roderick, who's forward, and not for the first time today, just pushes the ball out on the onside. Cloud beginning to build up away to the east, but not threatening at the moment. Once again, Roderick plays down the pitch. Just a little bit of lazy-ish cricket there from Patel. Well, was he trying to deflect the ball onto the stumps at the non-strikers then? But he certainly should have stopped it, but he didn't get down too well to it. 218 for 4. Lots of polish still going on. Lots of work on the old ball, trying to keep a bit of shine on it. Patel jogs in again, and this time a quicker delivery, which Roderick comes forward to. A little bit of excitement amongst the Glamorgan fielders, but appeared to me as if he got plenty of bat on it. Crowd sticking with it today, not too many disappearing after tea. Patel's next ball, forward defensively, pushed away on the onside. You know, I was thinking about this. You get the members forum here tomorrow. If it's hosing it down in the morning,
I've asked the question already. I said that won't be fair on anybody.
No, because they won't be coming along anyway. So here's the next ball, which is driven a little more firmly this time, but straight again to the fielder at mid-on. One ball left in Patel's 19th over. No wicket for 46 so far, as Roderick waits once more. It's positively forward. He's just
he doesn't attempt any.
No, his top hand's way over top of it, and just making sure that there's nothing untoward.
Is he not a stroke player?
He's not been. I mean, he's
had a poor season.
Yeah, well, I say he got a decent average actually, because he got a not out in that. But he has struggled for 2 or 3 seasons, or certainly for 2 seasons. What's he had before today? That's the wrong bit of paper.
Because he wasn't supposed to play, was he, today?
No. He's been averaging 43, but that's just from 6 innings, so you get a red inker in that and boost it up. But he's obviously doing a job for his team and providing the anchor.
Well, Kieran Carlson had a tea time over. He's coming back to bowl his off spin to try and rush it up until the 80 overs have been bowled for the new ball. 72 have been bowled now, and it will be Carlson from that river end, comes in for his first ball and bowls, and this is played up towards mid-on by Barnard. .216 for 4 after 72.1 overs. Carlson bowls. That's a useful delivery, as it brought Barnard forward tentatively and just pushed it away on the onside. Here he comes again, Carlson. Short. Careless shot there by Barnard. Went to chase one outside the off stump, and could easily have edged that to the keeper. A floater going away from the batters. In comes Carlson, bowls again, and this is pushed up towards mid-on.
Batting a long way over, Ed Barnard. The camera here is a bit of an angle, but he's taking guard, middle and off, I reckon.
Here's Carlson, bowls to Barnard. Barnard drives and gets a single out to deep extra cover. 218 for 4. And before we, criticise Roderick too much, we must remember that if the ball is not coming on, it's very difficult to score runs.
Yeah, and he's faced Patel quite a bit, who's bowled very accurately.
Carlson bowls, and Roderick just flicks it away for a single. He will keep the bowling. That's the end of a over where 2 runs were scored, 220 for 4.
Yeah, this is it's a more modern day approach to batting, is taking an off stump or middle and off guard.
It is.
Well, when I started playing cricket, if somebody came in and asked the umpire for middle and off, he'd ask them to repeat what they said, and then shake your head and give a middle and a half. But it's
well, I must be honest. I thought about this when I was playing them many years ago, and I thought, well, if I'm going to nick off now, I'll know definitely where my off stump is because it's nowhere near. You know, I shouldn't get out. I leave it. And I think perhaps that's the reason.
Oh yeah,
they take it in test matches now.
Yeah, because they know where their off stump is. Yeah. Here's Patel. Short this time, and onto the back foot, cracked away through cover point. That's a fine shot. Races away 4-4. So he's put the bad ball away. That was really short. Actually, that did turn and bounce a little bit, but it was too short to start with, and Roderick was onto it in a flash. He's got 62. Barnard's got 62. Worcestershire 2-2-4 for 4.
Sam North East has a little lull in play. Got his county cap this morning, which I thought was a little bit late.
Yeah.
Having broken every record in the Glamorgan book.
I suppose they haven't had too much chance to present him with it, have they, in recent
I think
weeks?
he might enjoy this pitch, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's innings we saw from him at New Road in the one-day competition was something special.
Yeah, and then there is something even more special when he played the last championship match.
Yeah, 400 at Leicester.
410 not out. Putting on 306 with Colin Ingram. And then we had Chris Cook get in another 100. So
here's Patel pushed back down the pitch. It was funny because I was sat at home with my stepson Harry, and I said, "Oh, God, he looks as if he's going to get 400 here." And he said, "Oh, right, what's the situation in the game?" I said, "Oh, it's heading for a draw." And then they declared and won it. So you never know. It's the great game. You never know. Next ball driven out into the offside for just a single. Harris is the fielder out there on the extra cover boundary.
Well, you've probably heard of the South Wales the St Helens Balconiers. 50-odd years nearly now that they've been following the terrific supporters. They go to every game. And I think you're going to guess what I'm going to tell you in a moment.
Here's the next ball, which is whipped away on the leg side for a single by Barnard. They didn't, did they?
Lunchtime came, they had a little meeting. Well, Glamorgan surely on this sort of pitch where we've had thousands of runs so far. They hopped on the bus, and as we were getting home, and Glamorgan have won a famous game.
2-2-6 for 4 here, dear me. Next ball swept by Roderick down to backward square, picks up one more.
And that's the second time. Back in 97 when Glamorgan won the championship, it rained the second and third days. Neil Fairbrother and Matthew Maynard contrived to finish.
Patel bowls allowed appeal here. We're a long way off, but looks as if he was outside the line of off stump and maybe a little bit of bat in it. Let's have a look. Yeah, a bit of bat. Yeah, inside edge onto the pad. 2-2-7 for 4. Barnard 63, Roderick 64.
And going back to that story, they started on time in a place called Egberth, just outside Liverpool.
Yeah.
And they started on time. Wonderful clearing. And Lancashire were bowled out for under 100 in no time. Wacker took a... And back then, after they were walking for the field, came the Balconiers. Well, where have you been? Well, we've been for a tour of Coronation Street. Or somewhere like. To kill time. So that one went off. Got to be a third, isn't it? Here's Carlson. Starts another over and bowls. And this is flicked away for a single. So, wonders of this game.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's never over until it's over.
Carlson, this time to Roderick, bowls to him, and he remains on 63. Barnard, Roderick 65. The run rate marginally over 3. There's 5 overs left after this to the new one. Carlson from the river end. Comes in, Barnard pushes forward. He's been quite sedate, hasn't he, since tea? Barnard.
Yeah.
It's Roderick who's got a couple of boundaries. It's the next delivery. If you look at the game from now and look forward, it's very difficult to predict, because if the rain arrives, you don't play before lunch tomorrow, or there's
a lot of time out the game.
Yes, and it'll go on to the third day. I think that will be a fight for bonus points. Here's the next ball, and it's driven and well fielded there by Gill out in the covers. Rushing through the overs, Carlson.
Yes, it's good.
Note for 5. I think this could be. No, there's the run scored off the first ball. Bowling is off Ricks and bowls, and this is a little bit short, and Barnard gets a single to extra cover. 2-9 for 4.
Yeah, I think some of the balconiers were staying in the hotel next to the ground, because after the game against Glamorgan they were all waiting for a bus outside the ground, or a coach outside the ground.
Well, normally they stay up at town, the old Talbot. That's their normal. There are other hotels in Worcester.
There was a load of them waiting for the coach, and as I walked past, I said, "Well, it's a bit rare, this." They said, "Why?" I said, "There's at least 20 Welshmen here and you're not singing." What's going on? But they were in good spirits, of course, because Glamorgan had won. So
yeah, it was a good. I stayed at that hotel and it was very comfortable.
Yeah, it's
recommended by Nick.
Yeah,
and I went up because I hadn't been up to Worcester and stayed, and I was going to have a little lemonade in the Cricketers.
Oh, mate,
which has been shut now for 18 months, which is very, very sad.
That's
because what a cricket pub that was.
Yeah. Yes, when
Mr. Williams.
Yeah, and then Adrian took it over. I still see him occasionally.
Very, very sad. The momenters they had. No, you're not missing any cricket because there's a meeting going on.
There is a 4-part meeting, and I think Billy Taylor's just wandering in saying, "Lads,
just in case it rains,
can we play a bit of cricket?"
To which they say, "Hang on, we're +2."
Yeah.
So yes, and it was full of memorabilia. And upstairs there's a little museum.
Yeah,
it's sad to see that going.
Yeah, I say I know Aid landlord well. Been on a couple of cricket tours with him, and he was very sad when all that had to go. Back to the cricket here. Patel is the bowler, and it's once again Barnard coming forward, plays the ball back to the bowler. Patel bowling left arm round. No appreciative turn that we've seen so far. Barnard once again just props forward and pushes it away on the offside. 229 for 4, 115 these are put on. Patel stands right next to the umpire before he walks in, and this time Barnard lashes this one away. A bit of width outside the off stump, cracks it between extra cover and mid off, and that's away for 4. Fine shot from Barnard. It was about a foot wide of the off stump, that one, watching the replay. So nice shot. 233 for 4. Barnard moves on to 68. Got a bit darker.
They said it was coming on late, but
looking away to the east over the city from whence the cloud appears to be coming, according to the flags. Somebody uses 3 gallons of petrol and going up the road behind us. Next ball is pushed away on the offside by Barnard, just stroked out to the extra cover boundary for a single. Barnard has 69, Roderick 65, 2-3-4-4-4. I was saying earlier, if a wicket went now, 2-3-4-4-5, the scorers would be
delighted,
beside themselves. Is the next ball tries to bowl a quicker delivery here, and Barnard will be Roderick will be annoyed that he missed out on that one, but he also could have got an edge to it, but that one was there for the
groundsman up prowling.
Never a good side. Next ball is floated up and forward and pushed back down the pitch. There is no run. The conclusion of the over, 234 for 4. Apparently there's a thing I think is called a smudge that scorers get quite excited about. That's when every ball of the over is different. So you might get 1, 2, 3, 4 wicket and a 6. And they get very excited about that. I know this from experience. I think it's called is it smurf? No, it's a smudge. That's what it's called. Yeah.
That's something new to me.
Yeah. There's something else as well that I can't even remember what it is. It was so exciting, I can't remember what it was.
It's got appreciably darker now.
It has.
Since you last told us that it was getting a little darker. Probably a little bit of juice on the way, and I think they could be looking at the skies, the umpire, before long. As Carlson starts another over, he's been quite economical and bowls. I'm saying blows there. And it goes through to the wicket-keeper. Yes, the lights on the scoreboard shining brightly now. Here's Carlson. Bowls. Played out into the mid-off region. The fielder there's fairly straight, and it goes to his left, and they go through for a single.
Well, they've been off for 2 hours at Kidderminster. Worcestershire seconds game there. They'll try and get back on. Heavy rain, I'm told.
Here's the next ball, and it's pushed away, possibly because these two spinners are on, that they might have conferred a little earlier. In comes Carlson. Bowls again. This is tucked away for a single.
Yeah. I think it's probably just all right at the minute, is it?
I don't know. If Nick had, as I've told you before, cleaned these windows in the last week, no excuse really.
Well, he's been sunning himself on the beach, mate.
I'd have put the scaffolding up for it. Here's the next ball. And again, it's a single. So easy to just put the ball where you want to because of the slowness of this pitch now. My only hope is that it doesn't get slower and slower and lower, as these Cardiff pitches used to be years ago. Last ball of the over, which is bowled. Roderick plays the shot, shovels it away, and the onside. 77 overs bowled. The umpires are not looking at each other, not that they've fallen out, of course, but they generally do have a look and say, light meter time? It's fairly dark at the moment. 237 for 4.
I think you're right. If these two stay on, the spinners stay on, they're not going to bother, but
they won't stay on now after 3 overs because Glamorgan will be quite desperate to get the new ball. +2, which is good going.
Patel will continue. 22 overs. You're probably thinking, this county cricket hard work.
He's going under 3 and over, which is good bowling.
Short leg is gone. Got a man.
An extra drive.
Yeah, extra man. Got two shortish extra covers, if that makes sense.
And that will tell you that the ball is not getting up the other end very quickly.
Patel bowls and swept backward of square. 4-1-2 by Barnard. Rushes back as the throw comes in, so he goes 273, 239 for 4. Scoreboard very quick here at the Gardens. Patel, left arm round, Cathedral Road end, bowls Barnard. Ooh, slightly uppish. Did he play that down into the ground and it bounced up, or did he mistime it?
I think he mistimed it. The reason I said
lost track of that a bit
on the drive, because you do tend to play a little bit early, don't you, on these pitches that are slow. You play and Just hit it away to those two men.
Next ball ends up at short third man position. Barnard just easing it away. Feel the breeze picking up even through our window here. Flags away to our left, buffering away from the flagpoles. Next ball is short and wide, and away goes after this one. Barnard doesn't get bat on it. It was one of those again where the batsman is annoyed because he's missed out, and the bowler is annoyed because he might have got an edge. Barnard has a little walk away and a talk to himself. Here's Patel's next ball, and this time Barnard eases it away off his leg stump. He's going to get a single. Just for a minute, he thought there might have been a couple on there, but who's that? Billy Root out on the boundary, very quick across the ground. Last ball of Patel's over. No,
he hasn't been driven a lot, has he, Patel?
No.
You know, you expect slow left arms to get driven, but as if they're afraid to drive in case they miss time on this slow pitch. I don't think I can. If it's been a 4 on the offside, it's been back foot or hit up to extra cover. There's nothing past mid-off.
Barnard whacked one through there a couple of overs ago, and it was very wide of the off stump.
Yeah.
Patel bowls, and this is worked away on the onside. There will be no run. I shall go and talk to the good people of slightly damp Worcestershire and Herefordshire.
240 for 4. Slow progress, but they'll be glad that they haven't lost any more wickets, and they will look to get up to as many as they can when they get that far. With these conditions, we wouldn't know, but it will be Kieran Carlson, 4 overs for 9 runs. That is all he has conceded. And Nick comes in alongside me. Worst part of the day here now as Barnard waits for Carlson. He's on 74. And he comes and bowls, and this is played into the mid-wicket area for a single.
Yes. It is getting somewhat gloomy out there. The umpires look a little bit fidgety at the moment.
Is that our good friend Phil Steele sitting down there in front of us with a blue shirt on, just down there?
Oh yes, well spotted.
Is it? I thought it was.
Yep, Mr. Steely. Looking forward to chairing tomorrow's forum, no doubt.
Yeah. Here's the next ball. And something we've seen a couple of hundred times, a little lunge forward from Roderick, 66 to him. He's faced 174 balls. As the next one, I think perhaps they'll try and accelerate because time will be taken out of this game, but they know their game. Here's the next ball. No run. Penultimate over before the new ball, but the big question, as we were discussing, Nick, is whether they will be allowed to take it as Carlson bowls, and that's nudged away again for a no run.
Although Glamorgan obviously want to press for points and wickets, I think they'll probably look to take the new ball, which will force the umpire's hands.
Yeah. Next ball. No run.
As Carlson is not a frontline bowler, with all due respect, and Patel, well, he's wheeled away. He's bowled mostly pretty tightly.
Here we go.
But 79 overs on the board. Are the umpires going to call it even before we get to the question of a new ball? 241 for 4. Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Taylor come together.
They haven't taken the light meter out yet.
Mr. Taylor wanders past the stumps and will proceed towards square leg.
He has a little chat with Barnard.
Mr. Patel Patel will prepare to bowl the 80th over, his 23rd.
He's bowled economically, hasn't threatened anybody, but on this pitch which had shown absolutely no turn whatsoever, he's, if he hadn't bowled pretty well, then he could have been caned.
Here is Patel then, to bowl to Barnard, with two fielders pretty close together in the covers. And that's cut away to backwards point where Gill fields well. Looks lively in the field, Shubman Gill.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Ajaz Patel has looked enthusiastic. And forward prods Barnard. Maybe not the most athletic of fielders, figures, Ajaz Patel, but certainly tried hard.
All right.
Tried hard, which is all you can ask. 241 for 4. Still looking though for his first Glamorgan wicket. Ed Barnard, 75 not out, defends one back, almost crept under the bottom of the bat. Patel jogs back to his mark, which is not very far behind umpire Baldwin at all. In fact, he's starting virtually next to the umpire, with Mr. Baldwin standing back a couple of paces. Sweep shot, appeal for LBW, that'll be close, that'll be out. Ajaz Patel has his first wicket for Glamorgan as his teammates celebrate with him. Glamorgan have a vital breakthrough. Worcestershire are 241 for 5 as Ed Barnard goes for a fine 75, leg before Patel.
Yes, and I think credit there to Patel, because Barnard had got fed up of just pushing him, prodding, and he was trying to get him away. He couldn't, and he thought, right, the only way I'm going to get runs here is to sweep, and he was absolutely dead.
I don't think there'll be any Worcestershire complaints about that decision. It's a very fine innings from Barnard, faced 117 deliveries in all. And has played his side into a pretty strong position. He hit 10 fours in that innings.
Now then, Nick, you're captain of Glamorgan.
Yep.
Patel is bowling extremely well, and incoming batsmen are not going to find it quite so easy as these two have done, latterly only in their innings. But as I say, I would perhaps let Patel, but I'm seeing James Harris is warming up. I don't know.
It's a good point. I think if your conversation with the umpires is you bowl spinners or you come off, then, as you say, having taken the wicket, that probably tips the balance to make it worth Patel to bowl 2 or 3 more maybe at the new bat.
Yeah, but seeing Harris brushing up and doing his exercise.
Having said which, it's not a tail at all yet, because you've got D'Oliveira coming, presume? Yeah. But D'Oliveira averaging 65 and posting himself down at number 7 in the batting order, with Ben Cox and Joe Leach to follow.
Yeah, and all the Glamorgan fielders rushing up to, you can call it a little Patel. He's very small, and he's bowled extremely well, I think, to go under 3 and over on this pitch. And 241 for 5. We wouldn't say Glamorgan are back in the game, but it's pretty even, and I would think you would say advantage just slightly to Worcestershire.
Yeah.
There we are. There's the celebration on the phone.
So we watch there's very enthusiastic celebrations. Glamorgan's
good Welsh welcome,
looking to make Patel feel at home for this month that he's playing, and partly that and partly relief at getting the breakthrough after not getting a wicket between the 39th and the 80th overs. It's a long time, 41 overs. So Brett D'Oliveira will face what could be just 2 balls if the umpires.
Well, it's brightened now, isn't it?
It has slightly brightened, yeah. So maybe they'll be okay to bowl with the new ball. Maybe they'll keep Patel on with the new ball for an over or 2. Give him a little bit of bounce. D'Oliveira settles then. Short leg is in, slip is in, and D'Oliveira plays his first ball off the back foot to cover point, no run.
Third LBW out of 5. And I don't think you could argue with any of the decisions, really.
Patel into bowl. D'Oliveira stretches forward and defends, so that is the 80 overs up. Will we see the new cherry?
The answer to that question, Mr. Webb, is I don't know. Now then, how was that being cagey?
241 for 5 at the 80 over mark.
There are two bowlers walking up to the bowling end, and they are Mr. Horton, who has given us the answer. He's taken his cap off. And looking back at this season, Glamorgan have taken a number of wickets after the new ball has been taken late in the day. So maybe thinking down that line. But I'm not against your argument. Okay, let Patel bowl this end with the new ball.
Returning
As the
new ball at the river end.
Yes, we know that. Now then, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the ground staff hovering by the hovercraft. And I can't see behind me whether it's well, it looks perfectly all right, to be honest, but at times I don't think anybody knows what the weather's going to do, because the forecast today was for heavy showers with thunder and take care.
There we are.
But Brothers tells us it's raining in Worcester. Well, keep your rain up there for today, please.
Perhaps it won't come until you're ripping it up on the streets of Trebanos tonight.
Yes. What was last night? Horton then is in, gets the ball up to the bat, near Yorker length, chipped away to mid-wicket, and they get through for a single, which brings D'Oliveira up to face Michael Horton, who has taken, well, he's taken the new ball. I have noticed he must have taken it.
I think it was announced by a good doctor.
Would he?
Who's insinuating you were painting the town red last night, Edward?
No, I was watching a magnificent programme on BBC One. It's called Capture. Yeah, brother says, oh yes, and it's on again tonight. It's the 4th of 6 episode. I don't think I've ever seen such a more gripping tale. Horton then bowls to D'Oliveira, and he plays it late down to third man and gets a single. My word, that came off slowly, didn't it? You had time to stand up, change his gloves, and then tap it away to third man. Yeah, because it was absolutely chucking it down last night, and there was nothing else to watch. I watched the documentary on Ben Stokes, and then watch this. I'll be back there, feet up tonight, watching the 4th episode. As Horton now bowls, and probably hear that and probably think it was close, but often you see batsmen, fielders and the keeper make the batsman think, oh, that was very, very close, and try and unsettle him. It rarely happens. It rarely is successful, I mean. 243 for 5. Nip and tuck. 7 runs for the second bonus. Glamorgan need 1 wicket as Michael Horton comes in and bowls. That's driven nicely. An equally good stopper by Carlson, diving about there at mid-on, and they go through for a single. Yeah, listeners might think I'm going a bit stupid, which I probably am, when I say, oh, I think they may be talking now on the umpires, and then in 2 minutes' time I say it's lovely.
Well, the light has improved appreciably in the last 10 minutes or so, yeah. D'Oliveira waits. Horton is ready. He's over the wicket now and bowls. And D'Oliveira is right forward, and the ball is played back to the bowler. You couldn't have seen Roderick play that shot that Barnard played, will you? Because he's been very correct. But I think, as I said earlier, that he was trying to get after Patel, and he said, right, I'm short bound, I'm going to try and sweep him for 6. In comes Horton, bowls.
This is defended by D'Oliveira. That's the end of another over. 81 overs have gone today, and Worcestershire at 244 for 5. What's your position? What's my position? Here now, commentary stints.
About fine leg, I think.
Is it your turn? Do you want to break?
No, I've only just come back on about 15 minutes ago.
I'll do another 10. No, I'd better go now because Brothers will have a 5 o'clocker.
There we are. Returning to commentate at the Cathedral Road end, Mr. David Bradley. Mr. James Harris to bowl. Pleased to see that the professional photographer here has captured Patel's appeal and celebration, because they were matters of some enthusiasm. Brothers.
Yes.
Tell us about James Harris bowling.
Well, James Harris is a bowler who bowls right arm over and is at the moment doing it from the Cathedral Road end. Leaps into his delivery stride, bowls Roderick forward, pushes away on the offside. There is no run. I've just been out the back looking at this bright blue sky from whence the weather is coming. And
it must be coming from Trebanos then. The Edward Bevan Riviera.
Well, it's coming from right to left in front of us, which even with my limited knowledge of Cardiff geography is east to west, so it looks as if it could be a nice evening. Here's Harris. A couple of slips in there. And this ball sees the whipped away down to fine leg. That's going to go away for 4. Just straying onto the leg stump or just outside there, Harris. And it's not the first time today that Roderick has played that shot. In fact, he's played it off the leg stump, whipped it away down into the crowd. Oh, that's hit the boundary rope and almost a gentleman in the crowd on the head. But he seems all right because he's not. he's back looking at his phone, so it doesn't seem to have bothered him too much. Golden rule of cricket: whether you're batting, bowling, fielding, or in the crowd,
keep your eye on the ball.
Keep your eye on the ball, or the ball might keep itself on your eye. Roderick goes to 72, 248 for 5. Here's Harris's next ball. This is played squarer on this occasion by Roderick. He picks up a single. As we often say, and we've said many times, new ball useful for the fielding side, but very often it goes quicker off the bat, of course, so it may be coming through at a better height, better pace for the batsman. 249 for 5. Worcestershire 1 away from a second bonus point. Well, Glamorgan 1 wicket away from a second bonus point. D'Oliveira takes guard, just flexes his knees. And this is again turned on the leg side. They're running the first one quickly, but they're not going to get a second one. Who's that out there? Billy Root out on the square leg boundary. So D'Oliveira has 2 to his name. He likes this ground, D'Oliveira. Got a double century here not so long back, and a century, and took some wicket. So funny how players have specific teams and specific grounds that they do well on. Ground staff are still sat at the far end, which either means it's going to rain or their kettle has broken. One or the other. Well, Harris is coming in and just moves away there. Roderick, I don't think anybody was moving behind the bowler's arm, so maybe he just wasn't ready. Maybe there was a bit of nattering going on.
Oh yes, bit of natter. Yeah. Always annoying for the batter.
The Ben Stokes documentary film that Edward was on about, which I've seen, it's interesting because you can pick up some of the banter between the Australians, or the Australians basically bantering the English batsmen. Here's the next ball, which is played backward of square on the offside for no run.
I'm surprised some of that is broadcastable, to be honest.
Well, there's no foul language, but it's stuff like, well, his mates aren't out here now, he's not such a big boy now, is he, and all this sort of thing.
Oh,
and, yeah. Need to get off now, mate. Yeah. I say there is no foul language, but
yes,
there's plenty going on. Here's Harris here in Cardiff, last ball of his 13th over, and this time driven solidly but straight to Shipman Gill, and there will be no run. Gillies fielded very tidily today. He's a couple of times when he was in the covers, he's saved certain boundaries. You could say if there were certain boundaries, he couldn't save them, but they were good stops. The end of the over, 250 for 5. Worcestershire, D'Oliveira 2, Roderick 73. Out today, Libby for 12, Cornell for 16, Haynes for 13, Pollock for 54, Barnard for 75. 3 wickets for Van der Gooten, 1 for Harris and 1 for Patel.
Matthew Walsh reports no rain at the moment in Gwyler de Garth, which is just north of Cardiff. He says, I'm sure it's boiling over in Taffswell as well, Phil Steele. That's where Mr. Steele lives, but and report that Phil Steele is about 20 metres beneath us, so he's not in Taffswell at all.
Oh,
he's getting his background info for tomorrow's forum, no doubt. Michael Hogan to bowl, and Brett D'Oliveira to play gently on the leg side, fielded by Byram, and there's no run.
I don't think I've ever seen him in the summer, Phil. It's always on a rainy rugby ground in the winter.
No, he did. He went to the One Day Cup matches in Neath. I bumped into him
right.
At one of those.
Very successful, I'm told, crowd-wise.
Yes, it was something that I think has earned them more matches in that next year, you would have thought.
Yeah.
But whenever the One Day Cup's going to be played, who knows? Hogan bowls, and forward comes D'Oliveira, and there's no run. There seems to be a lot of talk about playing it at the start of the season, the 50 over competition.
Well, I think that used to be called the Benson and Edges Cup, didn't it?
Yeah, 55 overs.
Start of the season.
Which begs the question then, what on earth are they going to do with the counties when the franchises are playing?
Yeah. Yes. It's a conundrum.
Hogan is into bowl, and D'Oliveira defends on the leg side.
Well, Worcestershire played Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's, which was a really nice outground. Maybe the pitch wasn't up to 4-day standard, but it was very well organised by Middlesex. A good crowd, nice atmosphere, and I've heard so many good reports of outgrounds for 50 over cricket.
In comes Hogan, bowls, and that's pushed on the offside by D'Oliveira. They take a quick single, Root has a shy, doesn't hit. D'Oliveira is all right anyway. 3 to him, 251 for 5. If some marketing could be done for the... if we've got to have the 100, I think it's probably better to have what we have this season, the One Day Cup, played alongside it rather than a bit of the Championship played alongside it.
Well, the Championship's going to be an unfair competition, isn't it?
Hogan bowls. Forward comes Roderick, noodles away on the leg side into a gap and takes a single, 252 for 5.
In that you could have 6 or 7 players missing, or 2, or 1 player missing. At the start of the 100 this season, Worcestershire were only going to have 1 player missing, but then in the end they had 5, which obviously they're not massive squads these days for counties, so it obviously weakens your squad a fair bit.
Next delivery from Hogan is blocked by D'Oliveira on the offside.
I quite enjoyed the Royal London Cup. Worcestershire didn't do very well in it this year, but I quite enjoyed the competition, and it's nice to. It's actually nice to see some fresh faces. It's nice to play some different teams, because you play the same teams every year in the T20. That's another thing that bugs me. Why can't they change those teams over? I mean, I think Worcestershire played Derbyshire 5 times this season.
Well, frankly, I'd have a bit of jeopardy in T20 and have a first and second division, or a Premiership and Championship, whatever you want to call them. First and second division, and say 3 sides from the first division go through to finals day, and the winners of the second division go to finals day. And have a promotion and relegation as well.
Just something to make it a bit different. Here's Harris, James of that ilk, to bowl, and Roderick, not for the first time today, covers up defensively, pushes away on the offside. But I just think that Worcestershire don't play Gloucestershire or Glamorgan.
No, it's strange, isn't it? Which is one of the closer links in the county game.
Yeah, but I say, nothing against Derbyshire, Leicestershire, Northants, but you just get a bit tired of playing the same old teams. Harris in and bowls, and this is driven down the ground. Nice shot. I think Harris might have got a fingertip to that to slow it down. It's not going to go to the boundary anyway, because Carlson is chasing it down, and he picks up a couple. So Roderick has 76, D'Oliveira has 3, Worcestershire 254 for 5. With, what we got, 12 overs remaining after this one. So they could be heading up towards 300, or they could be 7 wickets down, or 8 wickets down. Here's Harris in again, and Roderick plays the shot and then takes his bottom hand away from a fairly full-length delivery, as if it jarred his hand. Maybe didn't get it quite right.
Yeah, I'd prefer to see a bit of a shake-up in the blast.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, it might mean that Somerset have got to go to Durham, or Glamorgan have got to go up to Durham. But surely you could balance that out. You'd play at Durham on a Saturday and play at Leeds on the Sunday or on the Monday or something. Next ball flicked away on the onside for a single. Also, the thing that bugged me this year is August Bank Holiday Monday, there's no cricket.
Oh, ridiculous.
No first-class cricket. Next, that takes a total of 255 for 5.
Having said which, Glamorgan's away trips were actually well organised in the T20 Blast for, well, not the first time, but they're not always, in that they played 3 games in the southeast in the space of 4 days, and then they played the other 2, I think it was Essex and Kent, back to back. Yeah,
it's not that difficult to organise, I wouldn't have thought. Harris to D'Oliveira this time, good ball, beats D'Oliveira, has a little prod at it outside the off stump. Let's see what it did a bit. It's it just straightened a bit, it just held its line a little bit as D'Oliveira was looking for it to come back in.
But the thinking is that the One Day Cup will be the start of the season, isn't it? Because they want England players to have some use of that before the next 50 over World Cup. Be interesting to see how many of them are actually available in April, if they were the Big Bash. The Indians, sorry.
Is the next ball, and there's a big shout there, and the finger's up, and D'Oliveira goes. He looks terribly disappointed. Did he think he got a bat onto that? He's waggling his bat around. He's not objecting to the decision, but he's disappointed by it. So we've got a replay coming up. Glamorgan were absolutely convinced that he was out. Is Harris's delivery in slow motion, very good. This I don't think D'Oliveira got a bat on that. Height might have been something, but he's gone.
He's not the tallest of players, Mr. D'Oliveira.
No, the umpire's finger is up, and you got to go.
So hitting on the knee roll doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go over.
No.
Second for Harris.
To get 3.
2 for 57 he's got. 255 for 6. 2 all in terms of bonus points. And, bonus points might be the item as an issue during this game.
Yeah.
As stream viewers get an even slower replay, and I think it was hitting. It was just maybe D'Oliveira thought he'd got outside off, but we're a slight angle. But it looked a pretty good shout from Harris.
The ball before just eased away slightly or held its line, so the next ball he's maybe looking for that one again, and it cuts back in. So
yes, we've finished reorganising the county season yet? But of course we've got the 100 that is we're told under contract to the TV companies for the next 3 millennia. I mean, 6 years, is it? Another 6 seasons?
It's something like that, and I'm not sure that they
2028
got the money that they could maybe have got. I don't know. It's cricket. Edward say earlier, there's something new every day in cricket. Somebody comes up with another idea. Oh, we should be doing this. Oh, we should be doing that.
Yeah.
I think I've got an idea that Josh Baker is the Worcestershire 12th man.
Okay.
He's not playing, but he's not been in the squad because he's got a bad back. But I will check afterwards. I'll bring me binoculars tomorrow at the back of my car.
I mean, the Premier League football, they don't change the number of clubs every season. And love it or loathe it, you've got a successful commercial product, and they've left it there for 25, 30 years or whatever it is since the Premier League has started.
But there just seems to be the cricket has this thing that it has to do something different, and it doesn't. I mean, personally, 18 counties, county championship play each other once, 17 games. There's 14 at the moment. It's only 3 more games. Fit those in. Get rid of 1 or 2 of the other silly competitions.
And there's a large pig floating in the sky past Sophia Gardens.
Right, well, I'm going to go off and do some updating stuff. Mr. Bevan will be joining us.
Hogan is in to bowl to Roderick, and he's flicked that away on the leg side for a single. So we have only 12 overs minus that ball to play of the day's proceedings, having had a 10:30 start, as will be the case, dear listener, from now on.
We're not going to get a 5:30 finish, though. It's going to be just after. And I'll nip off and do other things.
Tim Fry on Twitter says he likes his my idea with regard to a 2-division T20 blast. Maybe, he says, a playoff for a place. 1 automatic promotion, 1 automatic relegations, and a playoff for the remaining place. Hogan bowls and beats the prod of Ben Cox there. Through it goes to Chris Cook, and that one was over the top of the off bail. Edward Bevan will come back alongside me here on BBC Sport Online. Thank you for your contribution, Tim Fry. It's time the blast just got a little bit of a tweak somewhere, I think. Be nice to play it in the summer, but hey, you can't have everything. 2:56 for 6. Hogan in the evening sunshine into Cox. Appeal for caught behind, and Glamorgan celebrate. They've taken the 7th wicket. Cox has gone without scoring. Chris Cook with a routine catch, and Michael Hogan gets his 38th wicket of the season to move ahead of Michael Nisa. 2:56 for 7. 3 wickets have gone now for 16, and the game has a somewhat different appearance, Mr. Bevan.
It has, Mr. Webb, and I did say a quarter of an hour ago that Glamorgan had done extremely well with the second new ball this season, and it's happening again. That was a perfect delivery. D'Oliveira was not at all happy with his decision.
Your thoughts? We thought it looked okay on the replay. I mean, it was...
I'm not saying anything, but I don't like criticising umpires. Never do it, but looking at the replay, we just leave it at that.
Well, the replay screens are at a slight angle, you have to remember that, but I thought it was a reasonable decision.
There we are.
Not sure. We'll agree to disagree on that one then.
Okay. Now then, that was a good wicket to have, Cox, because he's...
Incoming batter for Worcestershire is Joe Leach.
Here's another decent lower middle order batter, Joe Leach. Not much of a tale for Worcestershire, but 7 down. If Glamorgan get 1 more, they will be through to the tail. And having started to write a report when I was last off air for the BBC website.
You'll have to change it.
I'll have to change it. Since I thought that the efforts of Barnard and Roderick would end with their team on top for the day, and as it is, marginally advantage Glamorgan.
It's a funny old game.
It's not a disastrous effort by Worcestershire by any means, but certainly
new ball's doing a bit
back.
now, isn't it?
New ball's doing a bit. Patel got that vital wicket with the last over with the old ball, and the strapping figure of Joe Leach is at the wicket. Broad across the shoulder and the chest. Looks as though he's got plenty of beef.
Did the sixth wicket fell at 256 also?
6 was 255, just the 1 run between them.
I was in running from my other.
In comes Hogan to bowl to new bat Joe Leach, who plays slightly across the line and off the outside edge of the bat it runs out into covers. Have you got a commitment in the language of heaven to
I
Case
haven't
4?
today. I
No.
don't know why. Generally have
Practicing
every
your
day.
Sir Caerrangon for Worcestershire.
Correct, Caerrangon.
In comes Hogan, bowls, and Leach defends and flicks it at the non-striker's stump and hits, I think, the non-striker's stumps. Yes, umpire Taylor has to replace.
Joe Leach came in at number 7 a couple of weeks ago when we were up at Worcester in the Royal London and played a very good innings of 63.
Oh yes, 63 off 36. Yes, he did hit it hard, didn't he?
Strange ending to that game.
As that one hits Leach on the pad, there's an appeal looked to be going leg side from the shot that Leach played.
Good over.
Yeah, it was strange, wasn't it? Because I was talking to, I think it was Sam North Easter afterwards, and we were talking about them watching the end of the Kent game, which they narrowly won to go through to the quarter-finals of the One-Day Cup, and he said, well, Glamorgan didn't think they were going through anyway because of they didn't think they'd overtaken Yorkshire. Well, it turned out that they had overtaken Yorkshire.
Yeah, long before the finish.
Because Yorkshire lost by about 70 or 80 runs. So although Glamorgan's winning margin wasn't as wide at New Road as it looked likely, they would have just scraped through had Luke Wells not dropped a sitter for Lancashire.
Caught and bowled. James Harris then will be bowling from this end. Roderick still lay on 78. Bowls to him now, and he's chipped that away up to mid-wicket and he's going to get 4 runs. How many times that Harris has bowled down that length side, and he's got 6 men on the off. And it's you just feed the batsman because it's a 55-yard boundary. You've only got 1 man out there, and he is now being pushed back, which you should never really have a man push back on the boundary in the 86th over, surely. Not for a poor ball, no. It's an insurance move, isn't it, rather than an attacking move to try and get a catch down there. But Harris has taken 2 wickets, nevertheless. And Glamorgan need 2 more wickets to get 3 maximum and valuable points. Harris runs away from us in bright sunshine and bowls left outside the off stump. Far better line. Just try and hit that off stump. 260 for 7, which Glamorgan I think would have settled for at the start of play this morning. They were settled for half an hour ago. Well, at that stage it was 241 for 4. Blue skies over the white-clad players of Glamorgan. It's Nick Webb in poetic mood as in comes Harris, bowls, and that's down the leg side and high. And it's taken by Chris Cook. 4 LBWs in this innings today. 2 a catch for the wicket keeper. 2 clean bowled. So D'Oliveira and Cox for 3 runs only between them is a huge capture. He's back again, our friend Mr. Helicopter. Harris in, bowls down the leg side and is chipped away now. Root has been put back on that boundary. And they settle for a single. They are playing again in the one-day international at under-19 level at New Road, Worcester. Showers, you see, Nick? Showers. Sri Lanka 248 for 9 in 44 overs, 48 overs rather. They were sawn off a little bit early. Harris comes in, bowls to Leach. Leach is off the back foot, chips it away on the onside. There's no run.
Now, England have made a flying start on 38 for naught off 5 overs. They need a further 171. But the card I'm looking at doesn't actually tell you how many overs they've got to achieve that in, which is somewhat frustrating.
50 over match, isn't it?
Well, it was originally, but it's obviously
like
been
40 or perhaps.
reduced.
Always a good pitch at Worcester, though. Harris in, bowls. Leach drives. It doesn't time it at all. Looking to drive through extra cover, and it ends up square leg. Probably get onto the outskirts of Cardiff on the 4-2-3-2 tonight and seeing that it's been chucking it down. That often happens all the other way around here on these local thunderstorms, but we've been very, very lucky today. Last ball of Harris's 15th over. In he comes and bowls, and that was close to the off stump as Leach. Although it's on the slow side, it has plenty in it, or enough really, for the new ball. If it spins towards the end of the game, then you'll have said that has been a very good pitch.
Yeah, if we get to anything that resembles a fourth day in terms of where on the pitch that is.
Yeah. I hear that Leicestershire were 15 for 4 against Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
Boys next door, say.
Okay, let's check some more county scores since you mention it. 43 for 5. Henry Plighter Nottinghamshire's 201 all out, with big Luke Fletcher 4 for 13.
Yes, he swings it about, goes round corners. Fletch.
Derbyshire, meanwhile, 266 for 7 against Durham, with Duploy making 82 and Came 78.
As Michael Horton prepares to bowl in the evening sunshine, and he's bowling to Roderick on 83, bowls to him and beats Roderick outside the off stump. Roderick, having been there now for some time, he's been 197 balls for his 83, and he'll be looking for 100.
Will he get it tonight?
He runs out of partners. Here's Hogan, bowls left outside the off stump.
You would have thought that if Leach gets out, then Roderick may need to change his game somewhat.
Yep. Or if Roderick gets out, Leach will play some shots, as he always does, in fairness. Leach at number 9 is shows a very strong batting side.
It does indeed. Time for Mr. Bradley to replace me and me to rewrite my online report.
Hogan bowls to Roderick. Defensive response there.
Just had a synchronised mic changing. It's set to be an Olympic sport very soon.
Well, everything else seems to be these days. Here's Hogan, bowls to Roderick. Roderick gets down in it and jabs it rather than plays a shot. Jabs it away to short extra cover. Glitch there for Worcestershire with 3 wickets going down for 15 runs. New ball doing the trick. Glamorgan seamers.
Add 2 wickets to any score is the old cricketing adage.
That's quite right.
In this case, 3 wickets to any score.
As Hogan comes in and bowls again and beats him outside the off stump. A stuttering appeal for a caught behind, but it was soon withdrawn.
Certainly got it to do a bit.
Generally does.
Yeah, may just have dropped his wrists on that, Roderick. Might give him the benefit of the doubt, but
I tell you what, he may have nicked that because it was bouncing before it got to Cook. Because he looked back. Have a look at me. Look, he looked back immediately, which sometimes gives the game away. Last ball of the over, and this time it's a genuine leave. 263 for 7. Glamorgan having recaptured any initiative they might have had earlier in the day.
Hogan bowling at mid-70s, 73 miles an hour, that last ball, which doesn't sound quick until you stood at the other end.
No.
In modern parlance, it's quick enough. My brother-in-law, his kids are massive cricket, and they're down in Surrey, and he's actually got a... is this that ball? Did he nick it? He did.
Yeah, but he dropped short of
He
Cook.
did, yeah. Massive cricket lads, so he built a full-scale net, proper net in the garden, and they bought a bowling machine as well. So I go down there, and of course, yeah, I've been playing this game for 50 years, they can't fool me. So I put pads on everything, and it was pinging, and I was going, oh shit, I can't pick the blooming thing up. As Harris comes into bowl, and Leach flicks it away on the leg side, but he won't get a run straight to the fielder. And I'm just going, I said, I'm struggling to pick this up. I said, what's it at? They said 55 miles an hour. And I said, yeah, okay, yeah, fair point, well made. Anyway, I stood behind the net, and he ranked it up to 80 miles an hour, and I couldn't see it. Okay, I'm ancient now, and the eyes are gone, but
Horrible. I had it once, I think.
a bowling machine.
Yeah, well, my grandsons were changing.
Next ball from Harris, and this time runs here for Leach. Plays that sweetly off the pads, away for 4. Nice shot from Joe Leach, gets him off the mark. Roderick has 83, Worcestershire 267 for 7. Yeah, because you can't see the bowler's arm coming over, I think.
No, and it's coming at you straight away. You can't get always. It's going, down here, down there.
Yeah. I mean, I suspect if somebody had been actually bowling at 55 miles an hour, still wouldn't have picked it up. But yeah, the eye-hand coordination gone a long time ago. Leach awaits, and Harris doesn't disappoint him by bowling. He's flicked that one away off the pads as well.
Just bowling down the leg side again, isn't he?
Might have got a couple there if they'd have pushed it, but they decide on 268 for 7. The ever alert scoreboard pings it up. Leach has 5, Roderick 83, and Worcestershire 268 for 7.
And Harris's figures for halfway through his 16th. He's gone for 69.
Yeah, he's going for 4 and over.
He has bowled here on the short boundary side, but he's bowled a lot down there.
Harris away this time to Roderick, lets the ball go by outside the off stump. Very pleasant evening now in Cardiff, in the Gardens. It's a bright blue sky away to our right.
Coming from the west,
yeah,
it's best.
A bit darker over to the east, well, out Swansea way, which is always a bit cloudy.
Beg your pardon,
always
to the west.
Always a bit cloudy out there.
Swansea?
No, I said west. See?
How dare you?
Well, I said that's coming from the east, that must be from the west. Here's the next ball, which is driven to mid-off. Colston Fields, no run. Yeah, I mean, get beyond Swansea, it's all right. Down to Pembrokeshire, that's all right.
Missed out Gower, haven't you? Beautiful Gower.
It is very nice down there. Nice this time of year. Bit of sunshine, and all the kids are going back to school. Well, they're going back tomorrow, so yeah. Love the seaside in the winter. I'm booked in Pembrokeshire over New Year.
Have you?
Yeah. Down to Broadhaven.
Broadhaven.
Love it. Here's Harris bowling. Played it once again up to mid-off. Well, I think I said Carson was feeling. It's Lloyd fielding there, is it? No, it is. I was right in the first place. So never change your bet, brothers. Yeah, we go down there regularly, but love it over New Year. There's at Little Haven they have a New Year's swim on New Year's Day.
You go?
I'll go and watch. Too blooming cold for me, mate. 268 for 7 here. We've got 8 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, fair bit of cricket to play, and Hogan now will have a crack at the new batsman, well, relatively new batsman, Joe Leach. And he'll be facing him for the first time. Hogan will want to try and just round up a couple more wickets if he can. He's got one. And he's gone for 41 off his 16. And he is coming in from that river end and bowls to Leach. And Leach comes forward and jabs it out into the covers. You see Cox's dismissal? It's a
I
good
did.
One. A good one.
Was a good ball, yeah.
I was telling Nick,
it's one of those. You don't want one of those early in your innings, do you? If you've been in for 15 overs.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Yeah.
But to get Cox and Dolly out for 3 between them is a pretty good achievement. In comes Hogan and bowls. This is played back down and there's no run.
Yeah, 2 bonus points apiece at the moment. But
I suppose both sides, I think Worcester should be a little disappointed having been at one stage 241 for 4.
Yeah, if they'd have been 300 for 5 at the end of the day, they'd have been very happy.
In comes the 41-year-old Hogan, bowls. Off the back foot goes Leach, and it's a diving stop there, or an attempted diving stop, and they just go through for a single. Patel, after his 15, 16 overs, whatever it was, still jumping about in the field. I thought he bowled a very good spell. It wasn't wicket taking, but it was just keeping the scoring. He was going at just 2 and a bit and over. Roderick back on strike as Hogan comes in. Bowls to him. Peel for a BW. And they go through for a leg bye. So the batsmen to come. I haven't got my scorecards back in the room.
Only 2, Pennington and Gibbon. Pennington is no mug with the bat. He can fling the bat, but Ben Gibbon, a bit of a... No disrespect to him.
Typical limber 11. That's what I like to see.
He's probably in the right place at number 11. As I say, Pennington he's not an idiot with the bat at all. Well, there ain't many idiots with the bat these days in cricket, as we've said many times.
Yes, Hogan bowls. That was not far away, it would appear, from that off step. Pennington, what was he getting that? Yeah, he got 16. I think he got more than that. No, it was Tang who got 23 and Finch. Where are those bowlers then today? Finch, Pennington and
Finch not selected. Tong. Well, he's been back after a long-term injury, and I suspect they don't want to push him too much. He's been playing league cricket, Birmingham League cricket, but I suspect they don't want him to bowl 20 overs in a day.
Hogan to finish the over. Drives back and it is parried. Made no over ball. 270 for 7. No, there's a single over. 270 for 7. Leach is on 6, and Roderick approaching a century, 83. Although the rate he's been scoring, he might just struggle in the 7 overs to get to his 100 tonight.
I would be amazed if he did.
Well, that's not his prerogative. His prerogative is to stay there.
Yeah, he's done the job that he was asked of, I think, coming in where he did when Worcestershire were in a little bit of trouble, and he stayed there. And the other batsmen, well, particularly Barnard, and to an extent Pollock, have played around him. Yeah, you need somebody to dig in occasionally.
Yes, he at partnership and Barnard made 75.
Harris in to bowl to the aforementioned Roderick, who's forward, plays the ball back up the pitch. The ground staff, there's only a couple of them hovering now. They've de-hovered. They will hover by the hover cover, of course, which famously, I remember one morning here, broke down. Do you remember that? The hover cover,
to be honest,
they couldn't get the hover cover off, so they got the little tractor on to try and get it off, and that broke down as well. I think we started about 20 past. Here's the next ball from Harris, which Roderick tries to flick down the leg, so he actually gets too much bat on it. I think he was looking to play it square, and it goes out on the side up to Hogan, 270 for 7. Yeah, reasons that players have been held up in cricket. There's many and numerous.
6 overs and 4 balls, and it's 24 minutes past 5.
Not bad.
Not bad. I shall quite happy with that.
Harris in, bowls. This time Roderick does what he tried to do off the last ball, plays a little bit squarer on the leg side, picks up a single. Hogan has to go to his right from mid-off to do the fielding, and Roderick has 84. Leach has 6, 271 for 7. Have you been at work today? People still work on a Monday in Great Britain, I believe. Libby 12, Cornell 16, Haynes 13, Pollock 54, Barnard 75, D'Oliveira 3, and Cox 0. Wickets 2 for Harris, 3 to Van der Houten. Good spell this morning. 1 for Patel and 1 for Hogan. Here's Harris, and this is played nicely by Leach away to the offside for 4. That really goes quickly because it's going over all the old pitches.
That's
and
right.
it races away. If you get anything sort of square or just in front of the square, it takes a bit of stopping. So Leach goes to
6, 10.
10. I was going to say he's hit 2 4s, and even my basic comprehensive education tells me that 2 4s are more than 6. Anyway, the board, which has been very good all day, catches up. Lots of information, including the fact that Worcestershire lead by 275, which you may have well worked out for yourself. Most of the crowd have stayed till the close today.
Well, it's early, isn't it?
See, Tony the snapper is down there, clicking away. Next ball, Leach drives away on the offside again. He's not going to get 4. I say he's not going to get 4, but a bit of a misfield there. And
going to get 3 though.
He's going to get 2. They're going to settle for 2. Was that Carlson there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I sound surprised because he's one of the better fielders in county cricket.
Yes, he is.
He don't miss many, so.
Why they didn't take a third there?
Perhaps Leachy thinks he's night watchman now. Charlie Morris, if he was fit, would have his pads on. Don't matter if there's 8 wickets down, he still comes in as night watchman. Harris, last ball of his 17th over. Bowls. Leach is going to get more runs here. He's played this one down to third man. Very fine for 4. Now, whether he meant that, I'm not 1,000,000% sure. Let's have a look at the replay here. There might be a little bit of edge in this. Well, he's opened the face of the bat. He was playing it down to third man.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Well outside the off stump. Yeah, fine shot.
Robin the the camera hones in on a member of the ground staff, sat on the covers,
Not interested.
feet in the air, looking at his phone. There we are.
Yeah, Harris now has gone for 80 in 17 overs, which is a little bit, well, it is expensive, especially when it's only 10 overs since the new ball. Hogan is rested. He's taken the wicket that he came back for, and Van der Houten, who's been Glamorgan's best bowler today, he's going to bowl the last 5 overs that end. And I wouldn't be surprised, if Patel bowls these last 5 overs.
He's having a bit of a warm-up.
Is he? You're right.
Well, he's going for nearly 5 and over, isn't he, Harris? 5.
Yeah,
that's 85. And he's gone for 80. So a tad expensive.
Glamorgan need to get their heads together and find some seamers by next year with Hogan going. Van der Houten then comes in and bowls, and this is just jabbed back to the bowler by Roderick. 84 to him. If Leach was to be dismissed this evening, I think Roderick would have to try and score a bit quicker with the 2 tail-enders when you take an odd risk.
Yeah, as I say, Pennington's he's not an idiot with the bat. He's one of these who probably bats 4 or 5 in club cricket.
Yeah,
but,
that's right.
Bats way down the order in championship.
Van der Houten in bowls again, and this time it's played gently back to the bowler. Glamorgan will be not very pleased, not very disappointed. They'll be reasonably happy. I think that's the best adjective to describe, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think
Settled
after
down.
it did a bit early morning. They've had to work hard for their wickets. New ball has been very useful for them, but yeah, they've worked hard for it. Van der Guten's bowled well today.
And if they get 320 plus tonight, then Worcestershire will be happy. They go for a quick run. Be careful there. Leach is a big man, and it was hit direct by the bowler.
Yeah, he was.
But
He was well in though, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It always amuses
he's
me.
going to have a word.
Everybody must have known that he was well in, but still out there. Let's just give the umpire something to do, including putting the bails back on.
I think there's a little bit of an apology there from Roderick. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realise it was you. Big man.
I shall have to quickly depart. Well,
Off you go
depart.
then.
I don't
That's
do
the way you
anything.
feel.
Don't do anything quickly these days. Nothing personal, chaps.
282 for 7 as the Leach waits for Van der Guten, who bowls to him. And a nice bounce there. Top of the bounce is played up to mid-off. Yeah, good day's cricket so far. Typical good championship first day cricket. Sun comes out, the birds come out in front of us. Van der Guten bowls, played back, intercepted by the bowler, no run. Evening sunshine really is very, very pleasant.
Evening sunshine on an even battle. Just over 300, probably, maybe a pass score. 320.
Yes, yeah, 320, 330. Van der Guten bowls. It's played into attempted to play into the gap, but Gill is very quickly after it. Looking forward to seeing him back tomorrow if the weather relents. End of the over, 282 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't quite nailed down a test match position with a average of 30, but a first class average of 53 is pretty promising for someone coming into county cricket.
What are you, about 22?
He's 22 years old, plays for Punjab, and he can obviously hit the ball as well, because he's played for a couple of sides in the IPL, Gujarat Titans and the Kolkata Knight Riders. James Harris to bowl with 5 overs remaining of the day's play, and he'll be bowling to Gareth Roderick on 85 not out, and Roderick turns it again on the leg side and will pick up a single out to root at mid-wicket.
I don't know whether Harris has thought, perhaps he must have thought about it, because he's a far better operator than I ever been or will be, but just a thought that he might be better off coming round the wicket.
Yeah, might enabled him to dry up those runs on the leg side.
He must have gone for 50 or 60, that clip up to mid-wicket.
Yeah, most of the 81 he's conceded have been on the leg side, I think, as Harris bowls. That's down leg side, taken by Cook. Backhand flick to David Lloyd, who is alive and awake and ships it on to Sam Northeast in an example of distribution that wouldn't look out of place in an international rugby backline.
Not the way they play the game these days.
Oh no, they'd have
Probably
to push it up in the air. 283 for 7. As Harris is in from the Cathedral Road end, and bowls outside off stump allowed to go through. Yes, our best wishes to Worcester Warriors supporters in their efforts at financial survival.
Steve Diamond's paying for everything at the moment. He got the bus to go up there for the friendly London and whether they played over the weekend, and he also paid for something else. We can't go on going that. They want 11 million to be written off.
Precarious position.
Terrible.
Harris in to bowl, driven by Leach, but straight to mid-on, fielded by Hogan, no run.
I'd like to see, and there are not many overs left, I'd like to see Patel have a bowl at Leach. Just to sort of think, come on, I'm tossing it up, if you want to have a go over my head. Because he's that sort of player.
Patel's 23 overs, 1 for 61, going 2.65.
He's down on the fine leg boundary, kicking his legs up in the air at the moment.
Perhaps he fancies taking the last over. Perhaps he's had the word as Harris bowls to Leach, who defends to Carlson at mid-off, no run. 283 for 7. You're on BBC Sport Online. Remember, we start at 10:30 these days. If you can join us in the morning, please do so. Hopefully we'll have some cricket to talk about tomorrow. Otherwise we'll be sending you pictures of the weather on Twitter. Harris to Leach on 16 not out, and that's down leg side and through to Cook. Not maybe the most accurate over of James Harris's career. 283 for 7, and we don't like to harp on about it, but you know, we like James Harris as an individual and a cricketer, and we know he's capable of better.
Of course we do, and it's been rather a disappointing return in terms of the competitions that he's played in. I don't think he is, you know, a one-day bowler. He is a swing bowler. He's not great pace now these days, but I think perhaps he could work on those balls that are just going down the leg, nearly most of the day. And I think David Harrison is he's not the official bowling coach, but I think he helps, as I say, in inverted commas, with the bowlers. Anyhow, it's Tim van der Gooten going to bowl to Roderick, and he bowls to him, and he's played back down the pitch, and there's no run. What's the run rate like here? 92 into the threes.
It should be on the TV there. 3.07.
You're off to tap, Nick, for the next 20 minutes.
I'll do a bit of writing, and Bradders can see you through to the conclusion.
Tim van der Gooten is at the far end, ready to bowl. This is his 19th over, taking 3 wickets, and bowls now. Cut away to the offside. That might go away for 4. Lloyd stopped just inside. My Billy Root really has excelled himself covering that area where it's a very short boundary. 284 for 7. The scoring rate has decreased since the dismissal of Barnard. Leach just waits now to face Van der Gooten. He's in and bowls to him and beats him outside the off stump as he looks to drive. Rather a careless shot, and it went through to wicketkeeper Chris Cook.
Very pleasant evening now, Edwin. Where do you recommend for my evening walk?
Evening walk?
Well, I might do.
Well, if you want a long walk, walk down the riverbank. Don't go down after dark, because you're getting on now, brothers.
I've read the reports, mate. There's a thought.
Yeah. So lots of you can walk a long way on that riverbank. Van der Gooten bowls, and this time it's played up towards mid-on.
Yeah. If I get to Barry, I need to turn round, do I?
And what does that show? That
Will and...
No, it wasn't Will.
No, Grace. No. Will and Grace was something else, wasn't it?
Will and Grace was.
I watched it. Look.
Let's go down to Barry's Island.
Yeah.
Here's Van der Gooten bowls, and that makes Leach hurry his shot.
Yes, I'm not sure how much good that did for
284 for 7.
Barry Island.
what people, as they do, they used to go down and look at the houses where they were filmed.
I know.
Just stare at the houses.
Yeah.
In comes the next ball. That's played out into the cover region, and it's well fielded. Backward of square, which ends the over, and now there were three.
Gavin and Stacey.
Gavin and Stacey.
Well, there was a very good programme made by Welsh television called Hinterland, which was set around Aberystwyth.
It's on now. Oh, no, it isn't. No, it's another one. That's
Shetland you're thinking of, which is not recorded in Wales.
No, there's another one, just started a new one.
Is
I
there?
think might be another start of Hinterland.
Oh, right. She's very good. And my good lady wife and I were in Aberystwyth one day on a wet day, and we went round looking for these places. The police station was...
How very sad.
I tell you, the police station was the derelict council offices. And we were going, that's where, yeah. But they do, yeah. These places, I mean...
Do you know that wonderful film? You must have seen it, Grand Slam, back in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
It's a fantastic film, where they were fighting in the streets of Paris and in the nightclubs. Well, that took place in dingy place down the docks in Cardiff.
Oh, really?
I think it's one of the finest comic pictures I've seen.
Very good.
Dear me. Now then,
Patel.
Mr. Patel has got two to bowl. He'll be bowling to Roderick with a short leg, and it'll be described beautifully by Mr. Bradders.
Well, it'll be described. Patel left arm around in and bowls, and this is flicked away by Roderick off his pads, not for the first time today. For a single, Roderick goes to 88.
Do you know, he's such a small man that he lands both feet inside the bowling crease.
Yeah, he's not going to bowl a no ball, is he? Well, unless it goes badly wrong. Yeah.
Reminds you of the left armer from Sri Lanka who was retired. He was a fine bowler.
He's jogging in again, and this is pushed away on the offside. I'm doing an evening with Kumar Sangakkara in a couple of weeks' time. I'm really looking forward to it.
What beneficial thing?
It's the Worcester Police Cricket Club, with whom I have a connection because I spent so much time in their cells that they made me non-remember. It should be great fun. I'm really looking forward to him. He seems a really nice bloke. Played down the pitch by Leach, a great cricketer, and I also quite enjoy his commentary as well.
Very bright gentleman. He's a qualified solicitor, of course.
Yeah. Former president of the MCC. Leach lets this one go by outside the off stump.
He's bowling nicely, isn't he, at the moment?
He's got into a rhythm, hasn't he? He's bowled 24 overs on his first
good
day.
Effort. Only gone for 62.
Yeah, so that's a lot of overs on your first day in county cricket. And this time Leach is forward cautiously.
Arm ball, yeah. But he's not used to the heat, obviously, but he's used to bowling long overs and long spells rather of overs out in India.
Next ball, he's changing his field. He wants his
mid wicket back.
Well, he's putting his scouts out. He's happy to give Leach a single, I think, or the captain is. And Leach doesn't take the single, plays the ball back down the pitch to the bowler. End of the over, 2 overs remaining in the day, 285 for 7. Roderick has 88, Leach has 16.
Yeah, Patel, 24 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 62. So that's under threes.
Yeah.
Good effort, that. Both sides have 2 batting points. It is the end of the day. Both sides have
2 points.
Accumulated 2 points. The probability is that they'll end up with 3 apiece. And there have been 94 overs, so they'll come out tomorrow morning with 15 left to try and get...
You do wonder why the spinner bowls 24 overs, that we're still... And then there, plus 2, that you're still past 5:30. And I know it's a long walk from the pavilion and all sorts of things, and they've changed the ball and all
That's
this.
Right. Penultimate over of the day coming up. Van der Houten to bowl to Roderick, bowls to him, and Roderick just leaves that. As, if we're going to finish just 18 minutes behind, it's quite acceptable, I think. by everybody.
Oh yeah.
I think the worst it's been here, during summertime, was 7:30 one night.
Oh, right.
Because it had rained, then you got added overs and the seamers are bowling. And
Yeah. Yeah. And everybody's gone home.
yeah. Very good in bowls. That's pushed up towards mid-off. These two playing for the morrow now.
I think the latest this show was 7:10 we finished somewhere.
Yeah, it's a long day, especially as you've got a few miles to drive home. I got a 40-minute drive, sometimes a bit more. It's a long old day.
I had a car like that once. Well, I visited parts of Cardiff I'd never been to before, following the sat-nav yesterday. Very interesting tour.
Here comes Van der Gooten bowls, and again a true bounce. He just gets behind it and pushes it away on the offside. A long day in the field for Glamorgan, but they're fit, young, athletic men.
Yeah, it's what they start training in November for, isn't it? So they've got a bit of stamina to keep going till the end of September. It must be the longest pre-season in professional sport, cricket.
Yeah, November.
Yeah, back in November.
Van der Gooten's coming in again and bowls. This has nullified any swing. He gets right forward, pushes it out, and Gill comes in rather wearily. I suppose he's got a little bit of jet lag still in him. 285 for 7, and there are 8 balls remaining of this first day. LV Championship cricket match between Glamorgan and Worcestershire, as in comes Van der Gooten and bowls, and again it's pushed forward as he's done about 1,000 times today. Well, Roderick pushing it down the line.
Van der Gooten's figure's very tidy, Ed. If he gets a dot ball here, he's bowled 20 overs for 42 runs and taken 3 wickets.
And the two names you see up there, Van der Gooten and Patel, are both under 3s.
Yeah.
And you're not going to shout at that.
44 overs for 104 between them. That's pretty decent.
Did you take maths at university?
No, I worked in a bookies when I was 16.
Let's watch Van der Gooten's last ball of the day. Yep, he comes and bowls, left outside the off stump. So it will be Patel to bowl the final over. He'll be bowling at Joe Leach, who is not going to attempt anything frivolous. And he will be pushing every ball back, I reckon.
I always remember last over before tea, Worcestershire, Lancashire, Jack Simmons bowled into Graham Hick, and I said, yeah, well, he'll play these last 2 balls back, and go to tea, and he hit them both for 6 back over the bowler's head. Mind, he was a bit...
what a player.
He was a bit special.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking well. He was back.
Where is
Hickey
these days?
He's in Australia.
He lost his job, didn't he?
He did with Cricket Australia. I think he's doing a bit. He's all right. He's very
still
happy
out there.
Yeah, playing a bit of golf.
Real gentleman, wasn't he?
Oh, good bloke, Hickey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw him play one of his first innings in this country when he came over as a youngster for Zimbabwe.
With Zimbabwe, he did.
Late 80s, I think it was.
That's right. Last over of the day then, here's Patel in bowls. Leach pads this one up, doesn't pad it up, but he just lets it go by outside the off stump. He thrusts the pad across. The ground staff pretending. The ground staff are beginning to get the covers ready to come on. They might be of use as well tonight if the weather forecast is correct. Next ball from Leach, pushed back down the pitch. By Leach from Patel, pushed back down the pitch. Well, they put on 29 runs, these two. Useful partnership after Worcestershire had lost 3 pretty quick wickets. Leach waits. Once again, big man Joe Leach gets a good stride in, pushes away on the offside. Crowd are stuck with it today.
It's been a good day's cricket.
A few drifted away. It has been a good day's cricket. Patel bowls again. Leach defends. 2 balls left of the day. If play is possible, we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to bring you the second day. If they don't start at 10, when they do start, we'll be here.
We certainly will.
And Joe Leach looks as if he wants to be here, as when it does start. He just pushes that one away on the offside. Last ball of the day, of a good day's cricket.
A typical day's cricket.
Yeah.
Patricial.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Batsmen have had to work hard. Bowlers have worked hard.
Bit of kidology going on here, brothers.
Yeah.
Last ball of the day, you always see it.
Yeah. Silly mid-off. Well, he's going to
Don't know what he wants the second slip for.
No.
Unless he's going to bowl a seamer.
Yeah, going to bounce him. Hello, we're going to have 3 slips.
Yes, you do get it, don't you?
No, we're going to have... Hang on,
One in
we've got 2
bat
slips.
pad.
2 slips and a silly mid-off and a mid-wicket about 2/3
I
of the way
don't think
back.
this is going to unruffle some of the experience of Joe Leach. Or shouldn't I have said that?
Well, it's extending the day. Patel bowls. Leach pads it away. There's a big appeal, but I would have thought that was outside off stump. Anyway, umpire Baldwin thought it was outside off stump and going on. Let's see the replay of that one. So it pitches outside off stump, missing off stump. So not out, says the umpire. That's it from us today. Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Nick. We'll be back bright and breezy. Well, we'll be back in the morning if there is play in the morning. Thanks, everyone. And from us here at Sophia Gardens, a very good evening.